Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter's ultimate betrayal awakens a monster rebellion. Here is short summary. Cast aside and betrayed during his 4th year, Harry discovers strength not in the friends who abandoned him, but in those he never expected. With a new love and the freedom to carve his own destiny, Harry rises in defiance, no longer the boy who lived, but the rebel who refuses to be controlled. This is the story of Harry's greatest rebellion. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry Potter had such high hopes at the beginning of his 4th year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The announcement of the Tri-Wizard Tournament and the age restriction being enforced for it had Harry entertaining visions of a normal year where he wouldn't be drawn into some plot to save the school and the wizarding world. Maybe, just maybe, he could remain outside of the spotlight and just have some fun for the first time since starting his education here. While the news of Quidditch being cancelled for the year upset quite a few people, it didn't faze him as he was looking forward to hanging out with his 2 best friends and just enjoying the competitions and other events that were sure to accompany the tournament. For the first 2 months of school, things went pretty well and Harry sat back and enjoyed himself. In the final week leading up to Halloween, Harry began to get nervous. It had never been a good day for him since it was the date that his parents were murdered, which left him an orphan and sentencing him to life with the Dursleys. During his earlier years, he didn't notice the reality that October 31st was a cursed day for him because with the Dursleys, every day was a cursed day. It wasn't until his 1st year at Hogwarts that he discovered that he was cursed to have a horrible day, and which was repeated every year since. As he started getting nervous the closer it got to Halloween, he had a realization, which was that the champions' names were being drawn on that night. As he stepped into the Great Hall for the selection feast and ceremony, he was resigned to the fact that his name would come out of the Goblet of Fire. He knew this in his heart as nothing else bad had happened to him all day. He sat quietly during the feast waiting for the anvil to drop on his head. Sure enough, he wouldn't be disappointed as his name came out of the goblet and all his plans crashed and burned. The look on Ron's face as he stood and stumbled in a daze towards the front of the Great Hall was the first indication that things were going sour. He sighed as a second glance to his other best friend showed Hermione to be concerned but not angry. With the rescue of his godfather the previous year, his feelings for her began to change, and he was hoping for a chance to explore this during what he had hoped to be a normal year. As he walked forward, it was the only comfort he could grasp onto. An hour later, Harry was making his way back to the Gryffindor Tower when Cedric stepped out of the shadows and approached him. As Harry went for his wand, Cedric held up his hands showing he was unarmed and said, "You really didn't want this, did you, Harry?" Harry sighed in exasperation. "Cedric, as I've already said it a million times tonight, I didn't enter or get anyone else to." "Relax, Harry, I was just curious. You know everyone is going to think you cheated your way in." Harry whined, "Great, all I need is more attention. Why can't I just have a normal year?" Cedric laughed, "Now Mr. Potter, it does not befit a champion to whine." That caused a small smile to appear on Harry's face. Cedric, could I make a magical oath to you proving I didn't do it? I mean, I shouldn't even be in the tournament and you are the true Hogwarts champion. I believe you, Harry, so you don't need to give me an oath. Tell you what, let's how things play out over the next few days and decide what to do from there. Thanks for believing me. I just hope everyone else does. As soon as he stepped into the Gryffindor common room, the room went completely quiet. He could tell by the redness of Ron's face that he had been arguing with the others and held a little hope that his friend was arguing in support of him. It took all of a minute for that idea to be completely washed away when he heard the next few words. Ron snapped out, "Always got to be the one in the spotlight, don't you, Harry? You sat there and lied to me and everyone else saying you weren't going to enter, but then you did it anyway. Never mind telling your best mate how to pull it off." Harry sighed, "I didn't enter myself or have anyone else enter me. Why would I want to, Ron? I'm already stared at enough to need any more attention. Besides that, I was looking forward to hanging out with you and Hermione this year without the usual drama." Ron growled, "I'll bet you didn't give anyone else the chance because you knew we are better than you anyway and you wouldn't stand a chance with some real Gryffindors competing against you." Harry growled, "Ron, Cedric is the real Hogwarts champion, I'm just being forced to compete on a technicality. I want no part of this whole thing. Ron shouted back, some friend you are. Until you quit lying to us, you're not welcome here and you are no friend of mine. Harry looked around and saw the majority of the house nodding in agreement. In a manner that they had never witnessed in Harry before, he set his shoulders and stood with his head held high as he walked to the stairs and up to his dorm. He held it together as he got ready for bed, but once he drew his curtains around his bed, he cast a few silencing charms and lay in bed and cried for the loss of a friendship and the little piece of him that died with it. The next morning, he awoke but stayed behind his curtains until his roommates left for the Great Hall. Once they left, he slowly got up and went about getting ready for the day. By the time he came down the stairs, the only person in the common room was Hermione Granger, his other best friend. She looked up from her book and approached him, handing him a stack of toast. I thought you might want to avoid breakfast this morning, so I brought you this. All he said was, thanks Hermione. So, how bad is it? He was pretty sure of what the rest of the school's reaction would be to him if Ron was any indication. He saw her wince before asking, Hermione, do you believe me? She glanced nervously at the floor before saying, it doesn't matter, Harry. You're my friend and I'll stand beside you no matter what. I mean, after first year, I kind of owe you. Harry sat back as he munched on his toast as he replayed her words over in his head. He then thought, oh great, she only here out of some sense of duty. She doesn't believe me either. He nodded his head and then finally stood. I guess we should get to class then. The whole way to the class, they never shared a word or spared a glance towards each other. After the previous night, it hurt him to think that even Hermione thought he entered himself. As he thought about it, his idea of trying to pursue something more with her died along with the rest of his plans, since it was obvious that she didn't trust him as much as he trusted her. It was probably good that he was so lost in thought that he didn't see the harsh glares that were being cast his way. But while he wasn't paying attention, Hermione was, and it was making her very uncomfortable. The next few days saw Harry being treated horribly by everyone, including the professors and the students from the visiting schools. The only people who didn't treat him bad were Cedric and Hermione, although she was continuing to grow more distant from him. By the end of the week, even she abandoned him as the peer pressure became too much for her to take. Inside, another piece of Harry died at the loss of another friendship. Ron took advantage of Harry's unpopularity and elevated himself as the de facto leader of the Griff fourth years, since he was the most vocal and the others just followed along, much like the rest of the wizarding world. Harry's torment and taunting at the hands of Ron was just too much to take, and instead reacting in anger, he would quietly walk away as his fellow fourth years from all the houses laughed and jeered at him. Harry found himself alone all the time, including even during class, and there were many times he caught Hermione looking at him only for her to quickly turn away. He could see the sadness in her eyes, and he thought that it was at least better than the hate-filled glares that were now cast his way. The loss of Hermione's friendship was the final straw for Harry and led to him isolating himself from the population of Hogwarts. The accusations and torment by the rest of the students led to Harry avoiding everyone by taking his meals down in the kitchen. While he still attended classes, he was usually the last one in and the first one out, and had the distinction of sitting alone in the back of the class. He thought it must have been fine with his teachers, as none of them made a comment or attempted to engage him in conversation. If anyone had really paid attention to him, or actually cared for that matter, they would have seen just how haggard and worn he was due to his lack of sleep. He started using the only items he had from his father to avoid everyone, and was always the last one to enter his dorm and the first one up and out the door before the others could awaken. Some nights, he would barely get 4 hours sleep, as the others would wait up to try and catch him so that they could hurl more abuse at him. A week after Harry had gone into isolation, a discussion was going on at the head table that saw Albus Dumbledore quickly putting up a privacy dome. Professor McGonagall said, "This has gone on long enough, Albus. We're just doing more damage at this point." Albus replied, "He needs to learn that he has to rely on his friends." She heatedly replied, "Not when you are allowing the lies to continue. I know for a fact that no one has seen him except during class. They don't even know if he is still sleeping in the dorms." Albus sighed, "It will all work out in time. Once things settle down, his friendships will be stronger than ever." She scoffed, "I remember another young man who isolated himself, and we know how well that turned out." Albus blanched, "You don't think he is turning dark, do you?" She growled out, "I don't know. I haven't seen him but in class, and before I can catch him, he is out the door and disappears. He doesn't talk to anyone, so we have no way of finding out that way either." With a soft smile, Albus said, "Not to worry, my dear. I'll speak with him later today at the wand weighing ceremony. He has to show up for that." For the first time in many years, Albus was beginning to second-guess his actions. After being summoned to the ceremony, Harry disappeared on the way, leaving the messenger to appear alone. When questioned, Colin said, "I don't know, Professor. One minute he was there and the next he was gone." The rest of the champions waited for an hour before they had to proceed with the ceremony. With almost everyone incensed at his failure to appear, they completed their ceremony and went about their way. His failure to appear at the ceremony aggravated one reporter so much that she called for a special edition of the Daily Prophet to go out that afternoon. Boy Who Snubbed. By Rita Skeeter. Dear readers, I had the privilege to be called to report on the wand weighing ceremony at Hogwarts earlier today for the Tri-Wizard Tournament. I am pleased to say that I had some nice conversations with the champions who actually bothered to show up. Harry Potter never appeared for the ceremony, much to the aggravation of the other champions and the judges. According to my sources, this is just another incident in a long stream of them that shows Mr. Potter is anything but the mild-mannered young man we were all led to believe he was. After interviewing several students, I found out that the fourth champion, Harry Potter, has allowed the tournament to go to his head and no longer associates with his fellow students. Former best friend to the boy who lived, Ron Weatherby, stated, "He's a foul git and I don't know why I ever put up with his ego for the last few years. He constantly struts around and throws his fame and his wealth around for all to see. I know I wouldn't act like that if I were in his shoes. If his best friend could say that about him, it must be true. I promise to try and get to the bottom of the story. Something doesn't seem right here, and it makes me wonder if all the fame and adulation have finally taken their toll and led Mr. Potter on a path of darkness. I call upon the ministry to try and step in and save our young hero before things get any worse." For the last week, Harry had been writing serious, with each letter getting more desperate. After getting no response whatsoever, he realized that his godfather had abandoned him as well. He looked back on his time at Privet Drive and realized that his earlier life had uniquely prepared him for this. Life at the Dursleys was at the least a lonely existence. As he thought about it, he realized that everyone was waiting for him to crawl back to them begging forgiveness. It just set his resolve even more, since he knew that he was in the right. It was also when he realized that he found it relaxing not to have demands made on him or his time. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. As he thought about it, he started making his plans to just get through school and then he could go away and never have to deal with the wizarding world again. He kept his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map on him at all times as a method of escape and survival. His reasoning was that if he had it, then Ron or Hermione couldn't use it to track him down. During those first few weeks of isolation, if he wanted someone to talk to, he called for Dobby. The conversations varied greatly but always had a recurring theme on Dobby's end. Harry finally gave in and bonded Dobby to him, and he quickly realized the benefits of doing it as he finally had someone around him who was unwavering in their loyalty to him. Dobby also proved to be an incredible spy and kept Harry out of the clutches of those that wanted to control him. The bond they formed went far beyond that of a normal wizard house-elf bond. With both of them wanting so much more than life had dealt them up to this point, the bond turned more into one of family and connected them on an even deeper level. During the bonding, as they each took a part of the other inside themselves, Dobby could feel the taint on Harry's soul and used the love he had for the wizard to slowly remove it as Harry slept. The struggle to remove it about wiped Dobby out, but once it was gone, he could feel Harry's power increasing and flowing stronger than it ever had. The power increase in Harry bled over to Dobby and pointed out something else to him. The whiskered old fool had bound Harry's magic many years ago, so once again, Dobby started the process of fixing his wizard. The bindings were strong and once again Dobby worked hard while Harry slept. In the end, Harry had a power increase, but it wasn't some drastic thing. When he and Dobby discussed it, Dobby told him that while he would be able to cast stronger spells, the real benefit would show in his reserves. Harry continued to avoid everyone, and the stress of the situation along with his lack of sleep was beginning to take its toll. It was during this time that he became acquainted with some new people that he had never had the opportunity to be around before, and it was all thanks to Dobby. In his role as a spy, Dobby was listening throughout the castle for Harry's name to be spoken and would pop in to hear whatever was being said. He mostly heard the normal grumblings but was unfortunate enough to catch several conversations amongst those Harry once called friends. It was a very distraught Dobby who fretted for quite a while about how to tell Harry that his friends were just using him and were helping the headmaster try and control him, until he finally just told him and sat with him as he cried. A few days later, Dobby overheard Cedric saying how much he really wanted to talk to Harry, but he could never find him since the only time Harry was seen was in class. Dobby saw this as a chance to help Harry and started watching for an opportunity to get the two wizards together. Dobby had watched Cedric while he was at Hogwarts and knew he was an honorable young man who might be able to help Harry get past the pain of his broken friendships. While preparing for the first task, Harry spent quite a bit of time in the library, and one of the things Dobby had done for Harry was to use his elf magic to hide him. He had one table that Harry could go to and everyone would pass right by without even seeing it. During these times, Dobby would retrieve any books he needed so Harry wouldn't draw attention to himself. Cedric appeared in the library and was looking around for Harry, and when he didn't see him, he started to turn around and leave until Dobby popped in and took him by the hand. Cedric looked down in confusion and saw the elf pointing over to the corner where he saw Harry. Cedric nodded his thanks and then went to join Harry at the table. As he sat down, Harry looked at him in panic. "How'd you find me?" With an easy smile, "It hasn't been easy, but an elf just grabbed my hand and pointed you out to me." Dobby. "Yes, Harry," he asked harshly, "would you like to explain?" Dobby's ears lay down and he spoke apologetically. Dobby heard Mr. Cedric saying he wants to talk to you. He didn't feel like the others, so Dobby allows it this once. Harry reached out and patted Dobby's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Dobby, I should have never doubted you." With a sad smile, Dobby replied, "That's okay, Harry, it's Dobby's job to look out for you." Cedric asked, "You have your own house elf?" Turning to Cedric, Harry said, "More or less. Not to be rude, but what do you want? The only time I'm looked for is when someone wants to harass me some more." Cedric gave him an apologetic look. "I know, and I'm sorry about that. I'm doing my best to get my house under control. I told them you wanted no part of this." "Thanks." Cedric smiled. "Listen, I was wondering if you needed any help with getting ready for the task. I don't know what it is, but the way I see it, it's normally dangerous without being made even more so being 3 years behind us in school." Harry smirked. "Thanks, but I think I've got it covered." Cedric looked at him for a minute before his eyes grew wide. "You know what it is, don't you?" "How?" Harry replied with a smirk. "Yes, and I have a very good friend who looks out for me." Dobby popped in and hugged Harry's leg. "Harry takes good care of Dobby too." Harry smiled down at the elf. "So it is your opinion I can trust him?" "Yes, Harry, Mr. Cedric is a good wizard." "Very well, I will take your advice." Cedric, the first task will be us facing dragons." Cedric rocked back in his chair and muttered, "Dragons? Yeah, it's only fair, you know, because I'm pretty sure Fleur and Crumb know, judging by the superior smirks on their faces." "Damn, thanks Harry, you didn't have to tell me that." "Yeah, I did. You're the Hogwarts champion, I'm just someone who got roped into this." "Any idea what you're going to do?" Harry smirked. "Yeah, I'm going to do it the Gryffindor way." Cedric laughed. "So you're just going to charge in and fly by the seat of your pants?" "Pretty much, it's worked for me so far. I'll make sure to watch that if I'm not horribly maimed by then." "Well, I don't want to toot my own horn, but it should be entertaining." They sat and talked for about another hour, just getting comfortable with each other, and realized they shared a lot of common likes and dislikes. Before he left, Cedric said, "Harry, you can come to me anytime if you need anything." "Thanks, Cedric, I appreciate it, but I don't want to drag you into the drama, that's my life." "I'll be fine." "No, I don't think you will. You can't keep isolating yourself like this. Tell you what, my adopted little sister and me get away from everyone else and just hang out several times a week. Why don't you join us tomorrow night to test the waters? If you don't want to stay, I'll accept it and won't bother you again about it." "Okay, I'll try." "Good, I'll send you a message where we're meeting. Just call Dobby and tell him. He'll get me there. I'm sure he's standing behind me invisible and nodding his head anyway." They heard a small giggle, then a quiet, "Pop. Told ya." Cedric laughed and said, "See ya tomorrow night." Harry nodded and went back to his books. He looked at the title of the book and saw, "How to Take Down a Dragon Single-Handedly." He walked away shaking his head. He was thinking, crazy-ass Griff gonna try to beat the damn thing. Harry met up with Cedric and his little sister the next night and had an enjoyable time for the most part. About halfway through, he was told, "You're nothing like we were told. Everyone thinks you're some snob who doesn't want anything to do with anyone else except your friends. Even now they are saying that you can't be bothered by anyone else." Harry asked defensively, "Who's saying that?" "Mainly Weasley, but Granger is usually standing there beside him and doesn't say anything different. Aren't they supposed to be your best friends?" Harry learned that his friends had been running interference by telling the other students that Harry wanted nothing to do with them ever since he came to Hogwarts. It was also mentioned that the secrecy behind his adventures and the unexplained awarded points only created more animosity from the rest of the school. Harry was stunned by all this, as he never wanted special attention and truly wanted to be friends with as many people who would allow him to. With yet another bomb dropped on him, Harry broke down in front of these people he barely knew. They sat there stunned at his reaction at first, but then realized that there was no way this could have been an act. They were genuinely affected by Harry's reaction and moved over and pulled him into a hug. Harry knew that he wouldn't have gotten through the year so far if it wasn't for his new friends. After his abandonment by his friends and godfather, they were a welcome addition to his life despite his earlier decision to go it alone. Cedric quickly became the older brother Harry needed, just as the girl became more than a friend. The feelings they shared for each other had built up over their meetings, and they both knew it was more than a friendship but not one of a brother-sister relationship, so even oblivious Harry could tell that there was something different about her. The three of them decided early on to keep their friendship a secret, as Harry thought that if it was discovered, they would be subjected to the same ridicule that he had been, and he didn't want that for them. Throughout all their conversations, one thing was clear, and it was that Harry was being manipulated, but by whom and to what purpose remained a mystery. Cedric wasn't one to give in to conspiracies, but in talking to Harry about his life, things just didn't add up. Ron and Hermione's actions after his name came out of the goblet just screamed that something sinister was at play, and with that in mind, they began teaching him the basics of occlumency to protect his secrets and to also give him better focus of mind as well as control over his emotions. With the first task scheduled for the next day, the three of them sat back and relaxed in their current hideaway, which happened to be the room of requirement. Cedric was occupying a comfortable armchair and going over some last-minute notes, while Harry and his pseudo-girlfriend were sitting on a couch talking in low voices. Cedric looked up and smiled. "Hey, if you guys want me to leave so you can snog, it's alright by me. Just have her home before curfew." They both blushed and looked away from each other. As Cedric was laughing at them, he asked, "So Harry, just what are your plans for tomorrow?" "I told you already, I'm going to play my role of the brash Griff and charge straight in. Ought to be a good show. And if that don't work, oh, plan B is even more fun. I get to use my inner Slytherin and try to worm my way out of the whole mess." Cedric laughed. "Is there a plan C?" "Yes, there is a plan C, and it includes summoning my broom and getting the hell out of there. I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid." All three were laughing by this point until Cedric finally said, "You know the way you fly, you could probably do it that way." "Maybe, but I'm not all that willing to see if my firebolt can stand up to dragon flames." "Good point. If I had one, I don't think I'd risk it either." GG. It was finally Harry's turn in the first task, and with a little hesitation, he stepped into the arena. He had listened closely to Cedric's turn and was pleased to learn that he was singed but okay otherwise. As the other two champions went, he barely paid any attention as he was focusing on his plan. When he stepped into the arena, he heard Madame Pomfrey screeching at Cedric as he ignored her and walked out of the medical tent to see what Harry had planned. They caught each other's eye, and Harry gave him a little smile and a wink. Harry stood behind a rock for a minute to build up his magical reserves, as he knew this would be a make-or-break spell for him in this task. When he felt his magic pulsing, he stepped out into the open and faced the dragon. As the dragon finally zeroed in on him, he could see the horntail drawing in a breath so that she could roast Harry. Everyone in the arena gasped as the flames burst forward, and Harry just stood there directly in its path. In a split second, he caught the eyes of his girlfriend and just smiled as his wand came up. Without uttering a word, the spell flew from his wand and hit dead center of the dragon breath, causing it to freeze in place and then fade away. Harry heard the announcer saying, "Impossible, flame freezing spell strong enough to overpower dragon breath and silently too. Simply amazing." Everyone in the arena was staring at him with their mouths open as he had done something most thought impossible. The dragon had stopped dead still and was eyeing him carefully. In his moment of reprieve, the audience started hearing a hissing noise. "Dollar, oh great lady, I mean you no harm. You see, I only stopped you from burning me and never attacked." Dollar, yes speaker, I see that, but it doesn't change the fact that you are standing there with a wand and my children are close by. You may be a speaker, but all two legs are dangerous to my kind, that's why there are so few of us now. Dollar, great lady, I give you my word as a speaker on my magic that I will never harm you or your children. You see, we've both been played here. They dragged you and your children away from your home, and even though you are great, I'm sure this whole experience scared you. I know it would me. In fact, I was forced to come out here today to face you. We are not so unalike. Dollar, I accept your word speaker and ask what is it you want of me. Dollar, dear lady, I only want what you wouldn't anyway. In your nest is an egg that is not yours and not even an egg at all. Would you be so kind as to give it to me? Dollar, I can do that, but what will you give me? I know you already promised to leave my young unharmed, but I don't see you as a real threat anyway, since we could stand here and battle over the whole thing. I'm sure you would tire long before I would. Dollar, great lady, of that I have no doubt. My measly powers are nothing compared to one such as you. I offer my friendship, but I would need to know what you need before we can come to an agreement. Dollar, speaker, I would be honored to call you friend and will grant your request if you just do one thing for me. Dollar, ask milady, and if it is within my power, I shall grant it. Dollar, feed me, these two legs have not fed us in many days. It took everything I had to try and not eat you. I'm so hungry and so are the others. Dollar, you have my apologies on behalf of the others of my kind. I will see to it immediately. Please don't be alarmed when I raise my wand, and I will try to correct this grave injustice. Would an acromantula be worthy of a meal for such a great lady? Dollar, that would be acceptable, speaker. Dollar. The crowd watched with their mouths hanging open as the dragon stepped over to her nest and sniffed the eggs. Once she had found the one she wanted, she picked it up in her mouth and, using her forked tongue, held it out to Harry. He bowed deeply to her as he took it in his hands. One step back and he held up his wand towards the forbidden forest. Accio, Aragog's eldest son, he felt the tug of magic and dug deep to complete the spell. A few moments later, a horse-sized spider came sailing through the air and landed at the dragon's feet. The dragon moved as quick as lightning and bit down on the screeching spider. One chomp later and there was nothing left. After a satisfied burp, the dragon said, Dollar, thank you, speaker. Dollar, you're welcome, milady. Tell me, can you understand what I'm saying when I speak my own language? Dollar, I understand some of it, speaker. Dollar. Harry nodded, then turned back to the judges. He cast a sonorous on himself and began speaking to the crowd. I would like to know who thought it a good idea to not feed these noble creatures for several days before this task. This great lady behind me said that it took all her will not to eat me as her feeding instincts were taking over. Dumbledore stood and responded, we thought it would make the dragons seem fiercer and make for a better challenge. You would have us believe that you spoke to this beast. She is no beast. She is an honorable creature who thinks and feels much like we do. I would think you of all people would recognize this fact. Please have the handlers feed them at once before something dreadful happens. Harry cancelled his charm and, after a quick bow to the dragon, who returned it in full view of the audience, walked out of the arena and towards the medical tent. As he approached Cedric, he was told, nice show, what are you planning for an encore? You never know. Might let out my inner Hufflepuff next time. Cedric laughed and then walked back into the tent behind him to wait for the show that was sure to come. Over the course of the last month, the trio talked of what would happen once the first task was complete. Harry's girlfriend had been watching Ron and Hermione and had seen how their star was fading without Harry around. With all the initial bluster running out of steam, they had started slipping back into obscurity due to their treatment of Harry as others realized their mistakes. Since Ron was the main ringleader and Hermione was always around him, his treatment of others caused everyone else to distance themselves from them, and they soon realized that it was Harry that kept them in good graces with the rest of the school. She quite accurately predicted that they would come crawling back after the first task and beg forgiveness. They left it up to Harry how to handle it, but it didn't take a genius to realize if he accepted them back then things between the three of them would change. Sure enough, Madame Pomfrey barely had time to start checking a protesting Harry before Ron and Hermione burst into the tent. His girlfriend was sitting beside Cedric as he was recovering and watched the whole thing out of the corner of her eye. She was extremely nervous because if Harry accepted them back, she knew her relationship with him was doomed to fail. Seeing this, Cedric reached out and squeezed her hand in comfort. He whispered, "Have a little faith. Everything will work out fine." She whispered back, "I really like him, Seed. I want the chance to see if it could be more. Just trust him and you'll get that chance." She heard the platitudes being spilled out by Ron and Hermione and it made her stomach roll. "Harry, we're so sorry, we should have known better and never doubted you. Please forgive us." "Yeah mate, that was awesome. Can't we go back to the way things were? Finally figured it out, huh? I'll accept your apology, but I won't forget what you did." Hermione asked, "What do you mean by that? What are you talking about, Harry?" "Sorry doesn't quite make up for the crap I've had to deal with this last month, especially from my two best friends. I've always been there when you needed me, but the moment I needed you, you both turn coward and run away, or better yet, accuse me of being something I'm not. It amazes me just how little my two best friends so easily forgot that. You know, these last few weeks there's been a regret running through my head for the last month, and you know what it was." They both shook their heads. "My biggest regret happened in first year when I risked my life to save someone who would turn her back on me so easily. I guess we live and learn as we grow up, and I learned to protect my own life instead of risking it for others." Those words shocked the two of them so hard that they couldn't come up with any coherent words to respond. Finally, Hermione regained enough composure to say, "Surely you don't mean that it would have been better if I had died? Please tell me what I can do to make this up to you." Harry softly said, "There's no making up for this, Granger. You should know by now I don't trust easily, and both of you betrayed my trust. I don't know if you'll ever get it back, and if it does happen, it definitely won't be anytime soon." Albus Dumbledore managed to make it to the medical tent just as the last words had been said. "Now Harry, that's no way to act towards two of your oldest and dearest friends." Harry huffed, "No sir, it isn't, but they aren't really my friends, are they? Besides, I think it's really my decision on who I should trust or not. Mr. Potter, you will apologize to the both of them right now." Behind him, he saw Ron smirk. "No sir, I don't think I will." Albus scowled, "That will be detention, Mr. Potter. You will learn to be respectful of others." Harry snapped back, "Why? Where were the detentions when everyone was being disrespectful to me? I didn't see you flying in to save me from the harsh words and humiliation." "That's beside the point. You will be serving detention with me this very evening." Harry replied, "Yes sir, if that is what you wish, but it won't change my mind about these two." McGonagall said, "Mr. Potter, you will show the headmaster some respect." He looked at her confused. "Ma'am, how am I being disrespectful? I'm only stating my opinion and considering the situation. I thought I was being quite calm about it." "I won't have you backtalk me, young man." Harry looked at her unbelievably. "Ma'am, I am doing everything in my power to be respectful and rein in my temper as you have suggested I do on several occasions. To be honest, I think I've done a pretty good job of not exploding at the daily taunts I have been subjected to by my friends and everyone else. All I ask is to be left alone." Minerva said, "Well, from this point on, you will start socializing with your housemates once again." "No ma'am, I don't think I will. You cannot force me to be friends with any of them after what they have done to me this year. Quite frankly, I don't trust a lot of them and am better off on my own." Albus quietly said, "Tom acted the same way, Harry." Harry turned around and looked him straight in the eye. Sir, I can understand why if he had to go through the crap I've had to over the last few years. Albus drew back in shock. Surely you don't mean. No sir, all I'm saying is that if he was subjected to the same crap I have been, I would have preferred being alone as well. I won't have you isolate yourself any longer. Harry stepped towards his bed. Sir, I was the one who was isolated first. Since I've come to accept it, I find my own company preferable to others who would put me down and insult my parents. I am no liar or cheat, sir. Nevertheless, you will be in the company of Miss Granger or Mr. Weasley at all times. In fact, I think the map and cloak should be handed over to Miss Granger for safekeeping. No sir. What do you mean no sir? I mean no sir, I won't hand over the only things I have of my father, and no sir, I will not remain in their custody. You will do it or I will have you expelled. By all means sir, expel me. I'm sure any other school would be better than this one. The whole conversation was being watched by the other champions along with their headmasters as well as Ron and Hermione. Cedric could see that it was getting ready to get out of hand and he knew there was nothing he could do to stop it. Both of the other headmasters stepped forward and said, Mr. Potter, if you are thinking about changing schools, we would be happy to discuss it with you. He looked at the two of them and sneered. Your students treated me no better than my own. Why would I even consider your schools? Albus said, Mr. Potter, you need to stop this nonsense and forgive your friends. Harry's anger finally burst forth. Oh, so it's okay for them to disrespect me, but the moment I try to defend myself, I'm suddenly the bad guy. You know what, bugger this. I refuse to sit that detention. Harry stormed out of the tent and ran straight into Remus and Padfoot. He stopped and looked at them. Oh, so now you want to show up. Never mind answering my letters when I was pleading for help. For all the good you do me, I was better off before either of you ever reappeared in my life. Remus muttered, oh shit, and was answered with a bark from Padfoot as Harry stormed off. No one noticed the dark-haired girl who slipped out of the medical tent and followed Harry to the castle. N.D. The next time the three of them met, they talked about everything that had happened in the tent. Realizing the subject was still a sore point for Harry, Cedric tried to change the topic. That flame-freezing spell was incredible. How'd you pull that off? Harry snorted, I was lucky as hell. I had one shot that the dragon would be stunned by it and took my chance to try and talk to her. Megan asked, you based your whole strategy on the chance you could shock her long enough to talk to her. Yeah, but I wasn't really sure if we could communicate with each other. Cedric laughed, typical Griff, all power and no brains. Hey, I resent that. Just because I was willing to bet everything on a hunch doesn't mean I'm stupid. Just incredibly reckless. What would you have done if it didn't work? Harry laughed, I told you. Plan C was to summon my broom and get the hell out of there. Megan said, typical Potter move. What do you mean by that? Hey now, I wasn't bashing you. It's just that the Potters are known for pulling incredible feats like that and walking away from it. I wouldn't know. Cedric looked concerned and asked, what do you mean? Harry stood and started pacing. I don't know anything about the Potters except that James and Lily were my parents and they died protecting me. Come on, you can't be serious, Harry scowled. Damn, you aren't kidding. You don't know anything about the Potters. Not really. I've heard a few things here and there, but no one has ever told me anything about my family. Megan said, that's just so wrong. I'll see if I can find anything. I might even write my dad, he's always going on about how he was friends with your dad in school. Say, don't you have a godfather? Most of the old families did that just in case. Yeah, I've got one, but he hasn't been much help. In fact, he's been ignoring me completely. Who is it? I can't really say. It'll put him in danger. Cedric said, if he's not doing his duty, then why should you care? He's all I have left. I keep hoping things will get better one day, but right now, he's kind of got to stay hidden. Megan had been sitting there watching him and finally said, your godfather is Sirius Black. Isn't he? Harry paled and then looked away from him. She nodded in understanding before saying, you know, you are the heir to House Potter and I don't think I've ever heard of Mr. Black having any children, so I'd imagine you're heir to House Black as well. Harry snorted, I don't know about all that, but since he's ignoring me, I guess I'll never find out either. Cedric said, well then, I'd suggest having Dobby take you to Gringotts to find out. Not with Dumbledore watching me like a hawk. I'd have to make sure he's too busy to notice me leaving the school. Harry ignored his detention with the headmaster, and over the course of the next week, he was given replacement detentions that he also chose to ignore. In his anger, Albus was taking Harry's lack of respect out on the staff, and they in return were becoming shorter-tempered than normal. They saw Harry's rebelliousness as the reason behind their misfortune. As his head of house, Minerva received a more potent dose than the rest. In her frustration, Minerva took the only opportunity she had with Harry and tore into him in the beginning of a transfiguration class with his classmates all present for the show. In the past, this would have mortified Harry, but now, it just increased his anger. Mr. Potter, you will knock off this foolishness and sit your detention with the headmaster this evening, or further action may be taken in this matter. Harry calmly replied, Professor, I still stand by that I said earlier and will not sit a detention for something that isn't covered in the student guidelines as a punishable offense. She pinched her nose. 50 points from Gryffindor for your disrespect, Mr. Potter, and you will start doing as you're instructed. The rest of the Gryffindors glared at him as he smiled. Professor, would doing as instructed include being forced to participate in a tournament that I have no desire to be in? Why would I risk my life for some bloody trophy and 1,000 galleons? Draco muttered, maybe you could buy some decent clothes for once. Harry was seeing red, but before he could say anything, Ron said, why do you continue to lie? Harry turned his glare on Ron and said, I have never lied to you, Ron. Can you say the same? Professor McGonagall, you can take as many points from me as you want and it still won't make me sit in an underserved detention. Neville spoke up, but what about the House Cup, Harry? Harry smirked, Mr. Longbottom, I prefer Potter or Mr. Potter. Only my friends may call me Harry, and I don't see any of them in this room. After the way my house has treated me this year, I couldn't give a damn whether you have any points or ever win either cup again. In fact, Professor, while we are on the subject of houses, you can take this as my resignation from the Quidditch team. I will no longer support a house that doesn't support me. You people made damn sure that Gryffindor isn't my house anymore and is just where I sleep at night. I have no desire to ever help you in any way from now on. Minerva cut in. We will discuss that during your detention, Mr. Potter. Harry snapped back. You mean you will discuss it? I won't be there. That will be enough, Mr. Potter. I won't have you disrespecting me in my class. Harry got up and walked to the door. As he did, Minerva asked, and just where do you think you're going? I've had enough of your badgering me, so I think I'll use my time to actually learn something. If you can't live with that, then you can expel me. At this point, nothing would make me happier. Hermione said, but the tournament, you'd lose your magic. He glared at her and said, my life was a whole lot better when I didn't know about magic. At this point, the loss of my magic is looking better each and every day. The whole class was stunned at his comment and only came out of their shock when the door slammed as he left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he immediately called for Dobby to take him to his hiding place. They had no sooner disappeared when the door jerked open and Minerva charged into the hallway. When she saw there was no trace of Harry, she sighed in disappointment and then re-entered the class. She walked to her desk and heavily sat down, thinking about all that was happening with the son of two of her favorite students. Her thoughts were trying to understand how things could be so bad that someone as gifted as Harry would consider losing his magic a good thing. She eventually glanced at the students who were looking at her expectantly and said, you can go. I don't think I could teach right now if my life depended on it. As the class started filing out, Hermione approached Minerva and asked, Professor, is there anything I can do to help? She looked up at the sincere look she was getting. No, Miss Granger, I think we've done quite enough already and we're going to pay the high price for our stupidity. Hermione nodded her head. Harry's comment had stopped her cold and she couldn't stop herself from saying, what about the price Harry paid? As soon as she said this, she turned and walked out of the room. A week passed since the confrontation in Transfiguration and Harry still hadn't returned to her class. The rumors going around were pretty accurate in their description of the confrontation, and it made a lot of people stop to think. With the Gryffindors, the loss of their unbeatable seeker got their attention. His claim to no longer care or support Gryffindor was a slap in the face until they realized that they had basically done the same to him. The fact that they had pushed their most famous housemate into considering leaving his magic and the magical world behind was shocking, and if it got out that they were the cause of it, their futures would be over before they even began, as happened with all true traitors. As normal with any events or drama centered on the other houses, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw just sat back and watched. The only house that saw the situation as a positive was the Slytherins. The loss of the boy who lived would be a huge boon for the pureblood cause. The loss of Harry as a seeker meant that their house stood a much better chance in the future in the Quidditch Cup. They also knew that if Gryffindor imploded, they would no longer be seen as the social pariahs any longer by the other houses. It was even suggested in the common room that Slytherin move to openly support Harry. It was quickly shot down, but it did give some the idea that an alliance with the outcast Gryffindor would be very beneficial and may even add to the problems that house was already having. Albus was mortified that Harry thought things were so bad that he would consider the loss of his magic a good thing, but as always, he knew that if he could just talk to the boy, he could make him see reason, but he was not about to antagonize Harry any further by making any more attempts. He thought, yes, that is a good plan. I'll let him come to me. It never crossed his mind that Harry was at the point where he would give up his magic before ever seeking Albus' counsel again. In the end, Albus asked the staff to back off to avoid another altercation with Harry, so that they were leaving him alone for the moment. Albus may be a manipulative old fool, but he wasn't stupid. Stupid would be provoking Harry into doing as he said, and then the eyes of the whole wizarding world would be on Hogwarts, and not in a good way. Harry's talks with Cedric and his girlfriend led to one conclusion: whatever was going on, they needed him a whole lot more than he needed them. His argument with Professor McGonagall had even earned him a decent amount of respect, as no one had ever stood up to and then shut down the Transfiguration Professor, since everyone was afraid of her Scottish temper. During the next week, the twins along Ginny tried to approach him and apologize, but all they got in response was Harry holding up his hand and saying, "I don't want to hear it," and walking away. The twins were known for their tenaciousness and again approached him the next day. When they tried to apologize, he responded, but not as they were hoping. He simply asked, "Where was your support when all of this started? Where were you when Ron was calling me all those names and turning the whole school against me?" Fred said, "Harry," he growled out, "I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Granger and that idiot brother of yours. You've lost my respect and trust, and like Granger, you just stood there and said nothing. Since I have become as outcast, I have come to realize I don't need any of you, and if you continue to harass me, I may just find it necessary to take steps to ensure that you never bother me again." George smirked, "And what may that be, little Harrikins?" Harry sneered at them and said, "You are aware that at least one member of your family owes me a life debt." The twins and Ginny paled at what he said and immediately backed off. That was the last time they directly approached him. For them, it was clear how much they had hurt Harry by their inaction. Ever since he came to Hogwarts and into their lives, they had considered him a little brother, and now saw how deeply it affected Harry and also how much it had changed him. The old Harry would never have made such a threat, but the new Harry, along with the hard look in his eyes, made them aware that he was more than capable of it now. Ginny stood there in shock the whole time and cried herself to sleep for days thanks to her stupidity. Her dream of one day marrying Harry had gone up in smoke, and she had no one to blame but herself for not standing up for Harry as she knew he deserved. The thoughts going through most of his former friends' minds were of how badly they had treated Harry and how much they owed him. They followed the orders given to them by their parents and the headmaster, and now were going to pay the price for their disloyalty. As Hermione sat and thought about her actions, she realized that if something were to happen now, she couldn't count on Harry to come and rescue her, and she cried herself to sleep that night for the friendship she had walked away from. One evening, Albus decided to have a meeting for some of the adults in Harry's life in an attempt in trying to find a way to reach him. Minerva started off by saying, "We wouldn't be in this situation in the first place you hadn't been playing your games, and after the argument in my class last week, he won't give me the time of day. I managed to catch him out in a corridor the other day and informed him I had tournament news for him. When I told him of the Yule Ball, he just nodded at me and turned to walk away without saying a word. When I asked him who he would ask to be his date, he replied he wouldn't have one. I told him it would be an embarrassment to the school if he showed up without a date, and he replied with the school had embarrassed him, so why shouldn't he return the favor?" Albus sighed, "Inform Miss Granger that she is on standby to be Mr. Potter's date for the ball. Sirius spoke up. I don't think that's such a good idea. I've seen the look in his eyes before and it doesn't bode well for anyone. It's best just to leave him alone for now. Albus said. Even James forgave after a while. Without the normal sneer, Severus said, he wasn't speaking of James. The look in his eyes is all Lily. I've seen that look before and if you keep pushing, you'll have something worse than Voldemort to deal with. Albus glanced over and saw Sirius and Remus nodding in agreement. Albus looked horrified and turned to Sirius, do you think you can talk to him? Remus snorted as Sirius replied, no. The last letter I sent him returned unopened and when I took it off the owl, it exploded in my face. No, I'm sorry Albus but you ordering me to not write to him have cost me any trust I had with him along with any type of relationship. I doubt he would even accept my friendship. Remus. He was shaking his head. The last time I saw him, he pulled out a silver knife and told me it would only take a scratch. He also bluntly told me that Sirius and I had betrayed both him and his parents. After that I backed off immediately. Albus said, he also won't give me the time of day or even look in my direction at this time. I was hoping he would turn to me and I could talk him through everything. Severus actually snorted, you mean put a compulsion charm on him to make him behave? Albus glared at him. That will be enough of that talk Severus. Arthur, he likes you. Maybe you could talk with him. Arthur nodded his head. I would be glad to try but he is not on good terms with the rest of my family at the moment and quite frankly I don't blame him. That's one of the reasons I came to this meeting so that after we are done, I could have a little discussion with them about this whole mess. Severus said, at least Molly hasn't sent him one of her usual howlers this time. Arthur turned to look at his wife and asked, why would he say something like that? Molly paled and shot a glance at Albus. She said, Arthur dear, let's just let them work it out for themselves. They are only kids after all. Arthur replied, I suppose we could give it until Christmas but if nothing is resolved by then, I suppose I will have to remind them that House Weasley owes Harry a debt we can never repay and I won't stand for his mistreatment. Harry's a fine young man but if they keep pushing, I fear what may happen. And I haven't forgotten that Howler comment. We will speak on it when we got home. Albus looked more worried. How do we get him back under control? Sirius snorted as Snape replied, I don't think control is an option anymore. You pushed too far and now you'll have to live with the consequences. With the power he showed in the first task, I'd bet that he's broken your bindings even if he doesn't realize it yet. Sirius asked, what bindings? With a glare at Severus he said, I had to place bindings on Harry when he was younger due to the accidental magic he performed during his time with his relatives. Remus said, accidental magic only really occurs during times of great distress or when his life is threatened. How many bouts of accidental magic occurred? Severus said, I think about 20 but I lose count. Everyone glared at Albus as they got a picture of Harry's life they didn't want to hear. Albus snapped, Severus, may I ask why you are aggravating the issue? It's quite simple headmaster. For the longest time, I only saw Harry as James's son. His actions lately are all Lily and I owe it to her. My attitude with him up to this point will probably cause him to never accept my help but I will no longer sit back and watch as he continues to get kicked while he's down. With a look in his eye that was pure Slytherin, he added, you just better hope he never goes to Gringotts or he will bury us all. Minerva asked, what do you mean by that? Severus smirked. Minerva, even I know the implications of a sword being summoned after lying untouched for 1,000 years. Harry is the truest Gryffindor in your house and not only is he Godric's last blood descendant, the sword gives the conclusion that he has been chosen as Godric's magical heir as well. Severus' comment caused Albus to make a note to himself to visit Gringotts the next day. They never heard the soft pop as an invisible Dobby left the headmaster's office. After the Yule Ball was announced, he turned to his pseudo-girlfriend at their next meeting and said, if I was able to do what I wanted, you'd be my first choice to ask to the ball. I know that would place unwanted attention on you and I don't want that. I would have been honored and proud to escort you. He was rewarded with a key to the cheek along with a hug. During this she whispered, and I would say yes in a heartbeat if I was asked but I know you can't. I'm happy just being your very good friend. Trying to change the subject, Harry asked, why do you refer to each other as brother and sister? They both looked sad at the question and Harry Started to regret asking. He said, "If it's too personal, you don't have to tell me." Meghan managed a sad smile. "No, it's okay. It just hurts when I think about it." Harry said, "You guys have been there for me. I'd like to think you could trust me to do the same for you." Cedric moved over and put his arm around Meghan. As she leaned into him, he said, "Meg had an older brother named Michael. We were best friends growing up and were always together. For some reason, no matter where we went or what we did, this bratty little girl always invited herself along. Mikey adored his bratty little sister and so did I, so it wasn't a problem for us, and if she was with us, she couldn't go tell on us." Meghan punched his shoulder and Harry chuckled. "A year before we were to start Hogwarts, Mikey came down with a bad case of dragon pox and the normal medicine wouldn't work for him." Meghan quietly said, "He was allergic to one of the ingredients." Cedric sighed, "Without the medicine, they couldn't treat it. He eventually became so weak that even his magic couldn't sustain him and his core started draining. I think he knew he was going to die and he asked for me." Meghan hugged him tightly. Cedric shed a lone tear. "When I got there, he made everyone leave so that he could talk to me alone. He grabbed my hand and said, 'I'm not going to be around much longer, so I need a favor from you.' Of course I told him he was my best friend and I would do anything for him. He then told me that I had to be there for Meg and that I would be her big brother from now on. At 10 years old, we didn't know much about magic and oaths, but I promised him and there was a flash of light. Ever since then, she's been my little sister." Harry moved to hug the both of them just as they had done for him. "I'm sorry. If I had known, I would have kept my mouth shut. I'm a selfish prat because I think that only bad things happen to me. You've always just talked about my problems and I never considered you may be dealing with your own things." They both pulled him closer and Meghan said, "Harry, you're a very giving person and you didn't know. We don't talk about it much because we loved him and miss him. Mikey was a lot like you and in a way, our trio is back. I know he would have liked you." Cedric chuckled and said, "Could you imagine the trouble Mikey and Harry could get into together?" Meghan giggled, "Yeah, I'm sure I would have had my hands full." Later that night when he was alone, tears were once again running down his cheeks for his lot in life and that of his friends. If it wasn't for them, he would have already walked away from Hogwarts and the magical world. The night of the Yule Ball, Harry showed up without a date, to which McGonagall immediately assigned Hermione to be his escort. When she tried to wrap her arm in his, he quickly pulled away and stepped away. She tried to protest but was quickly told for her not to touch him. She had to hurry to catch up with him as he walked away from her and into the Great Hall. He never noticed the beautifully decorated hall as the first thing he saw was the person he most wanted to be with on another's arm, and it stopped him cold. It took Cedric coming up behind him and quietly guiding him to the table to get him to move. Harry sat there gazing towards the goddess that was Megan Jones. Her long dark brown hair was normally worn straight or pulled back into a ponytail, but tonight she had fixed it to where it was flying around her head in loose curls. The way it framed her face brought out her olive complexion and highlighted her small nose and her two gorgeous dark brown eyes that he just loved staring at. She was slightly taller than he was and slim. The dress she wore hugged her tightly and left no hint at the girl that was normally hidden beneath loose robes. He knew he was attracted to her emotionally after their many hours of talking, but he wasn't prepared to be struck speechless by her appearance. It was then that he realized that he had the same stirrings of feelings for Meghan as he once did for Hermione, and just hoped and prayed that one day she would return his feelings. In the movie adaptation of My Story, LOL, Meghan will be played by Penelope Cruz. Cedric seated himself next to Harry and was the only one who heard him mumble, "Beautiful." Cedric smiled and whispered, "Yes, she is." Harry glanced up and Cedric could see the pain in his eyes. He whispered, "There is no romance there, Harry. They have been friends for years. You know she'd rather be here with you." Harry nodded, but it didn't ease the knot in his stomach. Cedric noticed his discomfort and leaned over to whisper, "What's the matter?" Harry sighed, "I can't look at her with him without my stomach getting in knots." He looked up with pleading eyes. "What does that mean?" Cedric smiled, "It means that you really like her and it's something you need to tell her and talk to her about. It also means that if she thinks about you the same way, then you'd better be good to her and treat her right. She's one in a million." Harry nodded, but the thought of her with someone else was just too much for him to handle and he withdrew into himself once again. As he was sitting at the table tuning out Hermione's constant yammering, he realized this would be the perfect opportunity to take care of something Dobby had told him recently. He came out of his thoughts and noticed several people were trying to talk to him. Hermione actually had the nerve to say, "Honestly, Harry, you could at least be attentive to your date for the night." Harry growled out, "Will you please shut the hell up, Granger? You're beginning to remind me of Percy, who has a stick up his ass as well. As far as the date comment, you aren't my date, as I wouldn't touch you if you were the last woman on the earth." As she sat there in shock, Harry leaned over and whispered, "Tell Meg that she took my breath away and that I can't do this. I've got some things to do. Tell her not to worry." He took a deep breath and threw Cedric a wink as he rose from the table. With a polite, "Excuse me, I'm suddenly not feeling so well." He then walked right out the door of the Great Hall, abandoning his assigned date in the ball. Before anyone realized what just happened and went in pursuit, Harry slipped on his invisibility cloak and exited the front doors of the castle. As he made his way across the grounds, he called for Dobby. "Yes, Harry. I think now would be a good time to head to Gringotts. Do you think you could take me there?" "Dobby can do, Harry, but we needs to get out of the wards." "Will the headmaster know we've left?" "Whiskers will know someone left." It maybe gives Harry enough time to get past the tellers. Unknown to either one of them, someone was hiding in the shadows and saw Harry come out the door and slip on his cloak. He heard an elf pop in and then watched as two sets of footprints made their way across the grounds. Once they had moved off, Severus said, "Good luck, Harry." As soon as they passed the wards, Dobby grabbed his hand and popped them to the lobby of Gringotts. As Harry approached a teller, he said, "Greetings, sir. Would it be possible for me to inquire about my family's holdings and see if my parents left a will? I am surprised to see you here tonight of all nights, Mr. Potter. I'm sure your requests can be met, but I will need to summon your account manager, as I'm sure he has already retired for the day." "One moment, please. Sir. I have limited time before someone comes looking for me. Would it possible for me to wait somewhere more private?" The goblin looked at him warily and asked, "May I ask why someone would be looking for you?" Harry nervously replied, "There are those who would prefer that I don't know anything about my family. I have no doubt that they would stun me and lock me up somewhere in the castle." The goblin frowned. "Surely you are exaggerating, Mr. Potter." "I may be, but the fact remains that I have been kept ignorant my whole life of anything to do with my family. Growing up, I was told my parents were drunks who got themselves killed and me injured in a car crash, and I didn't even know their names until Hagrid took me to get my school supplies." The goblin looked at him for another minute before saying, "I can honor your request, Mr. Potter. Our custom is privacy is very important to us, so if you'll follow me, I'll lead you to a conference room where you can meet with Master Bearclaw. Thank you for your help." "You are most welcome, Mr. Potter." Back in the Great Hall, Hermione sat there in shock as she had been dumped in the middle of the ball. It wasn't long before tears slowly rolled down her cheeks at the significance of just how far she had fallen in Harry's eyes. Never before would he have abandoned her and made her look like a fool, or even spoke to her that way. To make matters worse, on orders from the headmaster, she had declined an invitation with Victor Crumb to the ball. It was at this moment that she started to realize how much the headmaster had interfered with Harry's life and how it was bleeding over into hers as well. Hermione was brought out of her thoughts as Professor McGonagall came over and asked, "May I ask where Mr. Potter has gone?" Hermione wiped her eyes, which ruined her makeup, and said, "Harry wasn't feeling well and I assume he went to lie down. On that same note, I too have lost my appetite and am feeling a little under the weather, so if you'll excuse me, I think I will do likewise. Good evening, everyone." Hermione stood and slowly strolled out of the Great Hall and made her way up to her dorm room. She was deep in thought as her feet led her along a familiar path that ended in her dorm room. As she removed her gown and changed into her sleepwear, she cast a quick glance in the mirror which showed her makeup-smeared face. She made her way into the bathroom where she washed her face. She took a long hard look in the mirror and thought that no amount of makeup could ever cover up the shame that she saw on her face at what she had done to Harry. With tears once again running down her cheeks, she crawled into bed and started sobbing, only to be joined by Crookshanks, who jumped up and curled up next to his mistress to help soothe her. Across the table, Victor Crumb was scowling as he watched the scene in front of him. He asked Hermione to the ball because he could see that she was alone and without support. She would have been an easy target to charm and then possible take back to the ship so that he could take advantage of her vulnerability. He was aggravated when she declined and then showed up with the younger champion. His mood started to lift as Harry walked out, therefore giving Victor another opportunity, but it was soon dashed with the departure of his intended target. Cedric had watched as Hermione walked away. He could see that Hermione was at a critical point in her life and hoped that she would choose a better path than the one she had been following. He caught Meghan's eye and just shook his head, letting her know that they would speak later. With all the drama done for the moment, he turned back to his date and gave her a small smile as he rejoined the other champions in conversation during dinner. As he was watching the scene around him, he noticed McGonagall walk over to the headmaster and whisper in his ear. Once she was finished, he watched as he said something in return, and then the head of Gryffindor House walked out of the hall. Cedric smirked as he knew the fireworks were only about to begin. Minerva made her way to Gryffindor Tower, where she immediately went and checked to see if Harry was in his bed. When she saw he wasn't there, she didn't immediately panic, as he was rarely there anymore. She knew this from the times she had tried to catch him and take him to the headmaster. Not really concerned about it at the moment, she made her way to the girls' dorm, where she found Hermione lying in her bed crying. She sat down on the edge and asked, "What's the matter, child?" Hermione looked up at her and said between sobs, "Don't you see? Don't you see how much we've hurt him? Harry would never have left me like that before, no matter how bad he felt. He was a true friend, and if I hadn't been so stupid, I think we would have been more than that this year. After saving Sirius last year, something changed between us, and I know he felt it too. And what did I do? I threw all that away just to please other people. I walked away from possibly the only boy who could love me just like I am. Where does that leave me? When can I be happy? Calm down, child, I'm sure everything will work out soon. You know Mr. Potter, he gets angry and then gets over it. I'll admit that this has lasted longer than normal, but he usually comes back in the end." She sniffed. "I don't think that's going to happen this time. We broke his trust and friendship, and after the life he's had with his relatives, we won't get it back anytime soon, if at all." You heard him in the tent. What do you mean about his life with his relatives? As experienced as you are, and you can't see it. My parents are trained to spot abuse and taught me to recognize it. They've barely been around him and they spotted it right away. His relatives beat him, starve him, and treat him like the dirt beneath their feet. Our boy who lived has been abused all his life, and no one in the magical world seems to care one bit. I knew they weren't the best sort, but Albus said they were taking good care of Harry. You never checked on the son of two of your self-proclaimed favorite students. No, Albus said he was taking care of it and that Harry was fine. I didn't know it was like that. Hermione looked at her in astonishment. How could you, Madame Pomfrey, and the rest of the staff miss all the signs? You saw him when he first came to school. You saw him every time he returned for the summer. Did you ever notice him flinch whenever someone touched him? The first time I hugged him, it scared him to death. I think it was the first hug he ever had. It was obvious to me. My parents only saw him at the platform and recognized it, so why couldn't someone who was supposed to look after him here at school ever see it?" Minerva hung her head down in shame. Hermione finally said, "I did what you said and stayed loyal to the house even against the demands of my own heart, and look what it has cost me. It won't happen again. I will never accept the advice or suggestions of anyone if it goes against my own conscience. However, I do intend to spend the rest of my life trying to make it up to Harry and become his friend again. Whether he accepts me or not, I will never betray him again, even if it costs me my own life. And I promise you that if he leaves this school, my parents will have me out of here faster than you can blink. But, what about the rest of your friends?" "What friends? Ron, if you call being degraded every day a healthy friendship, then I need to rethink my definition. I hung around with Ron because no one else wanted me around them. I've lost the only friend that mattered, Professor, thanks to you and that weasel. If I could do it, I would change houses, even though I'm sure I wouldn't qualify for Hufflepuff at this point." Minerva gasped in shock, but before she could say anything, Hermione said, "Professor, I would prefer to be alone. Since you helped get me into this mess, I would appreciate it if you stayed out of my personal life from now on. If I need someone to talk to, I'll seek out Professor Snape. I think he would be an improvement over how I've been guided so far." Minerva looked as if she had been slapped and got up and silently left the room. After her confrontation with Hermione, not finding Harry was the furthest thing from her mind as she thought about how badly she had failed some of the members of her house. She completely forgot about the Yule Ball and went to her office where she pulled out a bottle of single malt whiskey to calm her nerves. She was so lost in her own thoughts that before she knew it, she heard the sounds of the students returning from the ball and back to the dorm. She sat in her dark office thinking about a young man who meant so much to her despite how she had been forced to act towards him. She was almost to the point where she had decided that no job was worth what she was being told to do when a knock was heard at the door. She knew Albus, knock and cast a spell to hide her presence from him as he was the last person she wanted to talk to as he always managed to convince her to go against her heart and her convictions. As they were dancing, Cedric leaned over as Cho whispered in his ear. "Is Harry going to be okay? I always thought he was sweet but he changed a lot this year when everyone turned on him." Cedric looked at her in shock. "I know you two are friends. It's not too hard to figure out when you're the only person he even speaks to anymore." Cedric sighed and whispered back, "I hope he will. He's had it rough and I want to help him." She smiled up at him, "Then that's what you should do. I'll try not to be a jealous girlfriend as long as you make some time for me, but I'm really worried about him and he needs someone to look after him. Just tell him I'm sorry. I know better than to listen to rumors and gossip. My parents taught me better than that and I feel I owe him an apology." He smiled, "I will. I'm sure he will appreciate it even if he doesn't act on it right now. Would you mind if I danced with Meg for a couple of songs?" I promised her I would. She smiled back. "Go dance with your adopted sister. I'll just go and talk to some friends while you do. Find me when you're done. I wouldn't dream of doing anything else. Thank you for understanding. It'll mean a lot to Meg." She keyed at his cheek and walked off towards some of her friends as he sought out Megan. When he approached Megan and Ernie, he held out his hand to her and said, "Ernie, would you mind if I stole Meg for a few minutes?" "Not at all. I think I will just go get us a couple of butterbeers. She's being pouty for some reason so hopefully you can dance her blues away." He led her to the dance floor and he pulled her into his arms as they started to dance. Before he could say anything, she asked, "What was all that and where did Harry go?" He laughed, "Impatient are we. Let's do things in order. I don't want to make your head swell but Harry said that you took his breath away tonight." She looked at him with wide eyes with a small tear shining in the corner. He smiled down at her. "He was right, you look more beautiful than ever." She slapped his arm playfully and said, "You're just saying that because you're obligated to." He smirked, "True but Harry couldn't keep his eyes off you and even said he couldn't stand to watch you in someone else's arms." Her eyes grew wide. "He didn't. Why would he act like that? We haven't even Ed. Well, not in so many words but I got his meaning. In his heart, I think you are his girlfriend. He's never asked. We are getting closer but we've not talked about anything like that." "Is that why he left?" "Partially. I don't think he wanted to watch you on Ernie's arm all night and not be able to dance or talk to you. The last thing he told me was that he had some things to do and for you not to worry." "What would he have to do tonight? And why would I worry?" "Oh crap, he went to Gringotts didn't he?" "I don't know for sure but that'd be my guess. As busy as the castle is tonight, it wouldn't be too hard to slip away unnoticed." In Bearclaw's office at Gringotts, things were not going as well as planned. Harry yelled, "What do you mean I should have responded to you 4 years ago?" Bearclaw calmly said, "You were sent a letter on your 11th birthday detailing everything about your accounts. We received a letter from your magical guardian stating that you declined to take responsibility for your family at that time and would reconsider the issue when you were 17. I've never received anything from Gringotts before and just who the hell is my magical guardian? I don't even know what that is." Bearclaw opened a file and glanced inside. "It says here that Albus Dumbledore is your magical guardian due to the incarceration of your godfather." Harry was about to explode. "So you're saying I cannot inquire about my parents' wills or my family inheritance because he said so? Is he a Potter? That stuff is rightfully mine and I demand to be given access to it or at the least be given an accounting." "I'm sorry Mr. Potter but unless we have permission from your magical guardian, we cannot." Harry got right in the goblin's face and said, "This is bullshit. I was respectful and polite to you throughout our whole meeting until you told me that you would keep what's rightfully mine from me. I will promise you this, if you continue to violate my rights in this matter, when I turn 17, I will remove every Canute from your institution and take my business somewhere else. I was never informed of my rights, and by my definition that places the blame upon you and Albus Dumbledore. Once I do this, I will inform the entire magical world of your less than honorable dealings with the heir to the Potters. I do apologize, Mr. Potter, but my hands are tied in this matter. I cannot grant you that which I cannot give. I suggest you take it up with your guardian. Harry sat back in thought, then sarcastically said, "Very well then, I trust that I still have access to my trust vault." "Yes, Mr. Potter." "Fine then, I want every galleon, sickle, and Canute removed from it at once and placed in a bag so that I can track down the gnomes and open an account there." "How do you know about them?" "Let's just say that this term has forced me to learn a lot about the magical world. On that same note, I assume that my vault will be refilled on January 1st, as is the standard setup for trust vaults." "Yes, Mr. Potter, it is. May I inquire as to your intentions?" "No, you may not. The contents in that vault belong to me, and as such I have every right to do with it as I please." "Yes, you do, Mr. Potter. I do want to convey that my hands are truly tied in this matter. I wish things were different, but I must follow the instructions given to me." Harry snapped back, "As you have said numerous times. Just remember my promise to you. Upon my 17th birthday, every account that I am entitled to will be removed from your institution's care, as I no longer trust the lot of you to handle my family's affairs." Once he finished saying this, Harry didn't bother with the niceties and just walked out on Bearclaw after grabbing the bottomless bag from the hand of the goblin who retrieved it. That bag contained his entire trust vault. Bearclaw sat at this desk considering everything he had just been told, and a bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Once this got out, he and his family would probably be executed under goblin law for causing such a tremendous loss to Gringotts. He still had no idea how Dumbledore convinced him to go along with his plan for a share of the Potter wealth, but after what he had just heard, he knew his time was limited. He just didn't know just how short that time would be. As Harry was entering the lobby of the bank, he dug his hand in the bag and pulled out a handful of galleons. He approached the teller from before and asked if he would exchange the galleons for pounds sterling. As the goblin was taking care of this, Harry called Dobby and handed him the bag. "Take this to the gnomes and have them open an account for me. Also request a meeting for me at their earliest convenience to discuss the future of the Potter holdings." "Yes, Harry." The teller was listening to what Harry was saying and asked, "Mr. Potter, am I correct in assuming that you no longer wish to do business with Gringotts? The Potters were one of the original families that helped us start our institution, and the loss of your confidence will have a detrimental effect on our business." "Yes, you heard correctly. Excluding you, the service I have received from Gringotts today has been less than satisfactory. As soon as I come of age, I will be transferring everything to the gnomes." "Mr. Potter, would you wait here long enough for me to bring in my supervisor? I don't want you to leave without Gringotts having the chance to rectify the situation." "Mr. Griphook." "Mr. Potter." Harry nodded. "Mr. Griphook, I appreciate your efforts, but I have had enough of your higher-ups and their inability to help me. Good evening." Griphook watched as Harry left through the front doors. As soon as the doors closed, Griphook closed off his station and scampered down the passageways of Gringotts until he came upon two great doors. He pounded on the doors and waited until he heard, "Enter." He quickly made his way forward and knelt in front of the ornate throne where Ragnarok sat. "What can I do for you, nephew? Aren't you on desk duty tonight?" "Yes, sire. I heard some troubling news and wanted to bring it quickly to your attention." Ragnarok growled out, "Trying to advance your station?" "No, sire, just doing my duty as a goblin." "Then speak and be quick about it. You are ignoring your duties by being here." Griphook bowed again. "Yes, sire, I just spoke with the heir to the Potters. He claimed that he was extremely unhappy with his visit today and was looking to sever his relationship with Gringotts when he came of age." Ragnarok was on his feet in an instant. "What? Who is responsible for this?" "Milord, I escorted him to a meeting with Bearclaw when Mr. Potter came in asking about his family's accounts." "Was anything else said?" "Yes, sire, not only was he going to move the Potter holdings but any other holdings that he was entitled to." Ragnarok grew furious. Summon Bearclaw immediately. This cannot be allowed to happen. Griphook bowed once again. My lord, I think it may be too late. He emptied his trust vault earlier and had his elf take the contents to the gnomes. I asked him if he would wait long enough for me to get someone of authority, but he would have none of it and said he had quite enough of the ineptitude of our people in authority for one day. Ragnarok stood and swung his sword, splitting a granite conference table in half in his rage. Griphook stood very still to keep from being next. He turned to Griphook and shouted, I told you to summon Bearclaw. Now move before I treat you as I did my table. Griphook bowed and ran out the door. Harry made his way out of Diagon Alley without being seen with the help of his father's cloak. As soon as he was on Charing Cross Road, he flagged down a taxi and asked to be taken to a decent hotel. The ride didn't take long and he was let out in front of the Charing Cross Hotel. He looked up at the place and became worried that he didn't have enough money on him to get a room for a few days, but it didn't hurt to ask. As he stepped up to the desk, he realized he was still in robes but was amazed that nobody seemed to pay attention to that fact. Once greeted by the desk clerk, he said, Hello, my name is Harry Potter and I was wondering if you might have a room available for the night and just how much it might be. The clerk gave him a second look and typed something into his computer. His eyebrows rose and he asked, Are you Harold James Potter, son of the late James and Lily Potter? Yes sir, I'm Harry Potter and that was who my parents were. Yes, we were sad to hear that they were no longer with us. Mrs. Potter was one of the primary investors in our hotel and as such, there has always been a suite reserved for her even though she never used it. That suite has been held for you as her primary heir. Harry was thinking about his meeting with Gringotts and how Albus had interfered with his life and was immediately wary of the situation. So no one knows about this place. The clerk said, According to my records, the suite has never been used but has always been maintained in case you needed it. I'm not trying to pry, but are you in some kind of trouble? What makes you think that? Well sir, you are here on Christmas Eve in formal robes, with no luggage, and you look as if you've had a rather trying day. Well, the day has not been pleasant and I was just looking for a place to lie low for a few days and think things over. The man glanced at Harry and noticed that besides the nice robe he had on, the rest of the clothes didn't suit his station. Well Mr. Potter, I will gladly have you escorted to your suite and maybe you could take advantage of our valet services and take care of any clothing issues you may have. Harry thought about how he must look and realized that even though he wore his best under his robes, they still weren't that nice of clothes. The comment Draco had made came to mind. I may do that but not until after Christmas. I would hate to rob anyone of their time with their families just to take care of me. The man waved over another man in a hotel uniform and asked, Benjamin, could you show Mr. Potter to the Potter suite? He will be joining us for a few days. Once Harry was in the suite, he looked around and thought it was really nice and would suit him just fine for a few days. After he removed his robe and sat down, he called for Dobby. Pop, you called Harry? Yeah, how did it go with the gnomes? They's be saying that Harry already has an account with them and they deposited the money into your vault. Dobby held out a large clasp envelope and added, They's sent these so you get to your money and said they's come whenever Harry wanted. Harry opened the envelope and allowed everything inside to drop onto the coffee table. They were 2 letters, one addressed to him that said read first. He also found a credit card, several forms of ID, a wallet, and a strange-looking key on a chain. Dobby said, They's said that the wallet will hold all the other stuff and give you money when yous asks for it. They's be saying to put the chain around your neck which holds your vault key and that the letters were left for you by your mother. Harry did everything Dobby said and then nervously reached for the letter. Once he opened it he saw, My dearest Harry, if you are reading this then I didn't survive the war. I'm so sorry that I wasn't there as you grew up but know that I am always with you. You, my precious baby boy, were the light of your fathers and my eyes. When you entered our lives, you brought so much joy and happiness. If we died protecting you and you are still alive, then it was worth it as you are the most important thing in our lives and we love you dearly. Now that all that has been said, we need to get to the harsh realities that surround us. Don't trust anyone without a sworn oath to never betray you. Albus has shown too keen an interest in you and I don't like what that means. While your father trusted him, I do not. After much arguing, I finally agreed to let Albus cast a Fidelis charm over the cottage to hide you better, but know that Peter Pettigrew was our secret keeper instead of Sirius Black. Your father thought it would be the greatest prank to have everyone chasing after your godfather. I honestly don't think he will ever grow up even with the responsibility of having you in our lives. The second envelope carries a certified copy of our wills. Even though your father says they are the best, I don't trust the goblins and won't keep all my eggs in one basket. There is already an account under mine and your names with the gnomes of Switzerland, and as such, they have a copy of our wills. If we are gone and Albus got his hooks in you, use the wills to break free. We also left instructions to emancipate you, so do what you feel is best for yourself, but know that as soon as you do, Albus will know about it. The account with the gnomes holds the proceeds from some investments I've made. It was growing rapidly before we went into hiding and should be enough to take care of you until you gained control over the Potter accounts. If you don't already know this, the Potters were a very old and wealthy family. As such, when you are of age to marry, be very careful who you tie yourself to. Most know of the wealth of the Potters and would do anything to lay their hands on it. The Potters also have a lot of political influence, and it will be up to Sirius to teach you what you need to know. If he doesn't, you have my permission to neuter the mangy cur. Another thing you need to know is that your heritage as Potter goes much deeper than most people realize. Even with the convoluted mess that purebloods have made of their ancestry, you are the last living descendant of Godric Gryffindor and the Peverells. If you claim this inheritance, you will be allowed access to magic that has not been seen in centuries. The knowledge they held may be just what you need to give you an edge. I'm sure that you've heard stories about me and your father, but don't believe everything you hear. I loved your father dearly, but he could be a right prat most of the time, and more often than not, he was an A.S. to people, which didn't endear him to a lot of people. If you were lucky enough to get past that exterior, you couldn't find a more caring and loving man, at least I know I couldn't. Now, as you know, I'm a redhead, and as such, I have a temper. Most days I'm a bi.ch, but that just comes from being surrounded by marauders most of the time. I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't be a doormat and let people walk over you. Be your own man. Be a Potter. Life is what you make it, not what other try and make for you. I love you, Mum. Harry sat there for a few minutes before reaching for the other envelope. Once he opened it and started reading, he grew furious at blatant disregard of his parents' wishes. He read the list of names that were to take care of him and grew sad that almost all of them had either been incapacitated or were under Dumbledore's thumb. He sat back thinking about it and started coming up with a way to make them pay for what they had done to him. The only problem he saw was that he would have to wait until he turned 15, which was the date specified in the will for him to be rid of his controllers. He also realized that he wouldn't have to wait the more than 2 years to get control over his family's holdings, and was thankful that his mother had the foresight to give him other options for the time being. Until then, he would have to continue to do as he had been and just marginalize their influence. Harry spent the remainder of the holidays at the hotel and enjoyed his freedom immensely. He never left the hotel but did opt for some new clothes. He didn't get a lot so that he wouldn't draw more attention to himself, but at least he now had some nice things. When it was time for him to go back, he asked Dobby to pop him to the castle, where he quickly made his way to the castle and back into the Betrayer's stronghold. Harry's sudden exit from the ball and the fact that he had completely disappeared ever since did not go unnoticed. His absence spurred several groups to comb the castle in search for him, with obviously no luck. The motivation and intent were different for each group, but they were similar in the fact that they all wanted Harry Potter for their own reasons. Dumbledore was upset over Harry walking out of the ball and saw it as a direct act of trying to make him look bad in front of the other headmasters as well as the ministry representatives who were on hand to take part in the celebrations. In his anger, he ordered the staff to find Harry Potter and bring him to his office. He thought that Harry's little rebellion had gone on for long enough and it was time to return to his place under Albus' thumb. The attempt by the staff was half-hearted at best, especially when Minerva pointedly refused to help and walked out of his office. Since Minerva was the one who truly ran the school, the rest of the staff followed her lead in all things, and this was no exception. Of course, on her way out, she left a parting shot of, "Since you're so confident in her abilities, I'm sure Sybil could find him using her gifts." Minerva was well aware that there was a prophecy surrounding Mr. Potter but not the exact wording of the first 2 lines and was not aware of the last 2 lines. She knew Albus, decisions concerning Harry's life was based on this, and Albus had painstakingly manipulated every aspect of Harry's life from where he lived to who his friends were. Albus even used his status as Harry's magical guardian to block any attempts to teach Harry about his family and their place in the world. The fact that the Weasleys were on board was a given. Molly had a blind trust of Albus and practically bullied Arthur into going along. Minerva watched during first year as Miss Granger became a friend of Harry's despite Ron Weasley's multiple attempts to keep Harry away from each other. Even Minerva could see the obvious affection grow between the two in the last few years. On the other hand, Albus also saw how her influence could derail his plans, so he set out to get control over her as well. Between her insecurities and her thirst for knowledge, Albus knew just which buttons to push through special instruction or rare books and eventually swayed Hermione to accept his view of how Harry's life should be. After that meeting, Hermione had a strong compulsion to help her friend and do what was best for Harry, at least as Albus Dumbledore saw it. It was evident to Albus that his words worked, as the compulsion charm he sent her way was still been active until recently. Albus learned at an early age how to manipulate people with his words, but the added compulsion charm every now and again always managed to cement his views. When the staff was fruitless in their search, Albus tried to enlist some of the old crowd to help. His 2 best candidates absolutely refused, citing that their already fraying relationship with Harry was the reason. The 2 marauders were easily capable of recreating a device which would help in the search for Harry and would make life easier for Albus. To be told no by these 2 aggravated Albus to no end, which only frustrated him more since the devices he used on Harry only worked when Harry was not hiding. While this was one of the main reasons they declined, the meeting held in Albus' office before Christmas raised several alarms for them. It was then they realized they had been effectively neutralized when it came to Harry or his rights. Between Remus' status as a dark creature and Sirius' status as an escaped prisoner, Albus would never allow them to gain custody of Harry. They say time heals everything, but Sirius was not so sure. He was mostly recovered from his stay in Azkaban, but he never regained his complete mental focus. In his good moments, he realized that Albus was playing politics with him by paying him lip service on the topic of getting him a trial. But the reality was that even if he was exonerated, it was doubtful that he would gain custody of Harry, as he knew Albus would make sure he was judged as mentally compromised. They were marauders and should have been above being manipulated as effectively as they were. Sirius knew without a shadow of a doubt that Harry's situation was his fault. If he had done his duty to Harry instead of running after Peter, maybe this whole mess could have been avoided. Yes, Albus, being the opportunist that he was, used this to his advantage to permanently get Sirius out of the picture. His and Remus' failures with Harry had him dreading the day they met up with James and Lily again, and he didn't want to add to it by having Harry wanting their hides as well. The one thought that went through Sirius' mind was that he should have just stayed in Azkaban and succumbed to the inevitable for all the good he was doing Harry. Cedric and Meghan also searched for him, but as you well know, came up empty. They checked their hiding place daily to see if he was there, but were disappointed every time. Cedric tried to remain calm and upbeat for Meghan's benefit, but he was beginning to get concerned for the young man who was quickly filling the role of a little brother for him. A few days after Christmas, they took a stroll to their meeting place to see if there were any signs of Harry and ended up sitting down and having a long talk. During their talk, Meghan broke down and admitted her feelings for Harry and how his disappearance had her scared with everything that she now knew of his life. After some hugs and comforting words, she began to settle down and had an idea. She said, "Dobby, can you come here please?" Dobby popped in and said, "Harry Potter's Megs calls me." Cedric laughed but then said, "Brilliant Megs. Dobby, do you know where Harry is and is he okay?" "Yes, Mr. Cedric. Dobby knows where Harry is and Harry is safe. Can you tell me where he is?" Dobby shook his head. Dobby sorry, but Harry not be giving Dobby permission to tell this secret. Meghan asked, "Could you take a message to him for me, I mean us?" Dobby grinned. "Yes, Mistress Megs. Dobby be glad to. Dobby thinks Harry be missing his Megs too." She blushed but said, "Tell him we miss him and to be safe and come back soon." Cedric smiled at her slips. He was protective of her but couldn't think of a better guy he would trust his sister with than Harry. "Before you leave, Dobby, do you know if he went to Gringotts and how it went?" Some of the happiness dropped from Dobby's face. Harry not being happy when he left Gringotts. They be trying to keep Harry's family from him. Meghan asked, "What do you mean?" Dobby looked down at the floor. She said, "I'm sorry for asking you something like that. You're a good elf who keeps Harry's secrets. I'm sure Harry will tell us when he gets back, but I'm just worried about him." Dobby gave her a sweet little grin. Dobby knows yous will probably be his mistress one day but cannot say anything until then. She blushed as Cedric laughed. Once Dobby disappeared, they walked back to the Hufflepuff common room. As they were about to enter, Cedric grinned and said, "After you, Mistress Meggs." She smacked his arm and stomped off, but he could tell she was much happier knowing that Harry was fine. Hermione was beside herself with worry ever since Harry disappeared from the ball. She exhausted herself looking in all of the normal places, but Harry was not to be found. After admitting defeat, she went back to her dorm and thought about the situation she was in and how to get out of it. She finally had an idea and took out a piece of parchment and began a letter. Once she was finished, she ran to the Ollery to post it. She saw Hedwig and asked, "Hey girl, would you like to take a letter for me?" Hedwig looked at her for a moment before turning her back on her. Hermione thought, "Great, even his owl hates me now." She managed to call down one of the school's owls and sent her letter off. Hermione wasn't the only Gryffindor looking for Harry. There was a group led by the 3 female chasers of the Quidditch team who were desperate to talk to Harry. While they didn't publicly ridicule Harry, they were guilty of not standing up for him, and they knew in his eyes, they were just as guilty as those who had been so horrible to him. It was obvious how Harry felt when the Weasley twins shared their confrontation with the other team members. If that didn't open their eyes, the confrontation in McGonagall's classroom certainly did. The 3 girls had always thought of Harry as their little brother, much like the twins did, and for him to no longer want to associate with them was a hard pill to swallow. The team was very close, and with the loss of Oliver, who graduated, and now Harry, who no longer trusted them, their family was becoming fractured and dysfunctional. Harry returned to the castle on the night before classes resumed. His mind was on other things, and he made the mistake of arriving at Gryffindor Tower much earlier than normal. As soon as he stepped through the portrait hole, he realized his mistake as all eyes locked in on him, so he tried to hurry through and make his way up to his dorm room. Harry hadn't made it halfway up the stairs before everyone's shock at seeing Harry cleared and they went into action. Angelina asked, "Harry, may we speak to you?" When he looked up, he saw the entire Quidditch team along with Neville, Ron, and Hermione along with a few others. He shot them a look of disdain before starting up the stairs. Katie blurted out, "Harry, we're sorry for everything. We don't want you to leave or quit the Quidditch team. You're family to us." Harry stopped dead in his tracks and turned around while shooting them a glare. He snorted, "Family? Is that what you just said? That I'm family?" George quietly said, "Yeah, Harry." Harry sneered, "And I thought the Dursleys were bad. At least they never pretended to like me before attacking me." Angelina softly said, "Harry, we said we're sorry. Please come back to us." Harry sneered, "Why? Why would I want to do anything with you people? What would I have to gain by it?" Alicia pleaded, "We were wrong, Harry. Please accept our apology. It is bad enough that Ollie is gone. We can't lose you too." Harry closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, they could see the restrained fury he was holding back. He snapped out, "I guess you should have thought about that before you made me an outcast." He made eye contact with each one of them as he said, "Of everyone in this school, you were the people I was closest to. You knew me better than anyone, yet you still accused me of doing things you should know I would never do." They winced as he stressed the words and hung their heads in shame as he said this. They thought he was done but never expected what came next. "It all boils down to trust, and at this point, I can't trust any of you." Hermione asked, "You said you can't instead of you don't. Why can't you trust us?" Harry sighed and thought that only Hermione would spot the difference. "It may have escaped your attention, but I've had a Dark Lord after me for 14 years. It's hard enough to deal with the frontal attack, but it's even harder to deal with the threat from behind. This year has shown me that if I place my trust in someone who says they are my friend, I just may end up with a wand pointed at my back. Voldemort is a big enough threat without me having to worry about whether my friends are going to turn and run when things get bad." They all gasped at his last statement as he turned and went up the stairs. He was glad there was no one in the dorm as he quickly changed and climbed into bed. Once the curtains were pulled, he charmed them silent and added one to keep anyone but him from opening them. He called for Dobby and said, "It may be time to find me a new place to sleep. I think it would be easier on me if I didn't have to worry about running into them." Dobby replied, Harry could always call the sword to him. It would let him in Godric's chambers. "No, I don't think we can do that yet. They can't know that we know yet." Down in the common room, the subdued group sat around on the couches talking about what had just happened. Almost all of them agreed that they had a lot to make up for with Harry and hopefully earn his trust one day. For now, all they could do was to try and support him as best they could. Angelina noticed Fred and George looking quite depressed, which was usually against their nature. She asked, "What's got you two so down?" Fred answered, "Well, Dad told us to fix things with Harry before the school term began. The problem is we haven't even seen Harry since the ball to try, and now we are afraid that if we try, we may make things worse. With what happened in Ginny's first year, Dad is taking this as a mark against our family honor and is rather put out about the whole thing." Hermione said, "Your father is a very nice man. He wouldn't do anything too bad." George grimaced. "Hermione, family honor is everything to Dad and he won't take this very well." Hermione sadly nodded, "I can understand that. My father is a decorated hero from the Falklands conflict. The branch he served in places honor above everything. When he finds out about this, he won't be very happy with me." The next day at breakfast, Hermione received a letter in response to the one she had sent. Even though it was too late, she opened to read it. "Dear Hermione, it is with great regret that I say we are in no better position with Harry than you are. I can tell by your letter that you deeply regret what happened with Harry and we can commiserate with you in that matter. When Harry's name came out of the goblet, Albus forbade us from writing to him or contacting him in any way. Over the course of the next few weeks, we received multiple letters from Harry begging for our help. In our stupidity, we ignored them as Albus had told us to do, even though it hurt us to do so. I know you were in the tent after the first task and didn't see our meeting with Harry. It didn't go well and he basically told us he was better off without us in his life. Since then, we have tried writing him but our letters have been returned unopened and he has cut off all contact with us. The last letter that was returned to Sirius was charmed with an explosive curse that triggered as soon as the owl dropped it. It was the last letter that we sent to him. I thought I could get through to him and came to the castle. I managed to catch him between classes, but it will be the last time I will try to make the first move. It was this point that I truly realized the damage I had done to our relationship when he pulled a silver dagger on me and told me all it would take is a scratch. While that may not be completely true, he did get his point across. I'm sorry I couldn't be any more help, but we are in the same boat. I fear for what we may have done. Yours truly, Remus Lupin." Hermione sighed as she folded the letter and put it in her book bag. She pushed away her breakfast and rose from the table only to walk slowly towards her first class. The month leading up to the second task remained pretty quiet for Harry and he continued to meet with Cedric and Meghan on a regular basis. He told them all about his trip to Gringotts and then what he had learned from his contact with the gnomes. While they commiserated with him over his situation, they really didn't have any ideas to help him other than doing what he was already doing. It was finally Cedric who posed, "You know, Susan's aunt is head of the DMLE. You could send her a copy of your mother's letter." Harry replied with disdain, "Susan Bones." Meghan winced. "Hell CED, she and Hannah have been leading the charge against me from your house. I wouldn't trust a Bones at this point to do the paperwork correctly to wipe my ass." Meghan said, "Not that I'm defending them, Harry, but they both are hopelessly in love with their hero. No matter what Cedric says, they will always treat your being entered in the tournament as an unforgivable slight against him. It's pretty disgusting actually. I have to listen to them moon over Cedric constantly since I share a dorm with them, and geez, I don't want to hear that, he's my brother." Her comments lightened the mood considerably. Cedric said, "Thanks a lot there, Mistress Meggs." Harry looked up and saw Meghan blushing. "Mistress Meggs? That sounds like something Dobby would say." Cedric laughed louder as Meghan turned an even deeper red. When he got himself a little under control, Cedric said, "He did. It was when we were looking for you and she thought to call him and ask about you." Harry's eyes widened at that comment. He knew that with Dobby bonded to him, Dobby would only respond to a summons of someone who Harry trusted or loved. The fact that he answered Meghan's summons told Harry that though he was confused over his feelings, Dobby knew exactly what was going on. Trying desperately to change the subject, Meghan said, "I know you don't trust Susan, but her aunt can be trusted. She could help and it could get your godfather freed." Harry thought for a minute before saying, "I'll think about it in the future." He noticed the concerned look on her face. "Look, there's not a lot I can do now anyway. If I start kicking over too many rocks, then Dimples will figure out that I know about the stuff he has kept hidden. Right now, it's best if I just keep it all hidden and lie low until I can do something about it. Besides, I'm not really sure that I want to help Sirius at this point." Meghan gasped, "But he's your godfather, he could be free and finally be able to help you." Harry snapped back at her, "Why should I help him any more than I already have? I saved his life and look how he repaid me. Let's do a rundown on Sirius Black. First he leaves me with Hagrid to go chase down Peter. I hold Voldemort, him and Dimples responsible for the childhood I had in that order. If Sirius had done his duty, I'd never have ended up in the headmaster's clutches, or at least I hope I wouldn't have. He abandons me for 12 years. Yes, I know he was in Azkaban, but that's beside the point. I was still left to the tender mercies of the Dursleys because of his actions." Meghan had tears in her eyes and said, "Harry, don't." Harry reached out and grabbed her hand. He said, "I'm not mad at you, Meghan, but these are things that need to be said, and by talking to you guys about it, it kind of helps me put things in perspective." She squeezed his hand back. I just don't want to end up like your other friends." He chuckled, "I don't think Mistress Meggs has anything to worry about." Cedric laughed again as Meghan blushed. Harry said, "Anyway, he comes to Hogwarts being reckless again and gets caught. I end up having to save him and help him escape, only to receive a few notes from him over the summer that said mostly nothing, but he always said he would be there if I needed him. Once my name came out of the goblet, I turned to him and another family friend to help. I sent a letter out daily begging them to talk to me. I never got one reply. It was like they didn't care, and then they had the nerve to show up after the first task. I was already furious with Dimples and then had to come face to face with them." She squeezed his hand. "Them. I only saw you yell at Professor Lupin." Harry looked at her and said, "Sirius is a dog animagus." She gasped, "So the big black dog was your godfather?" "Damn, we played with that dog last year out on the grounds. After seeing him with Lupin, I just thought he belonged to the professor." Harry's eyes darkened a little. "After I confronted them, they were all about trying to get me to talk to them. I got letters every day, but it was too little too late. When I needed them, they weren't there, and when I didn't need them anymore, they were all over me. To me, it has Dimples' hands all over it. He probably told them not to talk to me, and then when he lost control over me, he used every resource he had to try and bring me back under." Cedric looked stunned. He finally said, "I know this year hasn't been the best, but don't you think that's a little paranoid? I mean, I know the headmaster is up to something, but that would suggest so much more." Harry nodded and said, "Yeah, I know. What happened at the bank and then my mother's letter really helped me see the way things might really be." Meghan pulled Harry into a hug. "We'll be here to help Harry. I promise you that." Whenever Cedric and Meghan weren't with him, Harry could usually be found in Dobby's company. After Harry asked, Dobby started teaching him about elf magic, and while it was different from wizard magic, it was still magic. The main difference was how the elves channeled their magic. Dobby knew that with Harry's power level, he could easily do this type of magic, and so started teaching him that magic was all about intent and imagination. At first, Harry had a hard time grasping it, as it was just too simple and made too much sense. After Harry struggled for a while, Dobby just told him to tell his magic what to do. Again, this was too easy for Harry, but after a while, he compared it to accidental magic and knew it was possible, as whenever he had performed it, he got the results he desired even though they were unfocused and wild. As he followed this line of thinking, he knew if he told his magic exactly what he wanted instead of a general idea, he could achieve the results he desired. Getting the desired results were still not easy for Harry, and so Dobby sat down with him and taught him how to meditate. Dobby said, Dobby always being able to touch magic. Dobby thinks elves are born with it. Harry touches magic too, just in a different way. Dobby wants Harry to sit down and close his eyes. Dobby wants Harry to stop thinking about anything but Harry's magic. Dobby watched as Harry did this. Now Harry needs to find his magic. Follow it back to where it comes from. Harry said, it feels like it is all around me and not somewhere specific. Dobby understands. Does Harry trust his Dobby? You know I do. Dobby grabbed his hands and joined him as his head. In Harry's mind, an image of him standing there holding Dobby's hand appeared. Dobby said, Wes going to follow the bond to my magic first so Harry can see what it looks like. They started walking along a light green pathway that led to a glowing green orb that pulsed with energy. Dobby said, this is Dobby. Without this, Dobby be no more. Without Harry, this won't be. When Harry dies, so does Dobby, but Harry can live on without Dobby. This is the bond we share. Harry asked, so if I die, you will too. That's not fair. Dobby smiled. Dobby wanted it this way. Most elves bonded to family, so as long as family lives on, so do the elves. Dobby only bonded to Harry, not Potters. Dobby will follow his master in death, but not until Dobby has finished taking care of master. It was the cost in order to fix all the problems Harry had. I don't understand. Dobby will live long enough to make sure all of master's orders are fulfilled. Once this is done, Dobby will join master once again to take care of Harry in the next life. Not that part, the part about fixing me. For Dobby to fix Harry, Dobby had to tie his core directly to Harry's. It was too much for Dobby's magic, and Dobby joined Harry's magic to do what needed to be done. Harry looked at him wide-eyed. You killed yourself to help me. Dobby nodded. The dark magic behind Harry's scar required a sacrifice to make it go away. Dobby gladly sacrificed his magic to help Harry. Harry was stunned and did the only thing he could think of. He knelt down and hugged Dobby. I don't know what to say, but thank you. I guess this means we will have to work hard to make sure I don't die anytime soon. I can't let my best friend down now, can I? There were tears running down Dobby's cheeks. Harry thinks Dobby is his friend. Harry shook his head. No, Dobby, I think you are more like a brother than a friend. I would be lost without you. Dobby returned the hug and then jumped up. He grabbed Harry's hand and led him quickly along a pathway. It wasn't long before they were standing in front of a large white pulsing orb. Dobby said, this is Harry's magic. Dobby thinks you needs to step inside it and then you will understand. Harry did as he was told and felt the connection to his magic better than he ever had. When he stepped back out, all Harry could say was, wow. Dobby said, now grab a piece of it and bring it with you. It will form a line that you can follow for now. We be going back to where we started. In the blink of an eye, they were back at the beginning and Dobby let go of Harry's hand and left him standing there. As Harry opened his eyes, Dobby was looking at him with a smile on his face. Can you still feel it? Yeah, Harry needs to do this every day until he doesn't need the line. When Harry can do that, we will be starting new things. As the weeks progressed, Harry's ability to follow the line became easier until he no longer needed it to touch his core. Harry's next lessons were taught without a wand and were so much easier than when they first started. Harry got to the point where he could call up whatever he wanted. Dobby declared him taught and told him to just keep in practice. With this new ability, Harry found that the occlumency Cedric and Meghan had been so painstakingly teaching him came easily, and since he understood the theory and the results of the practice, he easily formed a strong shield that would keep anyone out until he could get away. Meghan and Harry continued to grow closer, and while they were honest with each other about their developing feelings, they also knew that their situation had not changed. She knew Harry was honorable, but it became even more apparent when he told her that while he would like nothing more to ask her to be his girlfriend, he felt that it would be unfair to her to go around hiding their relationship. She was disappointed but also elated that he felt that strongly about her. In the end, he made her a promise that when the tournament was over, he would ask her officially. She understood even more when Harry and Cedric informed her that they had already figured out the second task and there was no way either one of them would put her at risk. The weeks leading up to the second task were primarily drama-free for Harry, as most of the school was finally leaving him alone. He would get the occasional glare from some of the students, but they never said anything hateful to him. Of course, it was difficult to find him since he still stuck to the shadows to remain hidden and still preferred to take his meals down in the kitchen. Minerva has lost all contact with Harry as he never again deemed it necessary to grace her classroom with his presence. She heard, through her sources, about the confrontation in the common room and was at a loss about what to do. Normally, she would talk to the student and enforce discipline, but in this case, she knew that to do that would just drive him further away. She was also worried ever since the elves reported that he no longer slept in his bed. The only comfort she had regarding Harry was the elves also reported that he ate daily in the kitchens, which proved he was still in the castle. Her biggest concern and confusion was that the elves couldn't find him any other time. The drama eased off as the Gryffindors began treating him better after realizing that their house was a power in the school largely because Harry had been sorted there. The moment they turned their backs on him and he in return did the same, they noticed their star had begun to fall and they were no longer considered the strongest house. This was something they didn't want to continue, so they remained reserved around him, and because they felt one wrong move would push him even further away. They were hoping things would eventually work out on the basis that they thought he still slept in his bed in the tower and therefore had not given up on them completely. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs treated him indifferently and, with the exception of a few, never gave him a second glance whenever they actually saw him in the halls. The real surprise for Harry was the Slytherins. They had completely backed off and were giving him a wide berth, and even Malfoy had the good sense to leave him alone. Harry would never know, but Professor Snape had called a house meeting over the holidays and explained the facts of life to them. Flashback. The entire Slytherin house was sitting in their common room waiting to start a meeting called by their head of house, Severus Snape. They all knew Severus despised meetings, so when he called one, he was going to share some vital information with them that could very well be crucial to their survival. He said, "Thank you all for being here and on time. What I'm about to say, you won't like hearing, but you need to hear it anyway. From now on, Harry Potter is off limits." Malfoy said, "But Professor Scarhead." Snape snarled, "Shut up, Draco. I know Slytherin House has set him up as the enemy, but you all need to back off." Daphne Greengrass asked, "Did Dumbledore order you to tell us this?" "No, this is coming from me." Another asked, "Why?" "Because things have changed. Something you should know is that if Mr. Malfoy had not antagonized Mr. Potter on the train, he could have very well ended up in this house." Draco said, "But," he was cut off by Severus, who continued, "His actions this past term have shown me that Harry Potter is more than a brash and reckless Gryffindor, but he plays his role and uses those traits to accomplish his goals. He rarely fails at what he sets his mind to, and that in turn tells me that he has kept his Slytherin talents hidden from us all." Malfoy sarcastically said, "You sound as if you almost respect him." Snape replied, "In a way I do. He is finally showing the traits possessed by his mother, and even though she was a lion, she would have been a formidable snake. Only her blood status kept her from our house." They all looked at him with wide eyes, so he continued, "Mr. Potter has started slowly removing the chains placed on him by the headmaster. On equal note is his distancing of himself from the traitorous Weasleys as well as Miss Granger. He is finally becoming his own man and is living up to the Potter name that has been a long-respected family. I dare say that he is becoming a lord in his own right." Pansy said, "I thought that Granger and Potter were fated to be together." "It sure seemed like it." Snape smiled, "Yes, as much as it looked like he would follow in his father's footsteps, that is not the case now, and through some bad decisions on the part of Miss Granger, I no longer see that option available to her." Several people nodded. "The Potter blood is strong in him, and as such, he is coming into his powers, but don't let his being a half-blood allow you to underestimate him. Lily could wipe the floor with even the best the purebloods had to offer. I don't need to remind you of his display against the dragon. I dare say any of us could have done what he did or stood up against that kind of power. I also believe that his time in seclusion has been good for him and allowed him to become even more powerful." Daphne asked, "In recent history, the Potters have been considered a light family. How will his becoming a lord help those of us from neutral or dark families?" He looked around to see even more nods. "I don't think all this will benefit the dark families at all. Since the lighter students have been treating him just as badly as the darker ones, I think he holds the light in as much contempt as he does the dark. Some of you members of the neutral families may want to remember that, as I feel he will either start his own faction or be attracted to the more gray families. My final warning is this: if you draw your wand on Mr. Potter, be prepared for the consequences, as he is not the same young man he was at the start of the year. There will be nothing I can do to save you and Mr. Potter already has expressed his desire to be expelled. Greg Boyle asked, why would he want that? Daphne turned and said, if he gets expelled, he is banished from the magical world and becomes emancipated at the same time to fend for himself. He sat there dumbly for a minute before she added, if he is banished from our world, he's granted status as an adult and gets control of the Potter holdings. I would bet that if he does, he takes his fortune and leaves. Malfoy said, so, he leaves with whatever pitiful amount his family left him. Big deal. Blaise Zabini laughed. Malfoy, did you ever do your studies on other houses when you were younger? Draco pulled himself up haughtily. I am a Malfoy. Why should I concern myself with lesser houses? That statement did more harm to his alliances than any other he could make. Blaise sneered, your family may be wealthy but the Potters are an ancient family. They and several others could probably buy your father 10 times over and still have enough to live off comfortably for the rest of their lives. Daphne Greengrass was an extremely intelligent young lady and had studied the family lines extensively. She had done this to find a suitable future husband from her classmates. The lines that ended with Harry Potter were numerous and powerful. Before coming to Hogwarts, he had been at the top of her list until he fell in with the Weasleys. She was mentally rearranging her list once again to place him at the top. It was time to start making overtures in his direction just as she had planned in first year. Draco's mouth closed quickly as the others glared at him. Snape took in the scene before him and knew that he had done what he could for them. The rest would be up to them. A quick glance towards Daphne showed him that the wheels in her head were turning and she would soon be approaching Harry. Severus thought the match would be a good one. She would teach him control while he taught her passion. Her family was staunchly neutral, which would be a good fit for Harry. His only problem with it was the nagging suspicion that Harry wasn't as alone as everyone thought. He certainly hoped that is the case as he turned and walked out of the common room. End flashback. Bearclaw was sitting in his office writing what was probably the 20th letter to the heir of the Potters in as many days. He reflected back on the night he was summoned to Ragnarok's office, which had him reliving the meeting in his dreams. The thing that had Bearclaw confused was the reaction to the news. He knew that the Potters were a wealthy and respected family, but the loss of those accounts shouldn't have made Ragnarok react as he did. The only thing that had saved his head was the paperwork that showed Albus Dumbledore had blocked the young Potter from everything except his trust vault. Ragnarok then concentrated on Mr. Potter's treatment at the hands of Bearclaw. With the threat of the loss of the Potter holdings hanging over him, Bearclaw knew that Ragnarok would not take it lying down, and he had his worst fears revealed. After the initial tirade, Ragnarok turned to an aide and nodded his head. Before Bearclaw's eyes, his whole family was brought into the chamber in chains and was stood before him as he knelt in front of Ragnarok. Ragnarok's eyes fell upon his sister, who was Bearclaw's wife. She looked at him pleadingly and received a nod from Ragnarok. In the goblin language, she coldly asked, "What have you done to put us at my brother's mercy, husband?" Ragnarok knew that it would not be his sister's blood that was spilt today. He grew up with her and couldn't think of a more suitable punishment than to have to listen to her scorn every night when Bearclaw came home from work. The fact that she was Ragnarok's sister meant that Bearclaw couldn't touch her if he valued his own life. Ragnarok stepped in front of the most promising of Bearclaw's sons, and even though it hurt him to do so, his sword flashed and the young goblin fell to the floor. He finally turned to Bearclaw and growled, "Your actions today required a blood payment. Know this, your head remains attached to your neck as long as the Potter accounts remain at Gringotts. The moment they disappear, so do your life, and your children will be forced to endure the shame of being your children for the rest of their lives." With a wave of his hand, Bearclaw and the rest of his family were roughly shoved out of the chamber. Ragnarok sat back down on his throne and began to ponder whether it would be a violation of the treaty with the Ministry to kill a manipulative old man. While he was going to let Bearclaw flounder along for a while, he would not rely solely on the account manager to fix this mess. He thought back to Griphook and how Mr. Potter had been satisfied with him. He might just call on Griphook to act as a go-between for him and Mr. Potter until they could meet face to face. He knew that one way or another, Bearclaw's fate had already been decided, as he would either be dead or replaced. The Goblin Chief was privy to a lot more information than even some of the highest-ranking goblins. Even though Bearclaw was over the Potter accounts, there was ancient information that could not be shared until the heir was aware of it. When it did happen, he knew that the loss of the Potter accounts would be disastrous for them because he knew just how many accounts were secretly tied to the Potter vaults. Ragnarok also knew that the loss of the Potter accounts would destroy Gringotts, and if that happened, the nation would see his head lying on the floor next to Bearclaw's. Bearclaw shook his head to clear the events of that night. He would then finish his apology to Mr. Potter along with a request to return so that they could discuss the matter in more detail. He even hinted that they might find a way to circumvent the restrictions. Little did he know that the letters were never received by Harry. When Harry was a baby, Dumbledore placed a mail redirection ward on Privet Drive that would only allow the letters he deemed were safe to fall into Harry's hands, which were none. When Harry came to Hogwarts, he added another such ward to the castle that he ingeniously tied to Harry. He had modified them to allow the Weasleys and Miss Granger to write him, and even this year allowed Remus and Sirius to write him after an oath not to reveal anything to Harry. If anyone else were to write him, too much might be revealed, and Albus couldn't have that. Albus sat in his office in contemplation. He was quite smug as he thought about making the Marauders give the oath. He expected it to drive a wedge between Harry and Sirius, who was the only person who could literally take Harry from him. He smiled at his thoughts of the brilliantly successful plan. His problems came during his attempts to gain even more control over Harry. That whole plan backfired and allowed Harry to break away from the people who kept him informed about what Harry was doing. He thought about what Severus said, and it did seem as if the boy's bindings were coming unraveled. It was obvious from the first task that the power block was gone with how he stood up to the dragon. The small glimpse he got of Harry's mind also showed that the mental block was gone as well. The speed at which Harry's mind was moving rivaled that of his mother and one of Harry's former friends, Miss Granger. If there was one thing Albus did know, it was that once Harry started connecting the dots, he would have a lot to answer for. The other problem Albus had was who to select as Mr. Potter's hostage in the second task. With him having cut all ties to his friends along with walking out on Miss Granger during the ball, he didn't really have anyone to choose from. In his original plans, Mr. Weasley would be his hostage. Albus was going to use him as the person Harry would miss most to throw some suspicion on Harry's dual orientation, therefore keeping the many girls that were interested in Harry from approaching. If they could forestall the inevitable, then maybe Miss Weasley would be ready to take up her role in Harry's life just as he and Molly planned. He then had the brilliant idea, at least in his mind, to use Ginny as Harry's hostage. He had already saved her once, surely he would do it again. Albus gave a little shudder as he thought about the Chamber of Secrets incident. One of his biggest fears was that the Weasleys would find out that he knew about the whole thing and allowed things to progress as they did. There were also several choices Albus had made for the greater good that he was not too proud of. The three that were the worst were centered on Harry, where in all three cases, Harry ended up facing Voldemort alone and almost died each time. Ginny Weasley's involvement in the chamber incident was just basically collateral damage in the war. The fact that she would be mentally scarred from the experience for the rest of her life was a justifiable expense to ensure the greater good. Harry's name coming out of the goblet had been a surprise to him, but he took advantage of the situation and tried to use it to his advantage. The fact that it worked against him was an annoyance at best. Albus knew Tom was behind Harry ending up in the tournament, and it didn't bode well for what lay ahead. The real concern for Albus was that with Harry cutting ties with him and everyone else, there was no way to subtly guide Harry along, and this time he would be on his own. He hoped that this wouldn't be the fourth and final major mistake in his choices regarding Harry. The day of the much-anticipated second task finally arrived, and the Great Hall was pretty lively at breakfast. The only people not enjoying themselves were the three champions, who were looking around nervously as if they were searching for someone. Megan was sitting next to Cedric and whispered, "Cho will be fine. If you can't get to her, I'm sure Harry will have your back. I know, but while we protected you, we couldn't do the same for her. Speaking of that, I wonder who they got for Harry." She cast a quick glance over at the Gryffindor table but noticed there were a lot of lions missing this morning. "I don't know. It seems as if half the lions are missing this morning." Cedric glanced over and then looked back at his own table, where he found Leanne sitting there eating. He got up and went over to her. "Hey Leanne, I know you're friends with Katie Bell. What's up with the Griffs this morning? It looks like half their house is missing." "Yeah, Katie told me they were going to try and talk to Harry this morning and tell him that they're pulling for him." "Oh okay. It just seemed kind of strange that they were all running this late. I was hoping nothing had happened. Once he sat back down, he whispered, "The Griffs were lying in wait for Harry this morning. Pity they don't know that he's been in our room for a couple hours already." She punched his shoulder and whispered back, "You prat, why didn't you tell me? I wanted to wish him luck. Didn't you do that last night with that key?" She blushed. We didn't." Cedric chuckled, "No, but you wanted to. So who do you think his hostage is?" 10 galleons say it's the little Weasley stalker." Cedric snorted, "Which one, the boy or the girl?" "The girl, you idiot." At that moment, the rest of Gryffindor House piled into the Great Hall with a dejected look on their face. Once they settled and took their seats, it was obvious that Ginny was missing. She whispered, "Harry's gonna love fishing her out of the lake. It'll probably make her stalk him even more." With an evil grin, he asked, "What? Are you afraid of a little competition? As if, they say all girls turn out like their mothers. Now, you've seen Mum and you've seen Molly Weasley. Which would you choose to spend the rest of your life with?" She said with a smirk. "Point, but since I know both of them, even at her worst, your mother is nothing like Molly, the Howler, Weasley on a normal day." "Well, I wasn't exactly talking about how they acted." Cedric chuckled, "I know, and yes, your mum is pretty hot." "Oh, have you been perving on my mum?" "No. Hell, Meg, she's practically my own mum as well." When he turned to look at her, he noticed she was holding her sides to keep from busting out at his sudden embarrassment. At the end of breakfast, Dumbledore stood and announced, "It's time for all the champions to make their way to Black Lake, where a boat will be waiting for you. On the same note, it would also be a good time for the students and guests to make their way down as well. We will begin in 1 hour." The champions and judges were escorted to the lake by a huge crowd of spectators. As they stepped over to the boats that would take them to their platform, it became apparent that Harry was not with them. Cedric looked out over the lake and noticed a lone figure sitting on one of the platforms, sitting cross-legged like he was doing some kind of Muggle meditation. A closer glance showed a greenish aura surrounding him. No one else noticed, and finally Ludo Bagman said, "We can't wait for the 4th champion any longer. I guess he will just forfeit this round," Cedric said as he raised his arm and pointed, Mr. Bagman, I think he is waiting for us." When the other judges and champions looked over as Harry sat there glowing with power, Dumbledore finally said, "I guess we'd better join him." As they took the boat over, Dumbledore was looking at Harry hungrily. He knew this would be his best shot at putting a compulsion charm on Harry and bringing him back under control. What nobody knew was that he could do it wandlessly with a simple touch. As soon as the boat reached the platform, Dumbledore was out and moving quickly towards Harry. He approached and put his hand out to lay it on Harry's shoulder, but when he got within an inch of it, his hand sparked and he received a medium shock. Harry opened his eyes and sent a hard glare straight at Dumbledore before he looked over at his fellow champions. Once he gave them a quick nod, he closed his eyes once again. Albus asked, "Mr. Potter, may I ask how you got out here when the boats were not charmed to leave until we arrived?" With his eyes still closed, Harry responded, "I flew." He reached into his pocket and pulled out his shrunken firebolt, which he quickly put back in his pocket. "Maybe I should hold on to that during the task." "No, I don't think so, as I'm quite sure you would force me to retrieve it from your office, and while I'm sure the conversation would be quite charming, I would rather not subject myself to it." Albus winced at the reference as Cedric chuckled. "Nevertheless, I still think I should confiscate it for the time being. And I've already told you no. You have no right to take it from me. The rules for this task say nothing against it, and by school rules, you can only do that to something that is posing a clear and present danger to the students or the castle. Since it does neither, then I am well within my rights to refuse to give it up. Mr. Potter, if you continue to defy me, you will sit detention." Harry snorted, "Well, that worked so well for you last time, but you are welcome to try." Albus realized that Harry was once again making a fool out of him and changed subjects. "May I ask where you have been?" "You may ask, but I won't tell you. Just be thankful I showed up for your stupid tournament that you forced me into." Albus and the rest of the judges decided it was best to back off at this point. Cedric sat down next to Harry and began to converse in a low tone. "It's always fun watching you have a go at them. So, just what are you doing?" Harry chuckled, "I'm relaxing before we have to jump in that lake. Have you felt the water?" Damn, it's cold. Cedric laughed. What did you expect? It's February in Scotland, Harry said loudly enough for everyone to hear. Well, someone should make the judges jump in the water and see how stupid this is. In fact, I may just reducto the supports and send them in anyway. Harry, magic, remember. There aren't any supports. The whole thing is using runes to levitate. Crap, there goes my plan for this task. Cedric laughed as he stood and said, good luck, Harry. You too, Cedric. Harry and Dobby used their time alone to plan for the second task. The advances Harry had made with his magic would allow him to complete it easily, but they also didn't want to expose his abilities this early in the game. Harry still had 6 months before he could make his move towards freedom, and the longer he prolonged the inevitable, the easier it would be. In the end, they came up with 3 plans. The first would use Gillyweed to transform Harry into a humanoid water creature that could easily move around Black Lake. The second plan would use his newfound magic, which would be dispelled before reaching the surface. In the final plan, Harry would use his firebolt and get the heck out of there. Dobby, in his infinite quest to help Harry, had gone out and purchased enough Gillyweed to survive underwater for 3 hours just in case there were problems. As the champions were lined up and Dumbledore was counting down to the firing of the starting cannon, Harry shoved the Gillyweed in his mouth and started chewing. Cedric gave him a strange look, to which Harry responded with a large Gillyweed-filled smile. After a snort from Cedric, Harry finished chewing and then swallowed the slimy plant. Just as the cannon went off, all 3 of the other champions enacted their plans and dove into the water. Harry had a good idea how long it would take for the Gillyweed to affect him, and by his plan, he was the last one in the water a full 30 seconds after the other champions. True to what he told Cedric after the first task, he was letting his inner Hufflepuff out and was following along behind the other champions to make sure they survived the task. He knew that his method was probably the best out of all the champions except for that creepy shark thing that Crumb did. The reason why Harry was out on the platform meditating was so that he would know which way to go. He used a technique Dobby taught him to locate magical signatures. Since Ginny owed him a life debt, it was easy to pick up hers as he scanned the lake. He followed the strand that linked them both and swam up to Cedric. After a tap to the shoulder, he pointed out the direction he needed to go, and with a nod, Cedric headed in the right direction. Harry turned and sped over to Fleur. He motioned for her to go the same direction but received a frown and a quick shake of the head. Harry shrugged and headed off to watch over Cedric. He followed Cedric for a while, and when he saw Cedric was making good time, he swam back to check on the French champion. He hadn't gone far before he saw a pack of Grindylows overwhelming her and blood staining the water. Harry sped over and with a wave of his hands, banished the little buggers 20 feet away from her. As he took in her appearance, her normally gorgeous body and face was bloody and bruised, and she was barely conscious. The situation went from bad to worse as her eyes closed and the bubble from her bubble head charm started to flicker until it finally vanished. He reacted on instinct and used the only way he could think of to save her, which was pressing his lips to hers in order to breathe for both of them. He knew she was in no shape to continue the task, so he wrapped his arms around her and kicked hard towards the surface. Her eyes started to open on the way up, and when she noticed what was happening, those same eyes grew wide in alarm. As he approached the platform, he gave a final kick which propelled them out of the water and onto the hard surface. As they landed, the only thing he heard was Fleur muttering, "Ma sueur." Harry didn't know much French, but he did know she was saying, "My sister." With a quick nod, he dove back into the water before the judges could approach. Harry didn't waste any time and sped through the water. As he came upon the Merpeople village, he noticed Crumb and Cedric were working on releasing their hostages. He saw Ginny Weasley and sighed internally. Even though he knew she was the one down here, he thought, "Shite, she'll be following me around even more now. Bet Dumbledore had something to do with this." He knew he should be angry and refused to take her back up, but a part of him just couldn't do that to her. In a way, she was a victim of all this just like he was, and although he would no longer seek out her friendship, he wasn't so cold that he would just leave her. He floated in front of her for another minute before making his decision. He'd have to rescue her if only for them to think that he was still somewhat on their side. He glanced over at Cedric, who was laughing at him as if he could figure out what Harry was thinking. Even though he had webbed fingers, Harry made his gesture as plain as possible, which caused Cedric to start laughing even harder. Harry looked at him and pointed to the surface, to which Cedric nodded and headed off. Harry turned back to Ginny and pulled his silver knife to cut her bindings. Once Ginny was free, he looked over at Crumb and saw that he had released Mandy Brocklehurst. It crossed his mind that Crumb preyed on young girls, so maybe he really was a shark. Harry let Ginny float free for a second before going towards the miniature Fleur that was tied up. As he started to cut her bindings, a merman tried to push him out of the way. The merman squealed, "You can only take your hostage." Harry replied, "Her sister was hurt, so I'm taking her with me." Several mermen surrounded Harry as he was arguing, and as soon as they lunged at him, Harry used his wandless magic to push them away. Harry hurriedly cut the bindings on the girl and dragged her along as he grabbed Ginny and headed for the surface. The burden of towing two bodies was slowing him down, and the mermen had little trouble catching up to him. Just as they were about to confront him again, the shark man barreled through them, knocking them out of the way. In an instant, he was on Harry and bit into his side. As the shark was rolling and shaking his head, the flesh from around Harry's ribs, abdomen, and back were ripped away, leaving mangled flesh. Crumb's thoughts were, "This will teach you to interfere with one of my dates." Even though the mermen were confronting Harry, they weren't really a threat, as they were told to put on a show but not hurt anyone and protect the students as best as they could. When the shark grabbed Harry, they were torn because they knew the shark was a student, but at the same time, the shark was trying to kill another. In the end, they tried to protect Harry and lunged forward with their tridents through the blood-filled water. The shark caught a glint of metal from the tridents and released his victim. His reactions were so quick that he was gone before they even realized the attack was over. In the confusion of the moment, one of the merman warriors had already thrown his trident at the shark, and being unable to stop it, the trident pierced Harry's left thigh. As the merman tried to pull back on the trident, it grabbed flesh and bone and became firmly lodged in Harry's leg. The merman tried once again, but the handle broke, leaving the trident stuck through his thigh. The results of all this was Harry floating limply in the water with his two charges nearby. Harry was trying to regain his composure and fight through the pain as he floated there, surrounded by blood leaking from his body. The mermen tried to approach him to help, but under the circumstances, he took their movement as threatening and pushed them away with his wandless magic. Once they were far enough away, Harry thought about sealing the wounds around his torso, and with a pass of his hand, the mangled part of his body was covered in a yellowish glow. He fought through the terrible pain he was in and glanced at his watch. Sometime during the two fights, his watch had been broken, and the last position of the hands showed him he had 15 minutes left. Not knowing how long he had, he noticed his two hostages were floating close by and appeared unharmed, so he grabbed their arms and made his best speed towards the surface. The mermen followed along at a distance to make sure he made it all right, and knowing how badly this would go, sent one of their warriors to get their chief and explain what happened. They felt it would be necessary so that he could speak with Silverbeard. Harry was within 10 feet of the surface when pain in his neck added to that of his body and leg. He knew that meant that his gills were disappearing, and he fought harder for the surface before he lost his flipper feet and webbed hands as well. By the end of the effort, he was almost too tired to make it to the platform, but soldiered on anyway. As soon as the two girls' heads appeared above the surface of the lake, they woke up and were able to help in getting to the platform. The effort was made more difficult by the freezing cold water that Harry could now feel due to the gillyweed wearing off. For Harry, the water was a blessing and a curse, as it numbed the pain in his body while it cold sapped what little remained of his strength. Once they reached the platform, several pairs of hands stretched out and pulled the girls out of the water. The little French girl was tugged out by a sobbing Fleur, who had her in a hug as she wrapped them both in a blanket. Cedric grabbed Ginny and hauled her up and quickly passed her to Madame Pomfrey. As Cedric turned back to Harry, he saw that he had relaxed now that both girls were safe. Cedric stuck his hand out for Harry and was quickly waved off. Cedric knew something was wrong and asked, "Harry?" Harry shook his head and said, "Give me a minute." He allowed himself to sink back into the water to let the cold water numb him some more. Once Harry built up a little strength, he reached out and Cedric grabbed his hand. As he grabbed it, Harry winced and groaned in pain. Cedric yelled, "Cho, get over here, I need your help." She ran over and grabbed Harry's other arm and helped get him on the platform as everyone else stood and dumbly watched the scene in front of them. It kind of rankled Cedric that Fleur didn't even offer to help after all that Harry had just done for her and her sister. As soon as Harry cleared the water, they could see what was wrong. The trident was sticking out of his leg, and where his shirt had been ripped, there were what looked like bite marks that had ripped the flesh and mangled his right side. Cho gasped, "Harry, what the hell happened to you?" Harry looked at Cedric and growled out, "Why don't you ask Victor and the merman?" Cedric tried to hold Harry up and led him off. "Come on, Harry, let's get you to Madame Pomfrey." Harry whispered, "No, that'll put me at their tender mercies. I can't get trapped again." Cedric pleaded. "But Harry, this is bad." Harry winced again. "Can't be helped, I've got to go with Plan C." Cedric pleaded, "No Harry, you can't. You need help." Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the broom. He resized it and slowly climbed on as the judges saw what he was doing and moved towards him. With a grunt, he kicked off and rose above their heads before they could stop him. Madame Pomfrey was busy tending to the others and didn't notice Harry's condition until he flew off. Harry's flight was erratic and shot over the castle grounds until he plowed into the ground not too far from the castle entrance. He rolled about on the ground in agony for a minute before finally crying out as he sat up. In view of everyone, he reached down and pulled the trident free, giving a horrific grunt as it tore free. Just as the blood started pouring out of the wounds, he pulled his wand and with a flash of light and a scream, he cauterized in his leg. It was as he used the broom to get on his feet that everyone saw his side was ripped open and bloody. Madame Pomfrey sat there stunned that one of her favorite students would do such a thing when she was right here. Out of everyone on the platform, she gained her wits first and apparated to spot on the ground that held a pool of blood and a trident. She looked up and saw him slowly making his way to the castle. She tore off after him yelling, "Mr. Potter, Harry, let me help you." Her only answer was the castle doors opening and Harry limping along on his way. By the time she got to the castle, Harry was nowhere to be seen. The crowd had been shocked at first until a group of Gryffindors charged out of the stands to go help one of their own. As soon as they arrived, Hermione screeched, "Where is he?" In a small voice, she answered, "I don't know. He wouldn't stop for me. Why would he do that? He needs help." Neville Longbottom spoke up. "It's because he doesn't trust a lot of us. He said that he couldn't turn his back on any of us, so I'd bet he went wherever he goes so that he could feel safe." Poppy was sobbing, "But I can help him. I've always helped him." Hermione said, "We know Madame Pomfrey. He doesn't want any of our help anymore." Meghan watched the whole scene and then quietly slipped off to see if Harry was in their room. When she arrived, Harry was sprawled out on a couch while Dobby tended to him. She ran over and was sitting on her knees and started running her hands through his hair. "Harry. Come on Harry, talk to me." Dobby said, "Harry is passed out, Mistress Meggs. He be sleeping for a while. Dobby, make sure Harry is okay." She sat there for quite a while as Dobby took care of Harry. Dobby popped out a few times and reappeared with several vials of potions. He gingerly poured the contents down his throat and then popped out again. When he reappeared, Dobby had Harry's trunk and all his belongings. As soon as she saw this, she asked, "What are you doing, Dobby?" Dobby, "Sorry mistress, but Dobby be taking Harry somewhere safe. Dobby will hide and protect Harry until he can stand for himself." "No Dobby, I need him here." Dobby, "Sorry, but Dobby must put Harry's safety first. Master's orders were to get him out of here if he was unable to protect himself." She grabbed his face and at him hard on the lips. I love you Harry. Please come back to me." As she started crying, Dobby waved his hands over Harry and he disappeared. He turned to the trunk and did the same thing before making himself disappear. He grabbed both and with a loud pop, they were gone. Dobby arrived at the edge of the wards and then walked through with Harry and the trunk levitated behind him. Once they were outside the wards, Dobby popped them away from the school and back to their hotel suite. Dobby knew that he had done all he could for Harry and wasn't sure who he could trust. He checked to make sure Harry was soundly asleep and busied himself around the already clean suite. Dobby was scared and hoped Harry woke soon so he could tell him what to do. Dobby knew a lot about fixing magic but not so much about repairing broken bodies. Right now, he knew Harry needed rest to heal as his magic was drained. Once his magic was restored, it would restore his body like it had done many times before. Albus was horrified at the condition of Harry when he came out of the lake. Yes, he wanted to toughen Harry up and use the tournament as an excuse to do so, but he didn't want Harry dead, well, at least until it was the right time. He began to think that the whole tournament idea had been a bad one, as everything he had worked for was destroyed and his was probably ruined beyond repair. Not only had Albus ruined his relationship with the boy but also those of his classmates, the staff, and worst of all his godfather. If Albus ever had doubts about Sirius' sanity, they had been confirmed recently, as the man was clearly suicidal and was almost in the mental state he was in when he first escaped from Azkaban. The only thing keeping him alive was the fear of having to face James and Lily in the afterlife, and the fact that he found it easier to deal with the pain if he spent most of his time as a dog. Karkaroff led Victor and Mandy over to a boat and took them to shore at Krumm's urging. Cedric had been keeping his eye on Krumm since Harry made his comment. He knew that Krumm was nervous about something and seemed to be in a hurry to get away. The pandemonium on the platform increased as the head of houses arrived wanting answers to what happened. Before Albus could say anything, a horrible screeching could be heard coming from over the edge. As Albus moved that way and started speaking to the merman chief, everyone gathered around to hear what Albus translated to the crowd. There were several gasps as the events were revealed, and Cedric now knew why Krumm was so eager to get away. Cho had to physically hold him back as he made for the boats. When the chief saw this, he motioned Cedric forward. "You are friends with Mr. Potter?" Cedric worked through what was being asked him and finally said, "Yes." The chief nodded and said, "Tell Mr. Potter my warrior was trying to help him. We apologize for the AHKSA dent." When Cedric worked through that, he said, "I'll tell him. I'm sure he won't hold you responsible. He's more likely to hold the person who made him go down there in the first place responsible for his injuries along with the person who caused them." "I know I would." The chief gave him a nod, and with Professors Flitwick and Sprout escorting them, he and Cho made their way to the boats. As they floated across the water, Flitwick said, "If you can contact Mr. Potter, please offer my apologies." Sprout added, "Me too, Cedric." Cedric shot them a look and said, "I doubt he will accept it. He quit going to your classes too, didn't he? Just do me a favor. Remember what you just heard tonight at dinner if Krumm has the balls to show up. Somebody in this school needs to stand up for Harry, and I guess the job is left to me since no one else has the courage to do what's right." He walked away with Cho without even giving the two heads of houses a second glance. The other boats touched shore and Minerva led a distraught Ginny up to the castle. Another boat held Madame Maxine as well as Fleur and her little sister. Once on shore, she led them towards the carriage. From the looks of it, Fleur was deep in thought. As they walked away, Cho muttered, "Stuck-up bint couldn't even say thank you." Bringing up the rear was Albus and Severus along with Ludo Bagman and Percy Weasley. The conversation they were holding was spoken so low that no one else could hear, but it was clear that they were arguing about something. The group finally made it to the entrance of the castle, where they found a sobbing Poppy sitting on the floor. Minerva passed Ginny off to Hermione and went to her friend. "What's wrong, Poppy? Where is Mr. Potter? He wouldn't stop and let me help him. He just disappeared like he has been all year. How can I help James's baby if he won't let me?" Albus arrived and heard the tail end of the conversation. When he realized Harry was not in Poppy's care, he turned and loudly said, "Mr. Diggory, if you know where we might find Mr. Potter, take us to him now." Cedric stood straight and said, "I don't know where he is, and even if I did, I wouldn't screw him over like the rest of you have done this year. If he wants to be found, he will be. If he doesn't, he won't. Mr. Diggory, you will take me to him or I will see you in detention." Cedric snapped back, "I'll be glad to sit any detention you require, but it will be with my head of house and I still won't tell you where he is. You know, it scares me when someone who needs help is too afraid to get said help because he knows that if he does, he will be locked up once again or made to forget everything that happened this year." The crowd gasped and Albus grew furious. "Very well, Mr. Diggory. That will be 2 weeks detention with your head of house beginning tonight. I'm sorry, Professor, but I won't be able to start until tomorrow night. I'll need to contact my father about this and see how he wants to proceed. I can promise you that I will suggest speaking to the Prophet and the DMLE about what has happened this year. I'm sure both parties will be very interested." Albus paled, and before he could say anything, Cedric added, "I'm not Harry, Professor. I grew up in this world and wasn't left ignorant of it, and I know how to get things done. If you force the issue, I will take Harry under my protection." Albus looked at him for a minute before saying, "That will not be necessary. Detention's cancelled, citing the emotional state we are all in. Cedric turned and stormed off towards the Ravenclaw dorms as he dragged Cho along with him. When he settled a bit and slowed down, she asked, "You knew he'd back down, didn't you?" He smiled. "Yeah, he doesn't want anyone having any kind of control over Harry but him. If I took him under my protection, my dad would have the authority to launch an investigation into all matters concerning House Potter, and that's the last thing he wants." She smiled up at him. "Maybe you should do it anyway. I mean, it would help Harry." "No, Harry already has a good plan in place. He just has to wait a little while longer and he's fine with that." As they arrived at the door to the Ravenclaw dorm, Cedric keyed at her gently and said, "Go get cleaned up and get some rest. Sit with me at dinner." She smiled and gave him a quick key, in response. As she went through the door, she yelled back, "It's a date as long as you don't take me back to the lake." Cedric laughed as the door closed and he took off to find Harry. As he walked through the castle, he got looks from several people who acted like they wanted to say something, but a look from him discouraged the idea. When no one was looking, he disappeared down a forgotten corridor and stepped quickly to the door of their room. As he opened the door, he found Megan lying on the couch crying. He went over and sat beside her. Without even looking up, she wrapped her arms around him and continued to cry. After a half hour, she finally settled and he asked, "What's got you so worked up other than the obvious?" She sniffed. He's pretty bad seed." He looked around the room and asked, "Where is he?" With a sniff, she answered, "Dobby took him. He said Harry instructed him that if Harry was incapacitated, that he was to get him and Harry away into safety. I begged Dobby to let him stay here and that I would look after him, but he refused. I think Dobby only waited long enough to make sure Harry was stable and to tell one of us." He patted her arm and said, "Don't worry, Meg, Dobby is a good elf and is completely devoted to Harry. If he can't help him, I'm sure he will find someone who will. Sometimes I think he's worse than Madame Pomfrey when it comes to Harry." She kept crying and saying something about James's baby. I think Harry not letting her help broke her heart. Yeah, Granger and Longbottom both told her he didn't trust anyone in the castle and he didn't want their help anymore. Not much compassion there, huh? Cedric smiled. Well, they know about me and Harry now. You're still safe for the moment, but I'm sure they'll figure it out eventually. When it happens, expect the masses to start asking you to tell him they're sorry." She sighed. "I don't care anymore. I just want Harry here and to finally be safe. So what do we do now?" Cedric sighed. "I don't really know as far as Harry is concerned. I'll just try to push them off as long as I can. I don't think they need to know he's not in the castle. It would mess up his plans." "Agreed, so deny. Yep, and we need to go get cleaned up for dinner. There's going to be a bit of excitement there tonight." "What's going on?" Cedric growled out. Crumb turned back and bit Harry in his shark form. "That's where the big place on his side came from. I intend to make him admit it in front of the whole castle at dinner and then explain why." She pulled him up from the couch and started leading him back to the Hufflepuff dorms. As they walked, she said, "I hope Harry is okay." He gave her a small smile. "Dobby will keep us informed. You are Mistress Meggs, you know." She punched his shoulder and said, "You prat. Will you let it drop?" He smirked. "Did you let it drop when you found out I liked Cho?" "Crap. Yep." They walked back to the Hufflepuff dorms in silence. Neither was happy with the current situation, but unlike Harry, they at least had each other for support. As Megan thought about this, she had to fight back tears once again. When Harry returned, she had made up her mind that since he wouldn't ask her until this was over, that she would ask him. One way or another, the boy she had grown close to would be hers. Cedric and Megan arrived early to the Great Hall and took their seats at the Hufflepuff table, and it wasn't long before Cho joined them. During the conversation, Cho said, "As much time as he spends with you, I'm beginning to wonder if I should feel jealous." Cedric chuckled and said, "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. We know each other too well for that to ever work. Besides, I think her heart belongs to another." Cho quickly figured out what that meant and said, "I'm happy for you. He's a good guy and will treat you right." Megan blushed but smiled at the comment. Cho added, "Please be good to him. He deserves some happiness." All Megan could do was nod before Fleur came over with her little sister and asked, "May we join you?" Cedric gave her his most political smile and said, Certainly, though I'm not sure we would meet up with your standards. Fleur sat down and looked down at the table. I know I deserve that for how I treated your friend. I would like to apologize to him face to face, but I think that will be difficult now. Would you pass it along please, and also give him my thanks for what he did for me and my sister during the task. He saved my life and completed my task for me. I am thankful for my life, but even more so for what he did for Gabrielle. Cedric said, I will pass it along when I see him. Again, he received a kick under the table from Megan for the last part. Fleur latched onto that comment and asked, you don't know where he is? Cedric truthfully said, no, he has hidden from everyone. It may be some time before he shows back up. She nodded and looked to be in deep thought for a minute. She finally straightened her shoulders. There is another matter I wish to speak with him about. What he did today makes me indebted to him. Megan asked, do you mean a life debt? Fleur nodded, for Avila, it is not such a simple matter. Our magic is different and a debt of this type must be settled or it will start to affect me. Cho asked, how is it different? From what I've heard, Harry collects life debts like some people collect chocolate frog cards, and that doesn't even count the debt owed to him by our whole society from when he was a baby. Megan jumped in, yeah, I think I heard that Granger and the Weasley girl both owe him a life debt, but after what all has happened, the only way he'd use them is to make sure they left him alone. She smiled as she heard gasps behind her. Fleur blushed and quietly said, Avila's magic will compel her to satisfy the debt by sacrificing something to him. In my case, it could be my pure T, or I could be bonded to him for life as a concubine. There are other ways to satisfy the debt, but most do not apply in this situation as Harry is too young to want children yet. Megan stared at her for a few minutes in shock. Her eyes cut over to Cedric, who was also staring at Fleur in shock. She finally burst out in mocking laughter in the French champion's face. She growled out, why in the hell do you think Harry would ever accept anything you had to offer? You treated him like the dirt beneath your feet and then insulted his manhood. Fleur indignantly replied, I did no such thing. I merely stated he was too young to compete. Cedric said, you called him a little boy when he has done more than most adults. I do not understand. What do you mean? Cedric said, Harry has already faced you-know-who 4 times in his life and lived to tell about it. If that isn't enough, he killed a 65-foot basilisk at 12 and has faced all kinds of stuff that would make most of us crap our pants and go crying to mummy. Mon Dieu. Megan said, yeah, he has more reason to brag or gloat and walk around here showing he's as tough as Draco Malfoy thinks he is, but instead, he's quiet and caring and really sweet. And then the tournament happens and everyone treats him like crap and makes his life even more miserable than it already was. And then you have the nerve to come over here and claim you owe him a debt and that you intend to claim him as your own to satisfy that debt. I don't see how Harry would benefit from such a thing. In my opinion, the debt would only grow because he would have to take care of a spoiled princess like you for the rest of his life. I don't care what you think, but you don't deserve to even look at him or wash his feet. Your best bet is to tell him thank you and move on. Anything else is laughable because he wouldn't give you the time of day no matter what you look like. Not realizing that they were drawing attention, a crowd had started listening in. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were amongst the first Gryffindors in the Great Hall and heard the whole thing. Their eyes widened that not only had they been replaced, but here was someone from another house that was heatedly defending Harry to the end. They finally saw Cedric squeeze her hand to calm her down, but realized that Harry now had real friends that wouldn't turn their backs on him like they had. It was just another blow to their fragile egos that Harry didn't need them and had quite obviously moved on. After their betrayal, Fleur looked up after being berated as she was quietly said, you love him, don't you? Megan noticed she had a lot of attention on her and said, who wouldn't? He's a great guy that any girl would be proud to be with. His only requirement at this point is that you show some loyalty to him. You could be dog ugly and it wouldn't matter. I guess that's why he liked Granger so much, as she was loyal to him until Halloween. Well, at least he thought she was. Cedric cut her off as he whispered, Meg, I know you're mad, but you need to shut up. She smiled again as she heard a few sobs behind her. Fleur had been watching the whole thing and knew that her answer had not been the whole truth. She decided to take Megan's advice and see if a simple thank you and a promise of help in the future would satisfy the debt. She finally said, I thank you for your insights and will attempt to satisfy my debt as you have suggested. As Fleur rose and moved to sit amongst the students of her house, Gabrielle said in perfect English. Please tell Harry that I said thank you. He didn't have to do what he did for me, and I'd bet that if he hadn't helped me and my sister, he wouldn't have been hurt. Megan smiled at the young girl and asked, are you going to have to settle any debts with Harry? Gabrielle smiled. Goodness no, I was never in any danger. I had Harry Potter watching out for me. Megan laughed. That's a good one, I'm sure Harry will get a laugh out of that. With a grin, Gabrielle turned away and went to sit beside her sister. As Megan watched her go, she felt a tap on her shoulder. When she turned around, a teary-eyed Ginny Weasley was standing in front of her and asked, is Harry okay? Do you know where he is? Megan gave the girl a hard but tear-filled glare. I don't know, and thanks to you lot, he could be lying somewhere dying and we wouldn't know. That was more than enough to send Ginny running from the Great Hall, and she wouldn't be seen the rest of the night. Under normal circumstances, the Griffs would be all over her for making Ginny cry, but they couldn't deny the truth of the matter and sat there silently. The three of them ate in peace as everyone around could tell that Cedric and Megan were not happy. To make matters worse, Susan and Hannah were quick to move into the seats after Fleur and Gabrielle left. As they fawned all over Cedric, even with Cho sitting there, Cedric tried to be as polite as possible, but the two girls were starting to make him feel uncomfortable. Megan finally had enough of their fawning and said, will you two slags knock it off? Can't you realize that he's had a trying day with the tournament as well as with what happened to Harry? Susan asked, why would we care what happened to Potter? He's trying to steal the spotlight from Cedric. Cedric gave them a hard look and said, he is doing no such thing. Hell, he didn't even want to be in this damn tournament and has said so I don't know how many times. Hannah asked, why do you care, Cedric? With a growl, he replied, I care because he is my friend. Now let me ask you something. Susan silkily said, anything. After rolling his eyes, he said, I know your Aunt Amelia pretty well, and I'm sure she required you to study the ancient families. Susan replied, she did. Well, in your training as the heiress to House Bones, have you also studied treaties between houses? Especially your own. She still wasn't getting what Cedric was asking. Yes. Was there an alliance between House Bones and House Potter? Yes, but that doesn't matter right now, we're in school. We don't need to worry about that until we graduate and take our places in society. Cedric rolled his eyes and said, Meg, do you want this one? She gave an evil grin. And asked, can I? Really? He smirked as he nodded. She leaned over and kissed at his cheek and then turned her eyes on the two girls. Harry had some questions he wanted answered, and Cedric and I suggested your aunt. When he heard that she was your aunt, he immediately refused, saying that thanks to your behavior towards him, he wouldn't trust a Bones to wipe his ass. What this means is that on the day that Harry takes control over House Potter, House Bones will probably lose an alliance. Do you really think he's going to say that it was just school crap, or do you think you made a lasting impression on him that will affect the future of your house? Susan looked at her stunned. Megan gave a smirk. I can see that quite a lot of the treaties with House Potter may be broken after this year. The loss of political and financial support for the lesser houses would be devastating, don't you think? You know, I once read that it was Harry's grandfather that paid to have Bones Manor rebuilt during the First War as a gesture of goodwill between the families. I can just imagine how your Aunt Amelia is going to act when she finds out what you've done. And don't get me started on what will happen when Augusta Longbottom discovers how her grandson single-handedly destroyed an alliance that has been in effect for centuries. Megan gave a satisfied smile as she heard Neville's gulp behind her and witnessed Susan pale at the ramifications hit her. Susan and Hannah sat there in silence throughout the rest of the meal, and there was not much being said at the Gryffindor table either. As the dishes were vanishing, Dumbledore rose and announced that they would give the champions scores momentarily. It was evident that Dumbledore was waiting Crumb when he was escorted into the hall by Karkaroff. It appeared as if Dumbledore had heard of and was taking Cedric's threat very seriously. Dumbledore stood at the podium and said, now that we are all here, we can begin. Could I have the champions up front, please? As the champions moved forward, someone yelled out, you can't start without Harry Potter. Dumbledore frowned and said, Mr. Potter is unavailable at the moment, so we must continue without him. Please hold your applause until the end. This started the first of many murmurs throughout the hall. Dumbledore said, Miss Delacour receives a total of 40 out of 50 points for the successful casting of the bubble head charm, and since her hostage was returned during the predetermined time. Fleur was shocked and said, "Non, I do not deserve such a score. Mr. Potter saved me and then brought my sister back for me." Dumbledore said, "Such modesty is refreshing, but the score stands as it is." Fleur flushed and looked apologetically to Cedric. Mr. Krum receives a total of 45 points out of 50 for a successful if not strange partial transformation and for returning his hostage back within the allotted time. Krum smiled as Cedric yelled, "What? He attacked and tried to kill a fellow champion. How could you reward him for that? Mr. Diggory, it is not against the rules to attack a fellow champion, and all we have is the merman account of what happened. Without Mr. Potter here, we have no proof." A low rumble was heard across the hall as the students were finally made aware of what happened under the water. Cedric turned to Victor and said in a menacing voice, "I'll be sure to inform Harry of that, and we will see what happens in the final task. My only question is why?" Victor was angry that he had been challenged like this in front of the whole school and spoke without thinking. "He interfered with my date to the ball." That was an insult to Victor Krum and could not stand. Cedric looked at him and said, "You really are stupid. Harry had nothing to do with that. If you wanted to attack who was responsible, you should have pointed your wand at Dumbledore and McGonagall. Harry wouldn't touch Granger with a 10-foot pole." Meghan was watching the whole thing and inwardly smiled as she heard Granger sniff at that comment. Dumbledore said, "That will be enough, Mr. Diggory. Your behavior is unbecoming a champion. And yours is unbecoming of a judge. Let's get on with this farce." Dumbledore glared at him and then continued on. Mr. Diggory receives 48 of 50 points for a successful casting of a bubblehead charm and for returning his hostage within the allotted time. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Potter receives 30 points for the successful use of gillyweed and returning his hostage within the allotted time." The judges deducted 5 points for his interference with Miss Delacour's task. Another 5-point deduction was added for not following instructions by fighting with the merman. In the end, it was decided that another 5-point deduction would be added because he did not get his hostage and himself on the platform. This concludes tonight's ceremonies. Albus expected applause, but there wasn't a sound in the entire hall. Cedric stood there and stared at Dumbledore. He finally said, "He outperformed all of us. He even watched over us to make sure we were safe. He actually saved Fleur, who would have drowned. He was attacked by Krum and stabbed with a trident, but even through all of that, he brought up 2 hostages and completed his task plus another champion's. You deducted points for saving Fleur's life. You deducted points for fighting with mermen when you deducted none for that bastard biting him, and then you had the audacity to deduct points for him needing help getting on the platform after all that. Is that all correct, Headmaster?" Albus looked sheepish at being dressed down by a student in front of the entire student population. "I wouldn't look at it in the context you put it in, but that is essentially correct. Thank you for verifying that. I will use it in my quotes to the Daily Prophet when I discuss this sham of a tournament and the lack of impartial judges with them." Once he said that, he walked to his table and held out his arms to Meghan and Cho. When they rose and headed out the door, Meghan said loudly, "Harry was right. They aren't worth the effort anymore." It took 2 days for Dobby to realize he was in over his head. Harry had lain on the bed the entire time, and although he thrashed about and Ned, he had not woken up. He could sense that Harry's magic was working overtime to combat the complications that were developing due to his injuries, but he didn't know what else he could do to help. The main problem seemed to be the high fever he was running, and during the times it spiked, Harry thrashed worse than ever and even managed to utter a few words such as cup and crown. Deep inside Harry's mind, the high fever enabled him to see the residue left over from whatever it was that Dobby had managed to rid him of. When his fever lowered, it allowed him time to process what he had seen if he didn't know what he was seeing. All he could tell was that it was something important to Voldemort, and these things would have to be dealt with before Tom would leave him alone. On the 3rd day, Dobby knew that he could no longer do this alone, and he started thinking about who he could trust to make Harry better. Dobby knew Harry didn't trust anyone in the castle, but his mind kept going back to Madame Pomfrey and how she had always made Harry better. He laid a cold compress on Harry's head and poured yet another fever-reducing potion down his throat. He then said, "Master Harry, Dobby does all he knows to do. Dobby needs help making you better. Please forgive Dobby, but Dobby goes and gets help. Harry's head turned slightly towards Dobby and he gave a slight nod. Dobby reached out and grabbed Harry's hand. Dobby, be back soon. He stepped back and popped away. He arrived in the Hogwarts infirmary with a louder pop than he wanted to, but it couldn't be helped when he came through strong wards. The noise caught the attention of the witch, who was sitting in a chair staring out the window. Dobby scampered over to her and pleaded, "Nurse Poppy, Master needs your help." "Who is your master?" "Dobby heard you call him James's son." "Dobby will not say his name here." Her eyes bored into him when he said this. "Is he all right?" "No, of course he isn't." "Can you tell me what is wrong with him?" "Master be running high fever. Master's wounds won't stop weeping and Master's leg is turning dark. Oh Merlin, please take me to him at once." Dobby cannot until Nurse Poppy swears that she won't turn Master over to Whiskers or anyone else. Dobby finds someone else if Nurse Poppy cannot do this. She raised her wand immediately and said, "I, Madam Poppy Pomfrey, swear to not reveal the location of Dobby's master to anyone and promise to do all in my power to heal him." Dobby nodded. Nurse Poppy flew to wherever she wants outside of castle and call Dobby. "Dobby, come and take you to Master. Dobby needs to go check on Master." P.O.P. Her wand never came down as she summoned her bag and then summoned everything she thought she might need into it. She stepped over to the flow and threw a pinch of powder into it. "William Holston, Street. Mungos. Billy, are you there? Hey Poppy. How are you today?" "I'm sorry Billy, but I don't have time to talk right now. I've got a family emergency and need someone to cover my ward for a few days. Can you send someone through?" "Of course Poppy. I'll send someone right over. Give them a few minutes and you can leave your instructions." "Thank you Billy. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't necessary. With how many times you have helped us out, it's the least we can do. I hope things work out okay." "Me too." She pulled her head out of the flow and then threw another pinch in. She stuck her head back in and said, "Minerva." "Yes Poppy. What's wrong?" "I have a family emergency I need to tend to. I've already called Billy and he is sending someone over. I should only be gone for a few days." Minerva could see potions and other equipment flying through the room and packing itself in her bag. From the looks of things, whatever the emergency was, it was pretty serious, and judging by the way the normally unflappable Poppy was acting, this was something extremely important to her. It was then that she realized what was going on. "All right Poppy, go do what you must." "And Poppy." "Yes Minnie. Just make sure he gets better." Poppy looked at her for a second and nodded her head. As soon as her head came out of the fireplace, the flames flashed green and a healer stepped through. "Billy, what are you doing here?" "It sounded important, so I came to cover your ward until someone else could get here." "Thank you. Nothing going on right now and there are no patients to tend to at the moment, but that could change in a second." He laughed. "I know Poppy, my internship here is one of my fondest memories." "That's just because you met Janice here. Now, I really do need to run." She threw another pinch of flow powder into the fireplace and said, "Leaky cauldron." When she stepped out of the flow, Tom greeted her, "Morning Poppy, can I get you anything?" She smiled. "Not today Tom, just passing through." She made her way to the back of the pub and tapped the bricks. Once she entered, she went to a deserted alley and called for Dobby. He popped in, grabbed her hand and popped right back out. Their arrival was fast, so she knew they were close to Diagon Alley, and from the appointments in the room, she knew she was in a Muggle hotel, a decidedly upscale one too. Dobby led her to the bedroom and she winced at the smell that permeated the room. She moved quickly and started removing the rest of the clothes that remained from the second task. She then started waving her wand to diagnose what all was wrong with the young man who had captured her heart just as much as his father had. The results were really bad and she knew she could have prevented most of this if he had just let her take care of him. She shook that thought from her head and went to work banishing the bandages and unpacking her bag. Her biggest concern was the fever, as all his magic was focused on fighting it and the infection that coursed through his body. She held out her hand and several vials floated to it, which she quickly uncorked and started pouring down his throat. She knew that it would take time for the potions to work, so she started looking at his wounds. The wound on his side was just as mangled and weepy as it had been days ago. The fact that it had not scabbed over spoke to her years of experience and pointed to some type of poison affecting it. She looked at his leg, the one that he had cauterized in the middle of the grounds, and then thought back to the trident lying there. She knew that the mermen sometimes coated their tridents in a special poison to weaken their prey and inhibit their magic. It was evident that this was the case, so she summoned a book and started narrowing down the possible toxin. With a wave of her wand, she determined the poison but realized she was not prepared for this. She started writing something out on a piece of parchment and turned to Dobby. "I need you to go get this from the apothecary at once. Do you have any money? Dobby can go get some if it is needed." "No time." She waved her hand and a money pouch flew into it from her bag. She handed it to Dobby and added, "Be quick about it." Dobby nodded and popped off. He returned 5 minutes later handing her several vials and her money pouch. Dobby goes and gets money. "No, I need you here in case I need something else. There should be enough in there for now. You can get money later." She uncorked both vials and poured both of them in at the same time. Harry started choking, so she rubbed his throat to allow the potion to go down. She sat back as she needed to give the potions time to work before she could do anything else. She talked to him because she felt it calmed her and comforted him. Those potions were to counteract the poison that was on the trident. It has a magic inhibitor that was not allowing your magic to repair what it could. "I'm going to be doing a lot of things to you, baby, but I will do everything I can to put you back together." She waited about 10 minutes and then a brown bottle flew into it. She levitated Harry up for a second as she laid a towel underneath him. When he was settled again, she rolled him on his side and began pouring the liquid from the brown bottle over the wound. When his body reacted to what she was doing, she softly said, "Good old Muggle hydrogen peroxide, Harry. It works as good as a wand and doesn't interfere with the potions." She took out her wand after the wound stopped foaming and sprayed water on it to rinse it clean. She repeated this 5 more times before the infection had been cleaned enough that the wound stopped bubbling under the effects of the peroxide. After the last rinsing, she saw that the wound was bleeding normally and started working to correct that problem. The damage was severe and during the attack, Harry had lost most of the muscle on that side of his chest along with his nipple and on his back. The shoulder blade was so damaged that she thought it best to vanish it and start over, but that would have to wait for now. It took her longer than expected to stop the bleeding, but she soon had a salve patch in place that would allow new skin to grow quickly. If things went right, she should be able to rebuild his muscles, but she would need something stronger than what she brought with her. As she examined him closer, she realized that the loss of the nipple was probably permanent, which wouldn't be as tragic for him as it would have been for a girl. There would also be a permanent jagged scar where the teeth bit down and tore. If that was the worst of it, she thought they would both find the results acceptable. She wrapped a clean bandage around his torso and then forced a blood-replenishing potion down his throat. Knowing he had been without food for at least 3 days, she pulled out a nutrient potion and forced it down his throat as well. She looked at her watch and realized that she had been working on him for almost 4 hours and she could feel it. She smiled down at her charge and said, "You know, this is the easiest time I've ever had in giving you potions. I usually have to either chase you down or browbeat you into submission." She looked down at the leg and noticed the darkened color had started fading, but that wasn't good enough and those wounds were still left to be dealt with. Dobby appeared and handed her a glass of water. She thanked him and continued to work on Harry. It took her another 3 hours to be satisfied with the wound on his leg. As she examined it, it was obvious to her that if left uncorrected, the wounds would cause Harry problems for the rest of his life. She then did something she only did on rare occasions. She pulled out a scalpel and began to cut the damaged tissue out of his leg. She was amazed that he didn't move during the whole thing, but she could see his eyes squeezed tightly shut. She softly said, "It won't be much longer, Harry. I'm almost done." Once she was finished cutting, she poured a potion directly into the wounds. She said, "This is a potion of my own creation. It'll work to repair the damage and hopefully give you full use of your leg. If it doesn't work, then we will come up with other options. I can't have you not coming to see me because you can't ride your broom." She worked on the leg for a bit longer before she wrapped it up in a bandage. When she was finished, she looked at her watch again and sighed. "I haven't had to work on someone that long in quite a while. We're done for now, Harry, but I promise you we will talk later about you not letting me help you in the first place. If your little friend had not came and got me, you would have been dead within 2 days. I won't have that ever again, so you're going to explain everything to me so that I can help." Dobby appeared in the room and led Poppy into the dining area where he had prepared a meal for her. Dobby thanks you for helping Harry. Dobby sorry Dobby couldn't do better. You did what you needed to do Dobby and then you did an even braver thing by going against Harry's wishes and bringing me here. I want to thank you for doing that. I wasn't sleeping from worry for him. Dobby prepared a room for Nurse Poppy so she could stay close by. Dobby watched Harry while Nurse Poppy rests. She ate her meal and then went to clean up. Once she was ready for bed, she checked Harry one last time and went to lie down for the night. All had been quiet for Billy as he manned the Hogwarts infirmary until a Hufflepuff second year showed up right after dinner. When she saw the man standing there in healer's robes, the first thing that came out of her mouth was, "Where's Madame Pomfrey? She had a family emergency and had to leave suddenly. My staff from St. Mungo's is going to take shifts until she can return. Is there anything I can help you with?" She blushed and said, "No thank you. I just wanted to talk to her but it can wait until she gets back." Billy sat back and smiled as the girl hurried off. She ran all the way back to the Hufflepuff common room and was out of breath when she got there. She looked around and spotted Megan sitting in one of the armchairs studying but didn't see Cedric anywhere. The girl ran up to Megan and was trying to talk and catch her breath at the same time. Finally she got out, "Where's Cedric?" Megan looked up at the girl and saw how red her face was and asked, "What's wrong Jennifer, are you having an asthma attack?" Jennifer waved her off. "No, I'm fine, just out of breath. Do you know where Cedric is?" "I think he's in the library with Cho." "Did something happen?" "I just went to the infirmary for a headache potion and Madame Pomfrey is gone. Some man is there in healer robes and told me she had a family emergency and would be gone for a few days." "Family emergency?" "Yeah, and I thought with the way she was acting after the second task that well, she's gone to help Harry." Megan stood and said, "Crap, that means he's in worse shape than we thought. I've got to go tell Seed." "Thanks Jennifer." Megan bolted out the door and headed for the library. She made it through the hallways in record time and stopped to catch her breath at the library doors because she did not want to upset Madame Pants. She made her way inside and crept around until she found Cho and Cedric back at a corner table. Cho looked up and with a grin said, "I thought tonight was my night." Megan plopped down and said, "I've got news." Cedric leaned forward, "Well, Madame Pomfrey left the castle for a family emergency." Cedric said, "You think she went to Harry?" "That's my guess. You saw the way she was acting in the entrance hall. She kept crying about her James's son." Cedric leaned back. "Well, that could only mean that things got a lot worse and Dobby couldn't take care of it himself." "Have you tried calling Dobby lately?" "Not since they left. I knew he'd be busy." "Give it another day then call for Dobby and see if he can give you any news." "Damn, I hate not knowing. It's been 4 days since he left, but if she's with him, at least we know he's being taken care of." The next morning, news was spreading like wildfire that Madame Pomfrey had left the castle. Speculation about her family emergency was primarily centered on the idea that she went to help Harry Potter since most of them had witnessed her breakdown in the entrance hall. Everyone had seen the bloody mess that landed on the grounds and they all were witnesses to him removing the trident from his thigh. Most still winced thinking about it, but if there was one underlying thought, it was relief that Harry would get the care he needed. Madame Pomfrey was known to never give up on a patient and they knew she wouldn't give up on the boy they had all pushed into this situation. As soon as Albus heard the rumor, he approached Minerva. "Do you know anything about this?" "All I know is what Poppy told me." "Is she taking care of Mr. Potter?" "I don't know, but I hope she is. Merlin knows we have all dropped the quaffle when it comes to him. If he's off school grounds, that is a blatant violation of the rules and we will have to deal with that. Albus, that boy was in no shape to leave the school, so if he did leave, it wasn't under his own power. If you are so hell-bent on pushing the boy even further away, then by all means expel him. I think he would thank you for it at this point." It was 3 days before Harry woke, and when his eyes finally opened, Madame Pomfrey was sitting beside him. She smiled down at him and patted his cheek lovingly. "That's my boy. I was beginning to wonder if you were just going to stay in my care permanently and sleep your life away." Harry's eyes grew wide and he looked around in panic. She softly said, "Relax Harry. You are not at Hogwarts. Dobby came and got me when you took a turn for the worse. You have a very faithful and loyal friend in Dobby who has been agonizing over what you would say to him when you woke up. He has made some broth for you so we can get something besides potions in your stomach." Harry gave her a small nod. Still in her soft voice she said, "I want you to know that you hurt me terribly when you refused to let me care for you, so we will be having a talk before I leave where you will answer my questions and try to help me understand why you felt you needed to run away. I feel I've at least earned the right to an explanation." Harry reached out and lightly took her hand. In a very gruff and unused voice, he said, "It wasn't you, Madame Pomfrey. I can't protect myself there. It's hard to explain, but I will try to tell you what I can." She nodded and then asked, "So, what do you want first? The good, the bad, or the ugly?" He smiled up at her and said, "Well, I'm awake and alive, so I'll take that as a good start. Just start with the good and work your way down. I'd hate to ruin your good news by moping over the bad." "Well, the good news is that you'll still be able to play Quidditch." She noticed his frown at that but decided to leave that part for later. She knew this young man well and it would have to figure into his radical actions somehow. "You'll also make an almost complete recovery, but it will take some time. The damage done was pretty bad but not untreatable. The problem was that along with the injuries, there were other things going on that made the situation much more difficult. If Dobby had waited another day or two, we probably wouldn't be talking right now. At the moment, you still have severe tissue damage around your torso. I managed to repair your leg completely, but I'm going to need some help and better potions to fix the rest." He smiled up at her. "Madame Pomfrey. Poppy, all my boys call me Poppy." "Okay, well Poppy, the fact that I'm alive probably means we should be celebrating. When Victor bit me, he shook me like a dog with a new chew toy. I could feel him ripping me apart, so the trident stuck in my leg was not so bad. By my guess, the mermen probably saved my life even if they did stab me with the trident." "Yes, they did. They are quite upset with what happened and are afraid of what you might do to them for it." He laughed and said, "No, I'd rather find something they like and rarely get and buy them a whole bunch of it to show my appreciation for their efforts. If it hadn't been for them, I would have never made it out of the water." She chuckled. "I once read an author who said they like chunky peanut butter. According to him, they find it heavenly. I'll lend it to you while you recover." "Dobby." He appeared but acted as if he was afraid. "Thank you, Dobby. You're good elf and a good friend. There will be no punishment for getting Poppy to come help." Poppy looked at him strange and said, "You speak of punishment when he saved your life." He shot her a glare. "Poppy, I think I know Dobby better than you, and he was looking for a way to go close his head in the oven door for disobeying my orders. Instead of punishment, I think I will assign some more work to you. Get some money and go buy 50 cases of chunky peanut butter. I then want you to deliver it to the merpeople of Black Lake. If you cannot speak with them, go ask Myrtle in the second-floor girls' bathroom. I think she can communicate with them enough to tell them I said thank you for saving me from certain death. While you are at Hogwarts, you will contact Cedric or Megan and tell them I am recovering but am alive. If they ask, you can tell them Poppy is with me." "Yes, Harry sir, thank you Harry sir." With a loud pop, Dobby was gone. As Poppy fed Harry his broth, the conversation turned to Harry and his reasons for running away from her. After she informed him that she had given Dobby her oath not to betray him, he began to tell his tale, starting with life on Privet Drive. He then worked his way up through the years at Hogwarts, which she had seen for herself and always ended up dealing with the results. The conversation then turned to this year and everything he had been put through. How his friends and even the staff had treated him so badly that he finally just went into hiding to escape the harassment. He talked of how betrayed he felt that his own head of house wouldn't stand up for him or protect him in any way, and how her outburst during class one day had been the final straw that saw any respect he once had for her vanish completely. He talked of Christmas and going to Gringotts and finding out that Albus effectively blocked any chance he had at gaining any measure of control over his own life. He talked of sending Dobby to the gnomes and then the gift of hope he received in return. As he ended the tale, she was in tears and understood his reactions. It then came time for her confession. "Harry, there is something I have been dying to tell you for 4 years but have been ordered not to do so. You see, your grandmother, Doria, and I were especially close during school. While we both went into healing, she eventually left the program to marry your grandfather. And while I had my fair share of suitors, I felt a stronger calling into healing and never stopped to marry or have a family. I delivered your father and upon his birth was rewarded with the gift of being his godmother. It was then that I finally had the family that I always wanted but never took the time to have. When James came to Hogwarts, it was like having my own child around and made me realize just what I had missed out on. Of course he was a little scamp much like his son, but I loved him dearly. Just as I do you. Albus forbade everyone from talking to you about your family, and it was especially hard on Minerva and me. It's not my story to tell, but Minerva was more than just a teacher to both your parents. He looked at her with wide eyes as she continued. So you came to Hogwarts and I could tell that things were not quite right, but I couldn't do anything about it or Albus would have me dismissed from the staff. So many times I wanted to tell you everything, but I kept silent so I could stay close to you and protect you the only way I could. You were my only connection to James, and once you graduated, I was planning to retire with the offer to take care of your family as it grew. I know this may not make much sense because I'm babbling, but I want you to know that I believe everything you've told me. I also believe that Lily was smart enough to do what she did. I'm just sorry it took this long for you to find out everything. It's okay, Poppy, I'm still having trouble with some of it, but I can understand the decision you made. The one I'm having the most trouble with is Aunt Minnie. Poppy gasped. He looked up and said, yes, I have seen my parents Will, and I know exactly who she is to me. The way she acted towards me is the main reason why I didn't come with you even when I knew it would be for the best. I'm trying so hard to stay out from under Dumbledore's thumb, and if I had gone to the infirmary, he would have used my injuries to once again try to gain control over me. I would have already left Hogwarts, but the magical contract of the tournament is effectively keeping me tied to the school for now. Now that I've researched contracts, I know that I could have walked away anytime until I did the first task, but once I did, I was locked in and whoever put my name in was off the hook. I just keep telling myself that I only have to make it a little bit longer and I'll be free of his control. And even with everyone else against me, knowing this makes me feel better and freer than I ever have. The entire castle isn't against you anymore, Harry. Many have seen the error of their ways. Your former friends are looking pitiful, but I think it's because your lady friend is giving them the devil every chance she gets. Harry looked at her questionably. Poppy said, Miss Jones reminds me of your mother in some ways. She is fiercely loyal to those she cares about, and it's pretty obvious she cares a lot for you. I don't think it was intentional, but before I came here, Miss Delacour said something that upset her and it was too much for her to take. She ended up cowing the French champion and at the same time, wreaked havoc amongst your housemates. From the account I heard, Miss Weasley ran from the Great Hall in tears. If she cares that much for you and if you share her feelings, don't let her get away. Once James caught Lily, he was on top of the world and nothing could bring him down. Now, if you'll allow an old lady to be nosy, do you love her? He thought for a minute. I don't really know. I've never had a girlfriend before, so I don't have something to judge it by. I've had the love of friends and she is definitely that. My feelings towards Hermione were changing before all this started and it felt different. How do you really know? She smiled down at him. Well, how often do you think about her? What do you feel when you are together? What do you feel when you're apart? If you can answer those questions, I think we can get a better idea. Well, I miss her when we're not together and look forward to when I can see her again. We always have a good time when we're together and she's easy to talk to and seems to understand stuff. As far as thinking about her, pretty much all the time, but it's more along the lines of Meg would think that's funny or I wish she was here so she could explain it to me. Sounds to me like you've come to rely on her much like you did Miss Granger. I'd ask her to be my girlfriend, but I don't want her to have to go through all the trouble that it would cause. I mean, who would want to be with someone who has all this drama in his life? Well, you can't schedule your life around the crap that happens in it. If you care for her, then you need to show her and not make her wait. As long as you two are happy, then that is all that matters, so don't worry about what the rest of the castle says or thinks. So my great godmom is giving me relationship advice. Well, yes. You know your father was incredibly thick in this area as well until I straightened him out. Besides, I think she could help you in more ways than you think. I'll think about it. She frowned at his statement but then became a little nervous. Now that you know I won't betray you, I want you to come back to Hogwarts with me. Before you say anything, there is a second room off my personal quarters that I can convert for you and no one will ever know you are there. I don't. This isn't up for discussion anymore, Harry. The potions I used have helped, but we have a lot more to do before you are back to your old self. He smirked. Are you going to give me a new nipple as well? It felt good when I rubbed it and I'll miss that. She chuckled at his light-hearted approach. Merlin, you act just like your father sometimes. I'm sorry baby, but there's only so much we can do. I can rebuild the muscles, but I'm afraid that's gone for good. He sulked. Well, I hope he got indigestion from it. When would we need to make this decision? I need to return to my duties, so it would need to be quick. The sooner we start, the sooner you can get back to normal and out of my hair. You might be able to be back on a broom before long. He perked up at hearing that. How about this, you go back tomorrow morning and get the room ready, and then Dobby can bring me the next day. Let's say during breakfast while everyone is busy. Poppy, will Megan and Cedric be able to visit me? She smiled at him and said, I'm sure we can work something out, dear. At worst, Dobby can pop them straight into the room so no one gets suspicious. She paused to look at him. I'm really surprised you agreed to it so easily. It's not every day that you willingly place yourself in my care. Well, I've thought about it and I feel I kind of owe you for running off and upsetting you. Besides that, I trust you to do what you say you will. Dobby will be with me so he can always pop me to another location in the castle if they search your ward. Yes, there is that. But don't expect me to baby you like I've done here. It just wouldn't be proper in front of the other students. He pouted at her. But I love this Poppy. Why can't I keep her? She laughed and replied, you can, as soon as you graduate. Speaking of that, since I'm going to be locked up for a while, I was thinking that maybe Dobby could get the 5th year books for me to study. She caught where Harry was going and said, if you can get through them, Griselda Marshbanks owes me a few favors. We might get you tested for owls over the summer. If you were to do well, you could walk away from Hogwarts on your birthday and never come back. Something else you need to know, when Dobby bonded with me, he said he sensed things wrong with my magic and took it upon himself to fix the problem. Ever since then, my mind has been clearer and I can touch my magic easier. Without Ron and Hermione's distraction and even with the tournament taking a lot of my time, I've already finished this year's books and I think I could take my year-end tests now. It's not like I'll be attending any classes for the rest of the year, so if I use my time to study next year's stuff, I think I can pull it off. I'll make some inquiries when we get back and see what we need to do. She then reached over to the nightstand and handed him a stack of letters. These came for you while you were out. They look to be from Gringotts judging by the seal on them. Harry's demeanor darkened as he thought about his last visit with the goblins. He opened one and began to read. Mr. Potter, we at Gringotts would like to offer our apologies for the events that occurred during our last meeting. We also request that you return to our institution so that we can further discuss this matter and try to come to a mutually beneficial arrangement concerning your accounts. We can acknowledge the fact that you were upset with us that day, but walking out is no way to keep a good working relationship. We have tried numerous times to contact you since that meeting and every letter has been returned unopened. We feel that it is not in the best interests of either of us if you won't discuss the matter further. I would like to once again request your presence here. No appointment is necessary as we are here to serve you at your earliest convenience. Bearclaw. The letter did nothing to soothe the bad feelings he had towards the goblins. In fact, it just solidified his position towards them. Harry handed the letter to Poppy and her anger rose at what she read. Why those tiny little con men? I've never read such a condescending letter in my life. He makes out like the whole thing was your fault. Harry just gave her an evil grin and asked for a piece of parchment. She sat there as he started writing. Bearclaw, your last letter just reinforced my desire to cut all ties with your institution. I don't know where you learned your business practices from, but from where I come from, the fact that it's my money in your bank makes my wishes take precedence above yours in this matter. The fact that you still think we have any kind of working relationship is laughable. There will come a day when House Potter makes a very public break with Gringotts, and I hope you are prepared for the fallout from your actions. Harry James Potter. Harry handed Poppy the letter to read, and once she did, she gave him a questioning look. He only replied, if you have money in Gringotts, I'd suggest you move it to the gnomes before July. The goblins will probably close their doors once I'm through with them. She looked at him with wide eyes before nodding her head. He called for Dobby and handed him the letter. Take this letter to Bearclaw and then put up those mail wards again. Dobby already did it. Dobby sorry he didn't hide Harry. That's okay Dobby, you were pretty busy at the time. Poppy asked, how come those letters reached you here? According to them, they have been sending you letters since Christmas. You should have received them while at the school. Harry smirked. According to Dobby, Dumbledore has wards on Hogwarts and Privet Doctor that only allow letters from certain people to reach me. Any others are turned away. Poppy exclaimed, that's illegal. Just add it to the list. It seems Dumbledore gets away with whatever he wants when it concerns me. Poppy stepped out of the flow and into her infirmary only to see the smiling face of Billy Holston. She smiled and said, you stayed here the whole time didn't you? Of course Poppy, I couldn't trust your ward to just anybody. Besides, it gave me an excuse to get out of the hospital for a few days. Did everything go okay? Yes, thank you. It was pretty bad at first but I managed to take care of it. Is there anything you need to make me aware of? He smiled, well, evidently you are more popular than ever. I don't know how many times the door opened and a student popped their head in to see if you were here and when they saw me, they left. I'm starting to feel like they don't trust me. Also, Minerva came to check on me several times a day for no reason and Albus came by not long after you left and demanded I tell him where you went and how to get in contact with you. Is there something going on that I should know about? Thank you Billy but I think I've got it under control. I do want to thank you for your help and I promise you that you'll be the first person I call if I need anything. The situation is delicate and the patient needed certain assurances. Billy eyed her for a minute before saying, I trust you enough to know better than to ask any more. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to call. Poppy looked down for a second. There is something. I need some high-powered musculus potions and salve. I could also use some strong Skelegro. It took a minute before the realization set in. He had been in the castle long enough to get a fairly good idea of the extensive damage Harry had suffered during the second task. He nodded his head. I'll send it immediately with your normal supplies. If you need any help with the subject, you can count on me. Just so you know there's a rumor going around that you left to take care of Harry Potter. She looked at Hi for a second before replying, thank you Billy, now would you do me the honor of escorting me to breakfast so I can start the tongues wagging again? Gladly. He offered his elbow which she took as they made their way to the Great Hall. Since breakfast had already started, they didn't pass any students in the hallways and as soon as they opened the door and stepped in, the whole place went silent. Poppy chuckled at the response and then said, nice to know I was missed. Now Billy let's go sit so you can tell me what the little miscreants have been up to in my absence. As they sat at the head table, Albus turned to her and said, I hope everything worked out to your satisfaction Poppy. We were quite concerned when you ran off the way you did. Yes Albus, things are better now which enabled me to come back and resume my duties. May I ask what the emergency was? Oh I'm sorry Albus, I didn't realize family issues were a normal topic of conversation but if you must know, my sister's grandson got into something he shouldn't have and it resulted in a bad infection along with a high fever. It was critical for a little while but I think things are well in hand now. Albus looked at her for a minute before saying, my apologies Poppy, it was not my intent to discuss family matters in public. I'm happy things worked out but with the tournament here, I wish you would have informed me before you left. I'll remember that next time I have a family member in critical condition. I don't think I neglected my duties since Billy came and covered for me. Surely you don't mean to suggest that he's not qualified. Of course not, I'd just like to know where my people are in case I need them. Minerva was watching the whole conversation but kept her tongue. She had been thinking about these past few years and was quite disappointed in herself. Her actions had probably sealed the fate of her relationship with Harry and she could only hope that he would forgive her one day. No, she realized that she had dug her own grave with Harry and just hoped it wouldn't turn out to be literally. While Poppy was sitting with Harry in the hotel, Cedric Diggory made good on his promise to speak out on the injustices that had been visited upon Harry during the tournament. He had contacted his father and the very next night during dinner, Lords Diggory and Jones made their way into the Great Hall. Upon seeing them, Albus paled but asked, Lords Diggory and Jones, to what do we owe this unexpected pleasure? Lord Jones said, Lord Diggory and I have come to retrieve our heirs. We have some family business that needs to be discussed tonight. We will return them before curfew. Albus replied, of course, family business. I hope that this doesn't become a common occurrence for you to take 2 of my students and disrupt their schedules. But I will abide by your wishes. Amos Diggory responded, they may be your students but they are our children and heirs. As such, family business supersedes your wishes in this matter and quite frankly, you are close to the point of exceeding your authority. Yes, of course, I was merely concerned at disrupting their lives. I would never presume to keep your heirs from you. Lord Jones turned and said, Cedric, Megan, you need to come with us. We have some family matters to discuss. Cedric and Megan stood and followed their fathers out of the great hall. As they walked, Megan started to ask something but was waved off by her father and not a word was spoken until they passed the school gate. Amos Diggory and Reginald Jones stopped and held out an arm. Amos said, grab hold. We've got someone who'd like to talk to you both. The kids grabbed their dad's arms and apparated away. From up in the castle, Albus had left his seat in the great hall and watched as they walked across the grounds and out of the gate. He had a bad feeling that things were going to start getting worse than they already were. Both the Diggory and Jones families were light-sided but tended to be less so than the others. For them, the rule of law spoke more loudly to them than the differences between light and dark. Both men were staunch fighters of injustice and would put every bit of their political weight and efforts into seeing wrongs righted. He wasn't naive enough to not think that this family business was about none other than Harry Potter. He was lost in thought and headed for his office, completely forgetting about his dinner. He needed to find the boy and find him fast. Cedric and Megan were apparated to Jones Manor where they found Cecilia Diggory and Kathleen Jones waiting for them. After hugs were exchanged, they were led into the sitting room where 2 more people were waiting for them. Megan saw the woman and ran over to hug her. Aunt Hestia, I didn't know you'd be here. It's so good to see you. Hestia Key. Ed Megan on the forehead. I had to see my favorite niece and find out if your mother was right and you really do have a boyfriend that made it past Cedric. Megan blushed. He's not my boyfriend. He's just a really good friend. Judging by that blush I'd say that you wouldn't say no if he asked. Cedric laughed and added, I don't think she's going to give him the chance whenever he shows back up. Reginald said, I'd like to meet the lad before that happens. Now, we're here for a reason, so I'd suggest we get down to business. Kids, I'd like you to meet Barry Timmons. He's an old classmate of mine that works as a reporter for the Daily Prophet. Cedric and Megan both scoffed when he said Daily Prophet. Barry held up his hands and said, I understand your reactions. I don't agree with what Rita has written either, but I promise you that I will print exactly what you say. Cedric snarled, if there is anything written that hurts Harry anymore, I promise you I will hunt you down. He doesn't deserve any of the crap that has been printed about him. Amos grinned in pride at his son. He finally said, it's okay son, he's on our side. Cedric looked at his father for a minute before nodding. Well, Mr. Timmons, the worst of it started on Halloween. As promised, Harry was brought to the gates of Hogwarts where he was levitated through the gates before Dobby once again grabbed him and popped him into Poppy's quarters. She looked up and said, it was a good thing I was dressed. I would hate to see you scarred even more. Harry smiled and replied, oh, Poppy, if I was a lot older or you were a lot younger, you wouldn't be so worried about that. But I think my girlfriend might not like that. She grinned broadly. So you're going to ask her? Yes ma'am. You made a lot of sense and I thought I'd ask her as soon as I see her again if she doesn't kill me first. And ruin all my good work. I wouldn't allow that. She walked over to a door and pushed it open. As she led Dobby with Harry to the bed, she said, it's not as nice as where we were but it should allow privacy. I should be getting those potions today so I will allow a quick visit before I put you back to sleep to let them do their work. Harry groaned. I've slept enough these last few days. She sighed, Harry, you'll be glad you're asleep. This potion will make regrowing the bones in your arms seem like a walk in the park. Not only will it fix your shoulder but it will go through and fix any weaknesses in your bones. So it won't only be your shoulder hurting. After that potion has done its work, I will be giving you the musculus potion and start repairing your muscles. It will do the same thing that the super Skele-Grow will do and will fix any problems all throughout your body. So you're going to rebuild my whole body. In a way, yes. This potion is not widely known as it is based on Muggle knowledge. What it does is react with your DNA and put your body the way it was supposed to be. Wow, I'm impressed that someone in the magical world actually pays attention to the Muggle one. With everything that is going on, is it wise to change me too much? I've thought of that and it won't work that fast. It will repair the damage and get you back up and around, but the changes will happen over the course of months, so it won't be anything sudden. Do you know anything about growth hormones? Not really. Without going into detail, they basically stimulate growth in a young person who is not growing properly. This potion will do the same after it corrects the damage, so you will need to eat properly and get a lot of rest. I imagine I will be looking up at you by the end of the summer. Well, if that's the case, let's do it. We should be free of them by the end of summer. How long will I be out? At least for a few days. At the most, I'd say a week. Okay, I'd like to see Megan and Cedric before you put me out, and then I will do it without any complaints. She grinned, in a hurry to ask her. No, just want to do it before I lose my nerve. What if she doesn't see me that way? Then she doesn't. Now that you are all settled, I'm going down to breakfast. Have Dobby go get you something from the kitchens and I'll see if I can find your young lady while I'm out. When she made it to the Great Hall, she glanced at the Hufflepuff table and noticed that Megan and Cedric were not there. She sat beside Professor Sprout at the head table, and after they greeted each other, Poppy asked, I don't see Mr. Diggory this morning. I trust that he is feeling fine and having no ill effects from his last task. You know how young men are in their willingness to come see me. Oh no, my dear. Lords Jones and Diggory came into the Great Hall during dinner yesterday and took them home, stating they had pressing family business. I received an owl from them last night saying their business took longer than expected and that they would return by lunch today. She then leaned over and whispered, my guess would be that Cedric is making good on his threat to Albus. I guess we will see in the paper soon. Poppy said, if you wouldn't mind, tell Mr. Diggory that I'd like to do a follow-up on him to make sure everything is fine. You might as well tell him to bring along Miss Chong, as I'd like to check her over as well. Minerva overheard this and asked, will you need to see Miss Weasley? Yes, most definitely. Just tell her to come whenever she has time today or tomorrow. She wiped a fake tear from her eye. I just wish I could do the same for Mr. Potter. That evening after dinner, the entire contingent of Hogwarts students that were involved in the second task was in the infirmary waiting to be checked. Cedric brought Cho, who in turn brought Mandy, and as she had nothing better to do, Megan tagged along. Ginny was escorted there by the twins, as they knew they couldn't rely on Ron to do anything responsible. As soon as they stepped into the infirmary, the tension in the room shot up as they received glares from 3 of the 4 other students. With the harsh glares being thrown at them, Ginny quickly moved behind her brothers and said, come on, we can come back later. George shook his head and said, Cedric, we've known each other for a long time. We know we screwed up with Harry, and there's not a day that goes by that we don't regret it. If there were any way to fix it we would, but he won't even give us a chance. Cedric gave them a look before replying, do you blame him? He thought of you as his older brothers and he trusted you. In his eyes, you wadded up that trust and threw it in his face. How would you act if he had done it to you? George looked down as Fred said, we probably would have pranked the crap out of him and then never had anything to do with him again. Megan said, so because it's only little orphaned Harry, everyone expects him to just take it and then welcome you back whenever you feel like accepting him again. That sounds a lot like your idiot brother talking. They both flushed at the comment but didn't say anything. Megan looked at Cedric and said, I think I'll wait outside, it's starting to smell like rat in here. Ginny's eyes grew wide at what she heard as Cho and Mandy were looking back and forth trying to figure out just what was being said. Cedric caught Ginny's expression and said, in case you didn't catch that, Harry places you in the same category as Scabbers and he has learned from his father's mistakes and swears he won't repeat it. Madame Pomfrey came out to see the Weasley twins with the most somber expressions on their faces that she has ever seen. Poppy knew everything that went on in her ward and was aware of the words that had just been spoken. She stepped up to Ginny and said, why don't we start with you? She waved her wand and ran a quick diagnostic on her and found nothing wrong. She smiled and said, see, that was easy enough. Miss Weasley, you are free to go as you are perfectly fine. The 3 Weasleys sighed in relief and headed for the exit. As they entered the hallway, Ginny saw Megan and despite her brother's urges, she stepped over to her. Whenever you see Harry again, tell him I am sorry for everything. I know there's nothing I can ever do to regain his trust, but I just want him to know that if he ever needs anything from me, I will be there. Meghan looked up and replied, I will give him the message. Can I ask a question? Ginny nodded. Meghan softly said, I'm not saying this to upset you, but I want you to look at it from Harry's point of view. You're coming to me now offering Harry your help. Where were you when he was all alone and he needed the people he thought of his family to be there for him? Ginny softly said, I owe him more than anyone, but I was too afraid to stand up for him. I'm just a third year. Nobody listens to me. Meghan scoffed, what would Harry have done? George sadly said, he would have fought the world to protect us. Meghan nodded her head and stood to walk back into the infirmary just as Madame Pomfrey was finishing with Mandy. Poppy checked Cho over next and upon pronouncing her fine said, Miss Chong, would you escort Miss Brocklehurst back to your dorms? I will need to do a more thorough checkup on Mr. Diggory as he wasn't under the effects of a hibernation charm while he was in the water. Cho replied, yes, of course Madame Pomfrey. She stepped over to Cedric and gave him a key on the cheek before leading Mandy out and into the hall. Cedric and Meghan looked at her warily as she smiled at the both of them. Now that all that is out of the way, I need you to follow me. Cedric asked, what no checkup? Poppy smirked, if you had your heart set on it, I'm sure I could make the time to give you a complete diagnostic. Cedric paled. No thank you Madame Pomfrey. I feel fine. Cedric and Meghan shared a glance at each other and with shrugged shoulders followed Poppy into her quarters. Once she closed the outside door, another door appeared on the far wall. She said, I am trusting you with a very precious secret. If you were to betray this trust, I will personally hunt you down and use every bit of my knowledge to make your life a living hell. They both gulped as they looked at the normally stern but sweet healer. In the end, she smiled and said, not that I have to worry about that. She opened the door and said, you have company. Meghan's eyes grew wide and she burst through the door. As she saw Harry lying on the bed, she moved like lightning and was immediately beside him and trying to wrap him in a hug. Poppy had to admonish her to not be too rough with her patient as he was still fragile. It took all of a second before Meghan had her lips planted firmly on Harry's. She started talking a mile a minute and saying, we were so scared and worried. Don't you ever do something like that again. What the hell were you thinking? Harry smiled sheepishly up at her. Megs, I know everything we've talked about, but a wise lady told me I was an idiot, so I need to ask you something. She snarled out. Well, what is it? Well, I was hoping that maybe you would, go out with me. She smiled. Are you asking me out on a date? He frowned. Not really, since I've been told I'm going to be asleep for a while. She frowned in return. Then what are you asking? Well, I was hoping that, you would, be my girlfriend. What? Cedric was laughing in the background. He knew it really wasn't funny, but just seeing Harry again had lifted his spirits a lot. He knew there were things they needed to talk about before Madame Pomfrey started working on Harry again, but he was enjoying the show that two of his favorite people were giving him. He finally chuckled out, geez Meghan, he's asking you to be his girlfriend, go steady, only snog him. She growled back at Cedric, I know that, you idiot. I just wanted him to say it to where I could actually hear the words instead of his mumbling. Harry groaned, Merlin Meghan, would you be my girlfriend and all that stuff, he said. She turned around sweetly and at his lips again. Of course I will. See, that wasn't so hard now, was it? It's not like you were asking me to marry you or something. Poppy was holding her sides from the laughter and finally said, I know you three have a lot to talk about, so I will give you an hour, as that is how much time there is before curfew. Later tonight, I will be putting Harry back to sleep to undergo more treatment, and I will let you know when he awakens. Meghan asked, Madame Pomfrey, could I sit with my boyfriend while he is here? I know he will be asleep, but I could do my homework and it would give Cedric and Cho a chance to have some alone time without me around. That'd be nice, dear, as it will also give Dobby and me a break. She walked out and left them to talk. They told him about all the happenings in the castle since he left and about the scoring of the second task along with Cedric's reactions. Harry grew a little upset when he was told that Crumb wasn't penalized in any way for his attack and gave an evil grin when Cedric told him it wasn't against the rules to attack a fellow champion. Cedric then decided to regale Harry with Meghan's campaign of pain against Harry's former friends. As much as he would have liked to laugh at the situation, it just wasn't in Harry to do that, and for a brief moment, a flash of pain passed across his face. Meghan saw it and regretted it immediately as she thought she had hurt him. He reached out and grabbed her hand and gave her a small smile. "Thanks, it just still hurts, you know." She leaned down and gave him a quick key on the lips. "I know, and I wish it didn't. I guess that's what made me so mad. They couldn't see just how much they hurt you. None of them wanted to go down that path right now, so Cedric said, wait till you hear about the interview." It wasn't long before Poppy stuck her head back in the door and said that their tie was up. Meghan gave him a quick goodbye before saying, "I'll try to be here when you wake up." Cedric grabbed his hand and said, "I'm sorry if I overstepped, but I think all the crap surrounding you has gone on long enough. Our dads jumped in and are trying to help as well. It will come to a point where you're going to have to trust them and me and let us help you. It might even come to where you need to go under our protection." Harry smiled up and replied, "I trust you, Cedric, and know you are only trying to help. I'm sure you didn't do anything that will mess up my plans, and you might have helped by creating an even bigger diversion. As far as everything else, I'm going to need someone to teach me how to run the Potter family, so I'm hoping you guys would do that for me." Cedric gave him a smile. "I think they would like that, but we'll worry about it later. We will talk when this is over, and it may mean you have to make some decisions, but we will help you with it. Right now, you just need to concentrate on getting better." As soon as they were gone, Poppy approached him with 2 vials in her hand. She handed him the first and said, "That'll make you sleep until I decide it's time to wake you." He looked at the vial for a minute before turning it up and draining it. He sighed, "Good night, Poppy. I'll see you whenever." She chuckled and said, "Oh, don't be so melodramatic. It won't be long before the new and improved Harry is up causing trouble again." He gave her a grin as he drifted off. She poured the other vial down his throat and sat down as the potion entered his system. It wasn't long before she noticed him wince as the potion went to work. She leaned over and placed a key on his forehead and went back into her chambers. The next morning, the Great Hall was silent as everyone was intently reading their copies of the Daily Prophet over breakfast. All throughout the hall, there were many people who were carrying a look of shame on their faces and knew that once this was read, their little worlds were going to be a little less comfortable. It didn't help that the headline was enough to draw everyone in, but what was printed in the article would be felt by quite a few families. The Boy Who Lied, by Barry Timmons. As most of you are well aware, our very own Harry Potter, also known as the Boy Who Lived, was unusually selected as a 4th champion in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. I know most of my readers would be supportive of Mr. Potter in his efforts in this tournament, but that's not the case with his fellow Hogwartians. For most of the students and staff of Hogwarts, the Boy Who Lived is now known as the Boy Who Lied and has become an outcast in the school. On Halloween, Mr. Potter's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, therefore making him a champion. A question that could be raised is how the Tri-Wizard Tournament, obviously known to be a competition between 3 witches or wizards and their schools, became a 4-way contest. I'm no expert, but it sounds like there was obvious tampering going on with an ancient magical artifact, and if I can see this, how come our esteemed Chief Warlock and Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, did not recognize the signs? He is considered one of the wisest wizards in our society, so how did he miss it, or did he? Mr. Potter has maintained that he did not place his name in the goblet or have an older student do it for him from the exact moment that he rose from the table when his name was called. His protests were ignored and he was told in no uncertain terms that he had to compete or else he risked losing his magic. According to Ministry records, Albus Dumbledore has been acting as Mr. Potter's magical guardian even since that fateful Halloween in 1981, and in that capacity, he could have prevented this whole situation. My question is, why would he allow it if he was supposedly acting in the young Potter's best interest? From what I have learned today, most of the articles written about the Tri-Wizard Tournament have been based on speculation and hearsay. In fact, the only people who would speak about the tournament were other Hogwarts students who were only mere spectators to the events that occurred and were very opinionated against Mr. Potter before he had ever been chosen as a champion. That, my readers, has changed. In an exclusive interview, Cedric Diggory has spoken out on the issue and the tribulations that Mr. Potter has suffered ever since Halloween. When asked his opinions on Mr. Potter, Mr. Diggory had this to say. Before this year, Harry Potter and I were just acquaintances and competitive seekers in Quidditch, and that was about as far as it went. I already knew him as a relentless but fair competitor, but as I have gotten to know him better this year, I find that he is probably the most honorable and noble person I have ever met. If there is one thing I have learned, he doesn't lie or cheat. I can admit I was a little upset at him during the selection ceremony, but I approached him afterwards and was able to talk to him for a few minutes. At that time, he offered me an oath swearing that he never entered, and even went as far as saying he would support me as I was the true Hogwarts champion. As we walked away from each other that night, I had no idea that these troubles were just the start of things to come. I asked, "What do you mean?" From what I understand, as soon as he returned to the Gryffindor common room, he was confronted by his best friend, who called him a liar and a cheat as the rest of the house just sat there and followed along. One by one, all of Harry's friends deserted him and left him with no support as he tried to compete in a tournament that was designed for wizards and witches who were of age. So the Gryffindors abandoned him. Mr. Diggory gave a short laugh before he told me, "You could say that, but it just wasn't the Gryffindors." Over the course of the next month, Harry was pushed further away by everyone in the school, including the staff. I even begged my own house to see reason and give Harry a break, but I'm sorry to say they wouldn't listen. It wasn't long before Harry just started shutting everyone out. He quit going to class because he was tired of being mistreated and disrespected everyone, especially the teachers. I guess I have been lucky that I could always talk with my head of house, Professor Sprout, but it really bothered me that he needed help and yet his own head of house refused to do anything for him, but I guess that shouldn't have surprised me as no one else did either. So Mr. Potter was abandoned and left to flounder along. Mr. Diggory's close friend, Megan Jones, was sitting through the interview and had this to say: "Harry was thrown to the wolves and every single person who had supported him in the past turned their backs on him. Professors, friends, family, you name it." This reporter notices her staring at Mr. Diggory for a minute before he nodded his head. Her father, Lord Jones, came up and laid his hand on her shoulder and said, "Say your piece, Megan." Harry made two friends when he came to Hogwarts who were Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Mr. Weasley was the one who called him a liar and a cheat and led the other Griffs into turning their backs on Harry. Miss Granger couldn't take the pressure and after a week, she walked away from Harry too. It wasn't until Harry performed brilliantly during the first task when they tried to make up. It was evident to me that they were opportunists who realized they wouldn't stand out without Harry's spotlight shining on them. I watched as Miss Jones stopped at this point and took a deep breath. There was obviously an issue that she wanted to discuss but was hesitant to do so. When I pressed her on the matter, she finally said, "Harry is a very selfless person who would do anything for someone he thinks of as a friend or family." Harry became very attached to the Weasley family early on, and then this year, 4 of their children withdrew their support of him. It devastated Harry, and now I think he feels like a fool for risking his life to save one of theirs. I also know that he did the same for Miss Granger in our first year and had strong feelings for her until she turned her back on him. Mr. Diggory added, "What amazes me is that our parents have taught us that family honor and debts are never to be taken lightly. I don't owe Harry a debt, but my honor requires me to speak out for him. Our biggest question is, why are we the only ones? There are some old family alliances with the Potters that have been in place for centuries. Why aren't the Longbottom or Bones family standing up for or with the young Potter? Why are two families that have always been friendly with the Potters but not allied having to do this? When Harry becomes of age, I'd hate to think what will happen to the old family alliances, because if it was me, I'd declare breach of trust and require restitution." Meghan talked to the Bones heiress about it one day and she basically said that he wouldn't care about stuff that happened during school. I think I know Harry a little better that she does, and I can say this: those who have treated him bad and broken his trust will never be able to get it back. This reporter sat there listening, and the only thought that went through my mind was that there would be a shift in the balance of power in a few years. I finally asked, "I heard a rumor that Mr. Potter has disappeared. Is there any truth to this?" "Yes, there is. Harry has disappeared and we are quite worried about him. I even wonder if he will come back." "Why?" "Well, the obvious is that he was badly injured during the second task and we have not heard from him since. For all I know, he could be lying somewhere dying and we wouldn't know about it." Quote, "How'd he get injured?" "As I was told during the scoring of the second task, It is not against the rules for a fellow champion to attack another during a task, and from what I learned when we received our scores, you can have points deducted by helping another champion or even saving their lives. Please elaborate. We were informed of the scores but not any particulars involved with it. I have not been able to talk to Harry about his actions during the course of the task, but Miss Delacour got into serious trouble. Harry saw this and reacted just as he always has done and made sure she was safe. He then continued on with the task and in the process, stood up to the merman warriors because he fully intended to take Miss Delacour's hostage back with him. As he was bringing his and her hostages to the surface, Mr. Crumb swept in and in his transfigured half-shark form, bit Harry and only released him when the merman warriors reacted to save Harry from Crumb. Along with his wounds from Crumb, one of the mermen was trying to attack Mr. Crumb, and in the chaos, a trident was stabbed through Harry's leg. Even with all this happening to him, Harry fought his way to the surface and delivered the 2 hostages with a minute to spare on the clock. It seems our Mr. Potter is as noble and heroic as you say. Yeah, he is. When it came time to score the results, Harry was deducted points for saving Miss Delacour, fighting against the mermen in his attempt to rescue the younger Miss Delacour, and last but not least, he was penalized 5 points for not being able to get himself and his hostages up on the platform by himself after he had received all these injuries. Why wasn't I penalized for pulling him and the hostages out of the water? At this point, the whole tournament has become a joke in my eyes, and if it wasn't for the magical contract, I'd have already walked away from competing. It's obvious that there is a hidden agenda that is influencing the judges. Those are some pretty strong words, Mr. Diggory. Yes, they are, but there's something else that is bothering me. This tournament was promoted as an opportunity to improve international relations and bring us all closer together. I find it strange that behavior completely opposite these goals are being promoted while someone trying to live up to this ideal is being punished. Do you have any explanations for all this? No, sir. I think the ones you should ask are the judges, and in particular Professor Dumbledore. Mr. Diggory, you made a comment earlier about Mr. Potter may not come back. Is there a reason you said it? Miss Jones responded, I came across Harry one afternoon after he told Cedric where he was going to be. He was just sitting in a window and looking at the gates of Hogwarts. I leaned up against him and asked him what he was thinking about, and he responded with, sometimes I wonder if magic is worth it. When I asked him what he meant, he said, I could walk out those gates right now and never look back. I know I'd lose my magic, but it'd be better than having to live through this crap. I'm not sure that I'd really blame him for leaving at this point. I asked Lord Diggory what he thought about all this and got the reply, I trust my son in all matters. If he has made it a point of honor, then House Diggory will support him in any way. Lord Jones and myself are launching an investigation into the situation surrounding Mr. Potter, and if we deem it necessary, we may take House Potter under our protection until it can once again stand on its own, but that is when and if he returns. It disheartens me to think of the sacrifice made by the Potter family and how this young man has been made to suffer. I knew James and Lily and they would be appalled at his treatment. I would like to know who is acting in Mr. Potter's behalf and why haven't the allied houses stepped in as is their duty. As we are giving public notice, any actions taken by any individual or house towards House Potter at this point will be seen as a direct attempt to subjugate one of our most ancient and noble houses, and they will be brought before the Wizengamot to answer for their actions. There were people scattered all around the Great Hall that were thinking, oh crap. Albus went pale when he realized the things he had done to Harry were going to come to light, and he would have to use his considerable amount of favors to weather the storm that was coming. The Weasleys began preparing themselves for the howler that was sure to be making its way towards them already. Susan Bones almost threw up her breakfast at the thought of the ass-chewing and punishments that were coming her way from her Aunt Amelia. Poor old Neville did throw up at the thought of his vulture-stuffed hat-wearing grandmother in a rage. At present, he was trying to figure out where Harry had been hiding so he could go there as well. Hermione sat with tears running down her face. The thought that she was part of the reason for Harry seriously considering giving up his magic was too much for her to take. She eventually ran to her room where she would spend the rest of the day crying. There were countless others who knew that their families owed a lot to the Potters, be it through loans or other concessions. They were sure that they would soon be hearing from their families as well. Just as the full impact of their actions were taking effect, Cedric and Megan walked happily into the great hall and sat at the very end of the table away from their housemates. Susan was the first to ask her dorm mate, "How could you?" Megan just gave her an evil grin and replied loudly enough for everyone to hear. "I did it for Harry, you stupid little bint. I hope every one of you suffers just as much as you caused him to." The fit starts hitting the Sean. After breakfast was done, the students hurriedly moved to their first classes, sighing in relief that they had avoided owls carrying bright red envelopes until the next day. It did nothing to relieve their unease though, as nothing would stop the outrage that they were sure was heading their way. Megan and Cedric enjoyed their notoriety as most of the students tended to avoid them in fear of what they would do next. The only exceptions to this were Cho and a little blonde Ravenclaw that would sometimes follow along behind them at a distance. Cho was about to send her away before she saw Cedric notice the girl and then hold out his arms to her. When the girl ran at him and they pulled each other into a tight hug, Cedric asked, "Hey Luna sweetie, where have you been all year?" She returned the hug and smiled up at him. "I didn't want to bother you. I didn't think it would do your reputation any good to be seen with me. Like I care about that. I've told you that you can come to me anytime. I've always got time for you." She smiled again. "Can I sit with you at lunch? I want to be somewhere safe when the Great Hall dissolves into chaos." Megan perked up at that and asked, "What did you see?" Luna gave her a spacey smile and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about, Mistress Meggs." Megan looked at her in shock before growling out, "Who told you about that? It wasn't the Nargles again, was it?" "Of course not. They know better than to share your secrets after the last time." "This time it was the pink-pantied pixies." Megan growled out, "Not a word about this to anyone, Luna." Luna briefly smirked at her before hiding it. "Of course not, Mistress Meggs. I wouldn't dream of it. So will I be cousins with the green-eyed seeker soon." Megan blushed, but there was a slight smile on her face. Cedric took up the teasing and said, "Well, she already is Mistress Meggs to his house elf, so I'd be willing to bet that she'll confine him to a bed real soon." Luna grinned. "You know you could use your ties if he gets too rough." By this point, Megan was absolutely glowing from her embarrassment and turned to walk away. Luna hurried over and wrapped her arms around her. She whispered in her ear, "I'm happy for you, cousin. He will fill your life with love and passion. I'd say he's perfect for you." Megan turned in the embrace and returned the hug. She whispered back, "I think so too." Luna smiled and whispered, "You need to remember that in the next few years, his life will not be easy and he will need you desperately, but once the storm fades, your life will be everything you could ever hope for." "Thanks, Luna." "No thanks are necessary because I will be there right beside you." Megan smirked, "I don't think he could handle the both of us." "You are probably right. Just one of us should be enough for any man since we take after our mothers." "How is Aunt Kathleen?" Megan laughed, "She still has Dad wrapped around her finger and misses you and your mum." Luna nodded, "So do I. Tell her I will see a lot of her this summer." "That should help." Megan asked with a concerned look, "Is there something you need to tell me?" Luna's face took on a very serious expression. "Yes, I haven't heard from Daddy in a while. Would you have Uncle Reggie go by and check on him? I fear what he may get up to when I'm not there to watch after him." Megan looked at her for a minute and called out, "Jiffy." A minute later, there was a soft pop as a female house elf arrived and bowed to Megan in her cute little summer dress. "Miss Megan calls." "Yes, Jiffy, thank you for coming so quickly. Would you ask Dad to go by and check on Uncle Zeno? Luna is getting worried about him." "Yes, ma'am." Jiffy tells Master and Mistress at once. "Thank you, Jiffy. Remind me when we get home and we'll go out and buy you some new dresses." "Jiffy would like that, Miss Megan." "Thank you, Pop." Cho was watching the entire exchange and realized if she had said anything to Luna, it wouldn't have gone well for her. As she thought about it, it was just another case of what had been happening to Harry, and she resolved to do better in the future. It was then that she decided to do as Cedric had done for Harry and stand up as a protector for Luna. She stepped forward and held out her hand to Luna. "Luna, I'd like it if we could start over." Luna looked at her warily because while she knew that Cho had not been a bully to her, she had allowed it to continue. She stood there for a minute just looking at Cho as she held her hand out. Luna was testing her to see if she would act the spoiled little princess as was normal or if she was truly trying to change. She hoped it was the latter, as the Asian girl had a lot of potential. After she didn't huff and walk off, Luna took her hand and said, Hello, I'm Luna Lovegood. Cho's eyes widened before she let out a giggle. Cho Chong, nice to meet you, Miss Lovegood. It was then that the four happy teens walked towards the Great Hall into the predicted chaos. Albus Dumbledore followed his normal pattern and retreated to his office once the students were on their way to class. By the time lunchtime arrived, he was ready for the diversion as his flow had been active all morning with people demanding answers. He had managed to deflect most of their questions, but the constant surge or green flames began to tax his patience. It was right before lunch that the flow flamed once more. The figure that stepped out could have been the poster child for what a homicidal maniac looked like, and by coincidence, he was. Sirius Black stepped in front of Albus, desk, and spoke in a low and threatening voice. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but I know what you have done. You set up James and Lily. You sentenced me to 12 years in Azkaban. And you sentenced Harry to a life of hell with that horse-faced by.ch. I don't understand how you could then take away any hope the boy had by manipulating me into causing a permanent split between us. I am willing to admit my stupidity by listening to you and do not hold you completely to blame for my current situation with him. I don't know what you're playing at, but you have made an enemy of the House of Black. If you have accomplished anything, it has been to force me into joining forces with the rest of my family, if for no other reason than to thwart your plans. If you think you can make me disappear, go ahead and try. My death will only serve to increase the resistance against you and your greater good. He paused for a second without ever taking his eyes off of Albus. I hope you are proud of the lives you have destroyed, Albus. For that alone, I curse you to the lowest depths of hell, and I hope you suffer as Harry has for all eternity. Once he had said his piece, the Raggedy Man stepped back through the flow and left a very unnerved Albus Dumbledore sitting behind his desk. It caused him once again to doubt his actions towards Harry, but as usual, there was no way that he could be wrong. He knew no one else had the vision or the knowledge to see the end of Tom Riddle, and only he could guide Harry to his destiny that would be for the betterment of the magical society. Only Albus Dumbledore had the knowledge and power to truly lead magical society. He rose from his chair and made his way out of his office and down to the Great Hall for lunch. He longed to hear the chatter of the students as they enjoyed life and acted in a carefree manner. The Great Hall was a little bit livelier than it had been at breakfast, but there was still an air of nervousness running through it as the students took a break from classes and ate their lunch. The loudest by far was Cedric's group of four. Cho was sitting back as the group was laughing at something Luna said and noticed that the tension and nervousness were both gone from her boyfriend and his sister. She finally leaned up and whispered to Megan. You both are in way too good of moods. You've seen Harry, haven't you? Megan didn't say anything, but her eyes sparkled, and it was enough of an answer to cause Cho to reach out and squeeze her hand. The small grin that was on her face was clue enough that something happened that made Megan very happy. Cedric couldn't resist and leaned over to whisper, Megan has a boyfriend. That's wonderful. Treat him right or else. Megan looked at her funny and said, or else what? Cho looked her in the eye and said, listen, these last few months have opened my eyes to a lot of things. The main thing was that I was just like everyone else, and the only reason I was sheltered from you guys was because I was dating Cedric. I did a lot of soul searching and I don't want to be like them. I like the person you've inspired me to become. Cedric Key ed her cheek. You were never that bad. If you were, we wouldn't be dating. I know, but I like it here. Even if the others are ignoring us, I feel like I'm in the right place. Luna piped up, it's a nice place to be. I can't wait for Mr. Emerald Eyes to join us. It will be even more fun then. Uh-oh, the chaos is about to start. As Albus was sitting on his throne at the head table, he stiffened as he felt the wards alerting him that some people had just come through the front gates. He was not quite ready for round two after his little meeting with Sirius Black, which still had him unnerved as Sirius looked as if he was a man possessed. He remembered what happened to people who pissed off the Marauders, but to have made an enemy of the one with black blood running through his veins was not somewhere he wanted to be. It was a problem he would have to consider and then take care of. If Sirius were to reunite and focus the Black family against him, he would stand an even less chance of weathering the storm that was even now starting to batter him. The students looked up in horror as the doors to the Great Hall banged open and a group of angry parents were standing there. As some of the students recognized their parents or guardians, they turned pale and began to shake. One student in particular glanced over to the doors and upon seeing a hat with a stuffed vulture mounted to it caused him to faint dead away. Susan saw her aunt glaring at her and turned her eyes down to the now nauseating food that was in front of her. The Weasley children were even paler than normal when they saw not only their mother and father but an angry Bill and Charlie as well. If that wasn't enough, there was a thoroughly agitated Percy stepping up right behind them, looking as if the stick he had up his ass was making him even more uncomfortable than normal. Hermione cast a glance at the Weasley family and then almost did as Neville when she saw her furious father and extremely disappointed mother. All across the hall, faces paled even more when a flock of red envelope-carrying owls swooped into the Great Hall. There were a few who flew down to some of the students, but the majority headed straight for Albus and the head table. Never one to shy away from anything, Augusta Longbottom ignored the owls that were circling the head table and were doing their best to avoid the obviously furious witch, and marched straight up to the head table. She cast a scornful look at Minerva, who could only lower her eyes in shame, and loudly said, "Ah, Albus, we require the use of some of your unused classrooms for a while. If this is not convenient, we'll just take our heirs home and return them when we are done with them." Albus' attention was on the circling owls, but after it registered what she had said, he cast a quick glance at his students who had a look of hopefulness about them that he would not allow them to be taken home. "No, I mean, yes, that's fine. I'm sure we can accommodate your needs." Augusta sneered, and after a glance at the increasing number of owls, said, "Yes, well, I'm sure you have other matters that need attending to. I'm sure we can find our own way." She turned and stormed off up the side of the Gryffindor table where she saw her grandson laid out on the floor. She hit him with an enervate and said, "Get up, Neville. You don't need to lie there on the floor and embarrass the family even further." The other parents took their cues from her and began dragging their children out of the Great Hall. The surprising thing was that the students were from every house, and quite a few eyebrows rose at the Slytherin table when the Greengrass, Davis, and Moon parents appeared and escorted their children out as well. As Cedric watched the events unfold, he cast a shield dome around the four of them and they watched as the owls began delivering their letters. The loud bangs and screeching continued for a half an hour before they finally subsided. At the end of the onslaught, there was a pile of confetti at least a foot deep surrounding the head table. The quartet laughed as the much shaken professors left the Great Hall after announcing that classes would resume tomorrow. Most of them retired to their quarters, where bottles of Ogden's finest were pulled from desk drawers and quickly opened. Minerva was the worst, as one of the howlers bore her daughter's voice that was lambasting her and asking what in hell she had done to Lily's baby boy. The four Slytherin students were led out onto the grounds by their parents. As they strolled around the lake, Lord Greengrass started the conversation. "We are going to talk with you as a group since we are all family and you were raised that way. The ladies of the houses were sisters. Daphne, I need to know where you and your sister along with your cousins fall in this mess." Daphne replied, "We have stayed out of it, father. Thanks to Draco Malfoy, Potter looks on all of Slytherin house with distrust, even though most of us have never given him reason to do so." Lord Moon asked, "So none of you have said anything derogatory towards him?" Lilith Moon answered, "No sir, we have tried to remain above it." Lady Greengrass asked, "Please tell me you did not wear those disgusting badges I heard about." Three of the heads looked down. Lord Davis hissed, "I'm so ashamed of you, Tracy. Why would you do something like that?" "I'm sorry, father. We didn't do it on purpose. When we put them on, they said, 'Support Cedric Diggory.' We didn't know they would change, and when they did, we tried to remove them, but they had a sticking charm on them that wouldn't allow us to remove them until that night. I don't see what the big deal is though. Potter is too weak to do anything." Daphne hissed back, "Didn't you listen to Professor Snape that night in the common room? Potter may be weak right now, but he won't always be. I assume that is what this is about." Lord Greengrass said, "Yes, but in the future, it would serve you well not to refer to him as Potter. If you can't call him Harry, then call him Mr. Potter. There is a lot more going on here than we know, and if Jones and Diggory are moving towards him, things in our world could change quickly." Lilith asked, "But aren't the Diggory and the Jones houses neutral like us?" Lord Moon said, "Yes they are, but they are of a lighter persuasion than our families. As you well know, the Potters are a very old family and well connected. There are currently over 50 vacant seats in the Wizengamot, and with young Harry being the last of his line, we don't know how many seats he will obtain on his majority. He could very well be a voting bloc to himself." Lord Greengrass added, "I am almost positive that he will gain at least 10 seats. If that wasn't enough, I've heard a rumor that he will lead the Black family as well. Astoria gasped, aren't those the seats that Draco says will be his? Lord Davis chuckled, I'm sure he thinks that, but I'm sure the current head of House Black may have a differing opinion. After all, he is the godfather to young Harry. Tracy asked, who? Sirius Black. Astoria asked, the mass murderer. The one and the same. Daphne said, wait a minute, in the article, Meghan said that family turned their backs on Harry as well. Do you think he meant Lord Black? Lord Greengrass said, we don't know, and that has us worried. If it was true, a vengeful Potter and Black family joined together would not be a good thing right now, as they have enough power to seriously impact the Wizengamot and the ministry. Daphne, it is obvious that you have remained completely above this mess, so I want you to make overtures to him. We are going to approach Lord Jones and offer our help and support. As they were coming back around the lake and getting closer to the entrance of the castle, Lords Jones and Diggory along with their wives were coming out of the door with their children in tow, as well as a little blonde girl. They were about to start their own stroll around the lake when the two groups came face to face. Lord Greengrass stepped forward and shook both of the lords' hands. Once the greetings between families were done, he said, we have discussed it and would like to offer our support in the matter that faces you. Lord Jones looked at him warily. He was about to answer when Daphne stepped in front of Meghan and said, Meghan, I'll swear an oath if you require it, but we really want to help. Meghan stared back at her and asked, why are you saying this to me? Daphne snorted, come on Meghan, it's obvious that Granger is out of the picture and you're the top contender. We also know that Harry is going to be a major influence on our world. Even though my family's views are a little darker than yours, we all are neutral and share basically the same goals. I'm not going to deny that we don't want to be left out when things change, but if your houses take a protective status over House Potter, your fathers will have a harder time of it than you realize. Between the light houses and the dark houses making a run at it, they will have their hands full, so if you add our families to the protection, the work can be shared by 5 instead of 2. Lord Jones asked, Lord Greengrass, do you normally allow your heiress to speak on behalf of your house? He responded, I trust my daughter in all matters. In all honesty, we, and I include all of the adults in this, are just the muscle and advisors. The real solutions will be created by our children, as I'm sure Mr. Potter has no trust in anyone our age at this point. Meghan looked up at her father, who was watching her intently. She finally said, I'm still confused as to why everyone is looking to me for a decision on this. Cedric started it and our fathers decided it was a worthy cause to take up. I think that the decision should be left to the more experienced, and that is obviously not me. Lord Jones smiled in pride and laid his hand on her shoulder. We're not asking for a decision. We are asking for your opinion. My opinion says yes, but I'm biased and only want Harry protected until he can do it himself. Cedric, your input would be good about now. Cedric added, our families have always been friendly with each other and are usually on the same side. There are some things going on that I don't agree with, and I feel something needs to be done about it, which is where our parents come in. I cannot answer for an heir of a most ancient and noble house, as that would be above my station. I will however be very grateful to all of you if you were to start blocking any movements towards House Potter and maybe put some plans in place for when he returns. Meghan nodded and then said, Harry has confided in us about his plans for the future. We swore an oath not to reveal anything, so it won't do to ask. I will ask that you tie the matter up as long as you can. Once Harry reappears, Cedric and I will begin the education he should have been given starting at age 6. If you can give us this time, I promise that we will arrange a meeting between all 5 families and Harry where you can make your offer. Lord Greengrass said, that sounds prudent and reasonable. When young Potter first came to Hogwarts, I was concerned that he lacked knowledge of our world. Daphne's observations also showed things that I couldn't comprehend, but at this point, it seems as if he was being set up to be thrown amongst the sharks. I would like to avoid that and will swear an oath that we have no ill intentions towards Mr. Potter. He could be a major force in our world for good, and we see this as an opportunity to improve things for the better. It is something our family has dreamt about for a long time. Lord Jones replied, ours as well. We see Mr. Potter is our best chance to accomplish this. Cedric took advantage of the silence that followed to say, that is all well and good, but in this matter, Meghan and I will be Potters to protect Harry. Daphne stepped forward and said, if you will have me, I too would like to serve in this capacity. The two groups separated and went on their way feeling like they had made some progress in the fight for Harry. As they walked, Kathleen kept her arm around Luna and would squeeze her every so often. Forgetting that Luna was so much like her mother, it surprised her when Luna said, "I'm sure your visit is not a mere coincidence even though it worked out rather well." "What has my father done?" Kathleen stopped and pulled her into a tight hug. "Zeno is not well, dear. We found him wandering around the house calling out for you and Celine. He hadn't been taking good care of himself and was quite off balance." Luna stared right back at her with her large grayish blue eyes. "So he finally cracked. I knew it was only a matter of time without me being there to hold him together." Megan came over and said, "It's not your fault, Luna." Luna's expression changed back to her dreamy mask. They all knew it was her way of hiding her pain but accepted it as just how Luna had dealt with pain ever since the loss of her mother. She finally said, "It was going to happen sooner or later. Daddy just wouldn't accept Mother's death and was looking for a way to contact her. He kept claiming that she hid the love good fortune from him and he needed to know where it was." Reginald said, "Well, that was true in a way. She did transfer the love good fortune to the gnomes and had them deposit a set amount of money in your father's Gringotts vault every month. She claimed that the goblins were not who they claimed to be as well as your father would have spent everything on some crazy idea or another." Kathleen said, "We took him to the mind healers at St. Mungo's and they expect he will be there for a while. In the meantime, you will come live with us. We will have a portkey for you so that you can go back and forth between houses, but we expect you to be with us for dinner every night as well as sleep there." Luna's dreamy expression cleared for a minute when she said, "Thank you, Aunt Kathleen and Uncle Reggie. I have a feeling it will be one of my best summers in a long time." "We hope so. We will also take you to visit him as often as you like." Luna nodded and then a smirk formed on her face. She turned to Megan and asked, "Will that be okay with you too?" "Of course, why wouldn't it be?" Luna started skipping off and yelled over her shoulder, "I wouldn't want to interfere with your snog time with Mr. Emerald Eyes." Megan growled and then took off after Luna while the rest of her family laughed. Reginald asked Cedric, "So are they really a couple?" Cedric looked around and then said, "Yeah, he asked her last night." Kathleen smiled as Amos asked, "You've seen him? When can we talk to him?" "Yes, we have, and the earliest will be a few weeks. He's being put back together literally and will be under a sleep potion for at least a week if not longer. We'll know more when he wakes up and we have a chance to talk with him." They all smiled as they heard the sound of Luna giggling and Megan yelling while chasing after her. It was an old game they had played for a long time. The unused classrooms were getting quite the workout that afternoon as numerous families were in them behind privacy charms. In most cases, the fathers had already yelled themselves hoarse and it fell upon the mothers to continue the tirades. In two of the rooms, the only parent available was two ladies that were well up to the challenge of tackling the subject on their own. Augusta Longbottom sat across from her grandson Neville and stared him straight in the eye. She asked, "Have you not known about the sworn alliance between Potter and Longbottom since you were old enough to understand?" "Yes, Gran. I seem to remember telling you before you got on the express in first year that you were to find Harry Potter and never leave his side." "Yes, Gran, you did, and I tried, but Ronald Weasley blocked me at every turn and never gave me the chance to talk with Harry without him being there. You were a Longbottom, you should have ordered him out of the way. In second year, you failed to befriend him as well as last year. Have I not been thorough in my instruction? Did you not know that a Longbottom and Potter have always been together in school and were there to support each other? Did you not know that both families planned their children together so that this would always be the case?" "Yes, Gran, you were very thorough in your instruction. It is I who failed to do my duty." "Failed to do your duty? Is that what you said? How can you call this year failing to do your duty? Do you call completely violating a blood-sworn pact between two ancient houses just failing to do your duty? Neville, you turned your back on a Potter and the consequences for this will be enormous. I would even dare to say that when the full impact hits, magic will take a payment, and as the sitting Lord Longbottom, I doubt your father will survive it in his present state." Neville sat there with tears running down his cheeks. "I tired Gran. I tried to apologize and make amends, but he wouldn't accept it. I'm just glad he knows nothing of his heritage." "What?" Neville stumbled backwards and looked up at her in fear. She said, "Explain what you just said." Harry doesn't know what it means to be a Potter. When he first arrived, he didn't know anything about magic, and still to this day, he's dressed in old hand-me-down clothes. Even the Weasleys dress better than he does. Augusta paled. And you are just now telling me this. Do you know what else you have done? Damn it, Neville, we are sworn to help a Potter when he is in need, and you never thought these were things we needed to help him with. It's quite obvious that this year wasn't the first time you have turned your back on Mr. Potter. But it will be the last. Neville Longbottom was almost catatonic after the ass-ripping he just received from his grandmother. She went on to threaten him with living long enough to train his oldest child in the hope that he would be suitable to take up the mantle of Lord Longbottom, as she felt he was incapable of. In the end, she growled out, "You'd better find a way to fix this, or your life will be a living hell from this point on. I'm almost to the point of disowning you and blood adopting Harry so that he can continue the line." Susan Bones was not faring any better than Neville as she sat there while her Aunt Amelia tore strips out of her behind. Most everyone did not know that Susan had a fiery temper, and she was bristling at what her aunt was saying. Amelia said, "I taught you this myself. You knew about the family alliances and yet you chose to ignore them. May I ask why?" Potter lied to everyone. "I know he entered himself in that tournament, and it was all so that he could make Cedric and Hufflepuff look bad. I don't have to do anything to help a liar or a cheat." Amelia gave her a hard stare for a minute. "I find it kind of hard to accept that when Mr. Diggory has made a public statement to the fact that he believes Mr. Potter and is in fact friends with the young man. Hell, Susan, he even made it a point of family honor to help Mr. Potter in whatever way he could. So Potter's got him fooled. It wouldn't be the first time, Auntie. Even his best friends don't believe him." Amelia got quiet for a minute and then said, "The Bones family is honor-bound to the Potters. If that wasn't enough, we are in the Potter family's debt for many other things, one of which is when Charles Potter paid to have our manor rebuilt after it was burned to the ground so that you and I would have a home of our own." Amelia knew that she was seeing the beginning of the end for House Bones. If Harry pulled out of the alliances, they no longer would be trusted by the majority of Wizarding Britain. The Bones family had built their reputation upon their integrity, and it was quite possible that a little girl with a crush had ignored the very thing she had been taught since she was 6. Susan's anger rose at her aunt's tirade and she snapped, "I suppose you want me to key his ass now." Amelia turned on her and did the one thing she had never done to her niece in their entire time together. She smacked her face. Without saying a word, Amelia walked out of the room and left the castle. It would be weeks later that Susan realized what she had done, as she hadn't heard from her Aunt Amelia since that day. All across the castle, similar talks were being held as parents explained the depth of their debts to the Potters. Many got the message that if Harry Potter called in all debts owed to the Potter family, there was a good chance that they would not be returning to Hogwarts and would immediately have to go to work to help pay back what was owed. The only reason they were able to maintain the standard of living they currently held was that the financial contracts were very relaxed and the Potters were in the business of actually trying to help others. It was also pointed out that this was a trait of Harry Potter as well until this year. Many students left their meetings with their parents with a whole new understanding of life and were instructed to fix the damage. Katie Bell sat in a classroom with her parents with tears leaking out of her eyes. Out of most of the students, she was probably the most remorseful of them all, as she and Harry were the closest in age on the Quidditch team and had formed a strong friendship. She knew Harry was unbelievably shy and wouldn't catch a troll-sized hint if it was sitting on him, but she came to school wanting to try dating him. She was well aware of his feelings for Hermione but felt that the bookworm would never act on them. Katie was crying into her hands as she told her father that she tried to apologize to him, but he was so angry at what they had done that he even refused to play on the same team with them anymore. Her father said, "We wanted to check on you to make sure you were all right and maybe see if there was anything we could do to help." She looked up at him confused and asked, "Why would you come all the way up here just to help with this?" Albert Bell shot his wife a quick glance before he spoke. "There are some things you don't know about our family, Katie. You never met my father, as he was already gone before you came along. What does your father have to do with my problems with Harry Potter? My father fought alongside Charles Potter in the battle against Grindelwald. Both men saved each other's lives, and from that point on they were inseparable. My father bought a home near Potter Manor and Charles eventually backed my father in a business venture. The business was successful, but one day there was an explosion at the business that caused my father to be paralyzed. With the business destroyed, the money he had saved quickly disappeared in medical costs and we were left with some very large debts and no way to pay them off. It was about this time that Mum ran off because she didn't want to be poor with a crippled husband. Another problem was that no one would hire Dad because of his condition. Katie just sat there looking at him in astonishment as she had never been told this before. Albert started again. Charles found out about our problems and stepped in and bought out all of the Bell family debts only to turn around and claim them settled. He then offered Dad a job where he remained until he passed on. The result was that James and I were always together growing up and we knew each other well. James and Charles paid for my Hogwarts education, and when I was done with that, James even paid my way through law school, only I didn't know it at the time. I only found that out in the papers my father left for me when he died. When I returned from law school, James approached me and offered me a deal. The deal was that James would front the money for me to open my own practice on the condition that I remained on retainer for the Potter family. As long as I was on retainer, the money would never have to be repaid, but if the contract was ever cancelled, all debts would come due. Under normal circumstances, the contract wouldn't have been a big deal for most barristers, but I had taken the example shown to me by the Potters to heart and was generous to others. The money will make things a little tight for a while, but we can handle it. Katie finally said, "I'm sorry, Dad, I've tried to apologize and fix things between us, but he won't hear it. I'll work hard and get on a professional Quidditch team. I'll do what I can to make up for my mistake. I appreciate that, Katie, but if the Potters pull out, I'll more than likely have to close my practice since no one else will trust me. Surely it won't be that bad. I mean, I know he's the boy who lived, but even the papers think he's crazy most of the time." That comment was not the right thing to say, as he replied, "It's that attitude that has placed us in an already worse position than we were already in. I was sworn not only to the Potters but to Harry in particular by James, and Dumbledore blocked me from ever doing my duty for Harry. It won't be long before secrets are exposed that will bring a lot of high-ranking people down. Once it gets out that I failed to do my job in respect to the Potters, my reputation will be ruined. Then shouldn't Dumbledore take the fall? In a perfect world, yes, but our world is far from perfect. There's also one other thing we need to talk about, and it is way worse." "What can be worse than that?" "I found some other papers amongst Dad's. My father was very grateful to Charles for what he had done for us, and he did the only thing he could think of to pay the Potters back." "What is it, Dad?" "He drew up a marriage contract between our families as a way to repay the debt. The contract states that when there is a son of the Potters and a daughter of the Bells and there is no more than 2 years difference in their ages, the contract will activate when they both turn 16 and will be required to be fulfilled when the youngest turns 17. Aw shit, Dad, I've got to marry Harry Potter. He hates me right now." "Well, maybe not. You see, there is a clause in there that states that if the son of Potter finds the daughter of Bell unworthy, then the contract will be voided, but with a penalty." "What penalty?" "Well, it has degrees. If the son of Potter is already in love with another, it would roll to another generation until the contract is fulfilled." "Are there other conditions?" "Yes. If the rejection is due to a betrayal, the entire amount of the family debt that was cancelled would be required to satisfy the contract with interest." "Just how much are we talking about?" "500,000 galleons." Katie's head dropped into her hands. Without looking up, she asked, "If the Potters were so damn honorable, why did they write a contract such as this?" Albert hissed, "The Potters are honorable, Catherine. My father wrote this contract to ensure that our family remembered what we owed some very good people. They only agreed to it to make Dad happy, as he was already dying. James told me that it was his father's intention to cancel the contract, but he needed my blood to do it. After Dad died, I was out of the country for a while, and by the time I got back, Uncle Charles and Aunt Doria had been murdered. Once they died, the contract could not be voided." Katie got up from her chair deep in thought. She finally said, "I'll fix it somehow." She walked out of the room and down the hall without a clue as to how she would ever get Harry to even speak to her again, and even more challenging would be convincing him to do her a favor by not destroying her family when he laughed at her face. Hermione Granger was crying in another room as her father tore into her. He loved her very much, but his personal honor was offended by her actions. From his time in the military, he knew what it meant to owe someone your life, and to betray that kind of thing was something he could not accept. He also knew that the two kids had been through a lot together and over time, a deep connection had formed. Every time Hermione mentioned Harry to him, he couldn't help but picture the two of them marrying and him eventually chasing after little wild-haired children. How things had come to this was beyond his comprehension, as he thought he knew the kind of person his daughter was. Hermione sat sobbing as her mother approached her. In a quiet voice, she said, "I don't understand how you could do that to your first true friend. If that wasn't enough, I saw the signs last summer. You were in love with him, and from what I saw, it was something worth fighting for. You could have built a true loving relationship with Harry that would have stood the test of time. Honey, I know you are only 15, but both of you are more mature than your peers, so it was easy for me to accept. You have never bowed to peer pressure in your life, so what made you start now?" Hermione sobbed out, "I don't know. I was scared." "Scared of what? You once said that as long as you had Harry, nothing else mattered." "I don't know, Mum. I was stupid and now I've lost my best friend." Charlie Weasley knocked on the door, and when they opened it, he said, "I'm sorry to interrupt, but Dad asked me to come get you. It seemed important enough to disturb you." While all these other family dramas were going on, the Weasleys were in one of their own. The four youngest knew that if their parents and three older brothers had shown up, it was indeed a very serious matter. It was a rare occasion that Arthur Weasley would convene a family conference, and when he did, it meant that he was taking things very seriously. For the longest time, he just sat there and looked at his four youngest children. They all knew him as a loving father, but the expression on his face was anything but. It was a rare occasion for him to get angry, but he was in such a state that even their mother knew to keep her mouth shut. In a very low voice, he finally said, "I want to know what has happened for my family to fall so low as to treat someone we considered one of our own in a manner like this." Percy spoke up and said, "I warned you about getting involved with Potter. I told you he was nothing but trouble." Before Arthur could react, Bill was up and in Percy's face. "Shut the hell up, Percy. Your actions lately haven't been any better than these four idiots. If you can't offer anything to help with the situation, then remain silent. Charlie and I had to leave our jobs and come all the way here because of their stupidity." Arthur started again, "I told you before Christmas that you needed to do whatever you must to fix the problem. Harry has been good to this family, and if it wasn't for him, we would have lost Ginny. For us to treat him like this is inconceivable." Ron whined, "Dad, I tried to apologize to him after the first task, but he just threw it back in my face." Ginny snorted, "Yeah, some apology. Hermione told me all about it. He might have even accepted it if you had been even a little bit sincerer, if it hadn't been you who started all this in the first place." Charlie turned to the twins and asked, "Where were you when all this started?" "We were there." Bill asked, "You didn't stop the little idiot?" George said, "We didn't think it was any different than any other argument they've had. We thought it would blow over, but then Ronald kept fanning the flames until everyone in the house was against Harry." Percy asked, "And what did you three do while Ronald was instigating his revolt?" He was about to add, "Of the great Harry Potter," but remembered Bill's threat, and if there was one thing he knew, it was to not cross his oldest brother. Ginny looked down and they could see tears running down her face. "We didn't do anything. We sat there and watched as Harry was turned into an outcast." Ron said, "I only did what the headmaster told me to. I don't understand why we're the ones in trouble over this." Before Molly could say anything, Arthur was all over his last comment. "What do you mean?" Ron said, "The headmaster told me and Hermione in first year that we needed to watch after Harry and tell him what Harry was doing. Most of the time, we just gave him information, but sometimes he gave us jobs to do." Bill asked, "What kind of jobs?" Before he could answer, Arthur cut in and said, "Wait a minute. Charlie, go next door and bring the Grangers here." This just got even more complicated. Charlie did as asked and brought 3 upset Grangers with him. As they took seats, Arthur turned to Hermione and said, "Forgive me, Martin, but there is something going on here far beyond what we knew. Ron was just explaining to us how the both of you have been spying on Harry since first year and reporting back to the headmaster. Is this true?" Hermione's eyes shot to the floor as she nodded her head. Ginny shot up and said, "He was your best friend. In fact, he was the both of yours only friend. How could you?" Hermione was openly crying now that her secret was out and the shame was there for everyone to see. George stood and started pacing. "I know we didn't do right, but this explains a lot. Harry must have found out, and thanks to you too, he's acting as if everyone is doing the same thing to him. Ron, Bill asked you a question. I want the answer now. What kind of jobs did he have you doing? Ron said, well, my main job was to make sure nobody got too close to Harry so that he wouldn't make friends with people who could tell Harry things. I had a hard time keeping Neville and Susan away that year, and after the troll thing, it became impossible to keep Hermione away, so the headmaster just included her in his plans. Second year, I was told to help spread the rumors of him being the heir of Slytherin while Hermione got closer to him. Last year, we were told to watch him closely and look out for Sirius. If we saw them together, we were to get the headmaster immediately. This year it was to get everyone to turn against him. It was going perfectly until last year when Hermione didn't want to do it anymore. The headmaster had a talk with her and she did as she was told again. The same thing happened at this year until he talked with her again. Fred was up pacing along with George when he finally stopped and said, Dobby. A minute later, Dobby popped into the room, and when he saw who was there, he gave a hard glare to everyone in the room. Ginny ran over and dropped to her knees in front of him and asked, Dobby, did you tell Harry that people were spying on him? What Dobby does for Harry Potter, sir, is only business of Harry Potter, sir. Dobby does not have to answer Weasley's. Dobby knows Weasley's only want what they can get from Harry Potter, sir. Dobby tells Harry Potter, sir, that Weasley's is bad wizards just like Old Whiskers and Grandee Girl who pretended to love Harry Potter, sir. Ginny cried out, but I didn't do that to him. Dobby, sorry Miss Ginny, but even lowly house elves know not to trust a family when one of that family betrays a friend. Pop. Arthur sat there for a few minutes in stunned silence. It was finally Martin Granger who said, I know I'm only a muggle, but from the books Hermione left at home I learned something important that you need to consider. The good news is that debts and bonds won't fully take effect until you come of age, even though they will draw you towards the holder of the debt. The bad news is that if the debt remains unfulfilled, it will begin to eat away at you and your magic until you either satisfy the debt or lose your magic. Bill nodded in agreement. Hermione sobbed harder. Mrs. Granger said, I have no doubt that you have destroyed a very special relationship. It's obvious that you and your friends have pushed Harry past his breaking point and deserve everything you are going through at the moment. It is my hope that you can at least get on speaking terms with him again, even if it is only to ask him how you could satisfy the debt. If it was me, I'd hope that he would just ask you to never speak with him again to act as the payment. Hermione looked up with her mouth hanging open. She finally croaked out, I thought you were on my side. Mr. Granger answered, this isn't about sides but about right and wrong. I can't help but be disappointed in your actions, as honor and loyalty are a very important part of who I am. The fact that you spied on Harry for several years makes me wonder if you ever listened to anything I ever taught you. It would be even worse if you were paid to do it. Hermione paled even more, which didn't go unnoticed by anyone in the room. Mrs. Granger added, you have a lot to think about, young lady. Somewhere during your time in this world, you lost who you were, and I don't think you can blame Harry for it. Yes, ma'am. I want you both to know that I'm sorry for letting you down. As he was walking out of the door without even giving his daughter a hug, Mr. Granger said, we're not who you need to be apologizing to, and we will settle on your punishment when you get home. Since you earned money from the headmaster, I can assume that you no longer need your allowance for books. I hope you're proud of yourself, as you not only betrayed a friend but you prostituted yourself in the process. The harsh words hit Hermione like a freight train and she began sobbing hysterically. Molly looked at Mrs. Granger for a minute before she tried to go comfort the girl. Mrs. Granger said, leave her. This is evidently a lesson she needs to learn the hard way. Arthur was still sitting there in silence before he looked up and said, Bill and Charlie, I'm sorry you had to come home for this. Could I impose on you to make sure the Grangers are returned to their home? I really don't know what to say and can only blame myself as a father for not raising better children. Hermione, I'm sure Martin feels the same way. Mrs. Granger finally asked, what did he threaten you with? Ron stupidly said, he was going to take away my spending money. The rest of his family was shooting him glares as Hermione muttered, he said he would keep me away from Harry. He said he would expel me for cheating and have my wand snapped and would make sure I never saw Harry again. The whole family watched as Arthur got up from his chair and walked out of the door. They sat there for an hour waiting for Arthur to come back, which never happened. Bill stood and said, "If Harry returns, I expect you all to stay away from him until we can figure something out. If I even hear or any of you antagonizing Mr. Potter again, I will come home and personally raise stripes on your backsides, and that includes you, Percy. If I can't get here, I'll send Charlie to do it for me." Ron said, "I don't understand why you are all worrying about that git. It's not like he could do anything against us. The way I see it, he owes me money for causing me to not get paid anymore." Charlie stood and walked over to Ron. Before Ron knew it, he was on the floor with a hand print across his face. "Mr. Potter is the heir to a most ancient and noble house. Not only does he have that on his side, but we have the matter of the life debt that he holds over Ginny as well as Hermione. Everything I've ever been told about him tells me he's an honorable young man and would never do anything to harm either one of them, but if this family keeps antagonizing him, that could change. I prefer my baby sister as she is." Arthur found himself walking around Black Lake with Martin Granger keeping step with him. Neither man was talking, as they were both lost in their own thoughts of how they had failed as a father. As the fates would sometimes do, they came to a stop as they stood facing the Diggory and Jones families. Arthur looked up and his face flushed. "Hello, Amos and Reggie. I hope things are well with you and your families." Amos replied, "As good as can be expected. I hope it is the same with yours." Arthur sagged a little and said, "Please forgive me, this is Martin Granger. He asked to accompany me today so that he could discuss things with his daughter. Much like I have done with my own family. I want to thank you both for what you are trying to do for Harry. He's a good boy and doesn't deserve what he has been put through. I deeply regret my family's involvement in this whole thing." Reginald replied, "We're only doing what we feel is right. It doesn't hurt that our children are the only friends that he feels he has left in the castle." Both men winced at that comment. Arthur said, "Yes, another regret that I must find a solution to. Amos and Reginald, may I have your permission to ask your heirs a sensitive question?" Reginald snorted, "You may ask. I can't say whether you will like the answer you get, as my heiress is very protective of her boyfriend." Arthur tried to smile, but it was a half-hearted attempt at best. "I can understand. Harry is a very special young man and I have done my best to help him, but evidently that wasn't enough. Cedric and Meghan, have you heard anything that would lead you to believe that the headmaster has done anything to Harry that would push him to the point he is at now? We've just learned that Hermione was coerced into some of the things she has done, and we were told it was at the behest of the headmaster." Cedric and Meghan both looked at each other. "The answer is yes, Mr. Weasley, but I'm sorry to say that to tell you more would betray confidences that we are not willing to break. And I would not ask you to. I love him like he is my own and only want him to be happy. My family has done enough to him and I would not want to visit any more grief upon him. I would like to ask you to do me a favor. Would you ask him if he could set aside differences with my family long enough to meet with me? I feel as the head of my family it is my duty to apologize for the actions of my children. He may not want to take advantage of it, but I will always there for him and I will meet him any place he wants. I also offer my help in what you are doing for Harry." It was another week and a half before Madame Pomfrey gave Harry the potion to slowly wake him. As he came around, he felt a weight on his chest and looked around the dark hair only to see it was Meghan. She started to stir as he moved a little, but when he croaked out, "Meg," she realized where she was and jumped straight out of bed. He laughed at her before trying to reach for the glass of water he saw on the table beside his bed. She saw what he was doing and grabbed for it. In her nervousness and embarrassment from him catching her sleeping with him, she managed to dump half of the water down the front of his hospital gown. She blushed furiously before she dried him off with a wave of her wand. "I'm so sorry, Harry." "That's okay, Meg. I was having these great dreams that I actually gathered up the courage to ask you out and you said yes. Did I get it confused and really asked you to marry me?" She warily said, "No, you asked and I said yes to be your girlfriend. We are only 15, Harry. Why would we be married? Well, I woke up with you in bed with me and thought I might have missed something." She blushed bright red and then jumped back on him, giving a tight hug. "I'm sorry. While you were asleep, I started studying in here and I guess last night I got sleepy so I crawled up next to you and took a nap. I guess the nap must have lasted all night." Poppy burst through the door and said, "Oh good, you're both finally awake. I was beginning to think I needed to give Megan the potion with you two being in bed together and so soon after you started dating. I think you beat your father and mother on that one, Harry. It was a year before I had to give Lily the potion and they were 17. Both kids started blushing as Poppy started laughing at their discomfort. When she settled down, she said, "Oh, you two are too easy." Megan was exhausted and I let her sleep. Megan said, "But curfew. I sent Pomona a message saying you were in my care for the night." Megan said, "Thank you, Poppy, you're the best. I know, but don't think I'm going to let it happen very often. I know you've been working yourself very hard lately." Harry looked back and forth between them and asked, "What's going on?" Megan smiled at him. "Poppy told me your plan and I've been trying to catch up to where you are in your studies. I thought with us working together and a little help from Cedric, I can join you in taking ALS during the summer. Dad is already sending us the books and between the efforts of Poppy, Dad, and Uncle Amos, we have an exam date set for early July that no one knows about." Harry looked at them for a minute before he finally said, "Sounds like you've been busy. Anything else I need to know about?" Since it was still very early, Poppy said, "I'll check on you a little later so that you can talk. Miss Jones, I expect you to stay above the blankets." Harry said, Poppy, could you do something about my breath? If my incredible girlfriend tries to key me, I'd be afraid of the damage it would cause our relationship. My tongue tastes like it has been licking the wrong side of a hippogriff. And how would you know this? I don't. I'm just saying. Poppy chuckled and then waved her wand over his mouth. After she was done, he smacked his mouth and then said, "Hit me again. Those potions must have been especially nasty." She did it again and he said, "Much better. Thanks, Poppy." Poppy had thoroughly checked over Harry the day he woke and pronounced him in good shape, but he would have to remain under her care while his strength returned. As part of his treatment, she made him exercise in his room to get used to his repaired body as well as build the muscles back to the proper level. As it was, his coordination and balance were slightly off, and in the current environment in the school, she didn't feel it would be a wise move for him to move around amongst the other students. Harry pushed himself and worked hard to get back in shape since he knew he still had the third task facing him. As far as the results from the potions, the Super Skelegro had indeed repaired his bone structure and in the process added a few inches to his height. Poppy expected this and said that over the next few months, it would seem as if he was having a major growth spurt as his body tried to catch up to what would have been his optimum size for his age, and then he would grow normally. The musculus potion was already working wonders as his frame was slightly beefed up and his eyesight had improved dramatically. As Poppy adjusted the prescription in his lenses, she told him that it was her hope that his eyesight would improve to the point where he no longer needed glasses. The highlight of the afternoon was when he removed his hospital gown to change into normal clothes and found that the musculus potion had indeed repaired the damage, including the nipple. With all the damage that had been done, he didn't know why the loss of it bothered him so much, but he just put it down to his desire to be normal for once in his life and not some freak of nature. A smirk formed on his face and he whooped out in happiness. Just as he expected, Poppy ran back in the room to see what was wrong, only to find Harry laughing at her as he rubbed his finger in a circular motion around it. She shot him a glare before saying, "Yes, I was happy to see that it did grow back, but I was wrong about you. That move is more serious black than James Potter." She realized what she had said when his whole demeanor darkened. "I'm sorry, baby. I never meant." Harry stepped over and squeezed her hand. "It's okay, Poppy, and I see your point. It was something Sirius would probably have done in the middle of the Great Hall. Too bad he had to be such a selfish prick. Don't judge him too harshly. Azkaban does things to people and makes them do things they never would." Harry sat down on his cross-legged and nodded for her to take a chair. Once she sat, he said, "It's not Azkaban. It's his whole Peter Pan complex. Hell, Poppy, I'm more mature than he is and he's over twice my age. Did he come to you for help when he got out? I'm sure there are potions you could give him to restore him to better condition. I mean, look at what you've done for me." "No, Harry, he has not contacted me for help. He was one of my boys too. He knows I would have helped. That makes my point for me. If he truly cared about me or was even concerned about me in any way, he never would have made the choices he made. Last year, I was just thrilled to have someone in my life that was mine. It was great having friends, but here was someone who had sworn to love and protect me, and the more I find out, the more I doubt that was ever the case. I'm sure he loved Dad. Who wouldn't love someone who saved them from their own personal hell? But me? No, I think he only did it to make Dad happy. Poppy looked at him with concern in her eyes. I don't think that's true. I saw him with you as a baby. He was more proud of you than James was. Harry looked at her and she could see the pain in his eyes. Then tell me how come every single person listed in the will abandoned me. Tell me how every single family the Potters were allied with failed me in every way. Hell, Poppy, you weren't listed, but you did what you had to do until you had an opportunity. I've been classes with children of those families for over 3 years and not a single one of them have ever said anything to me about our families. How do you know this? I didn't tell you all that Mum left me. I've seen the will. Oh dear. You knew. No, but I suspected. The only thing I could ever figure out was that Albus somehow blocked your parents' will so that he could get control over you. The only people who could dispute it would be the witnesses. Who were they? Frank and Alice Longbottom, Lawrence and Elena Bones, Sirius Black, Minerva McGonagall, Bearclaw, and Albus Dumbledore. The Longbottoms are in the long-term ward at St. Mungo's for overexposure to the Cruciatus curse. The Bones were murdered not long before that. Sirius, well, he is no way capable of trying to do anything about it. Wasn't Bearclaw the one you dealt with at Gringotts? And Minerva, I don't know what to say. Harry said, I'm sorry Poppy, but Aunt Minnie evidently has her lips stuck too firmly to Albus. Ask her something else to care much what happens to me. I could give you so many examples of where I went to her about things and she brushed me aside. It's obvious that she signed the will out of loyalty to Albus, and no matter what she says, it had nothing to do with me or my parents. They looked up to see Cedric and Meghan standing there with their mouths hanging open. Cedric finally said, Did we show up at a bad time? Harry got up from the bed and walked to the window to stare out of it as Poppy remained seated. Harry, we will figure it out. I promise you I will be there for you. I know, and I'm sorry for taking it out on you. You don't deserve that. It's okay, and I'm glad you told me. I think it's time you talked with your friends. The little schemers have done a lot in your absence, and I think you should listen to them and work with them to plan your next move. You have my support in whatever you decide to do. He nodded as he kept staring out the window while he tried to get his anger and pain under control. Poppy motioned with her head and Meghan moved over behind him and wrapped her arms around his stomach. It took a few minutes, but Harry finally relaxed into her embrace as he stared out the window. In a soft voice, she said, Come on, Harry. It's time for Cedric and me to tell you what we've done. Just remember, we did what we felt was best to help you, and we are in no way trying to control you. She slid her hand into his and then led him back to sit on the loveseat Dobby had borrowed from somewhere in the castle. From its condition, Harry assumed it came from a professor's private quarters. Poppy got up and kissed at his cheek before going back to her duties. Cedric was already in an armchair waiting for Harry to calm down. He said, You're looking better. Harry snorted, I hope so. The last time you saw me, I was missing half my chest and back. Yeah, well, I'm just looking forward to having you back around. I missed you. He smiled, Thanks, Seed. I missed you guys too, even though I was asleep most of the time. That reminds me, we need to have guide talk sometime so I can tell you about some of the dreams I had. I can't say anything now because my girlfriend might get jealous, but there were quite a few where this gorgeous dark-haired girl climbed in bed with me and, well, you get the picture. Meghan blushed and then slapped his arm. When he winced, she started apologizing and rubbing where she slapped. Cedric laughed and said, Her bedside manner needs a little work. Harry grinned, I don't know, I found her bedside manner quite enjoyable this morning, well, except for the drool. Meghan crossed her arms over her chest and started pouting at being picked on by the both of them. Harry smiled and said, I was just teasing, love. I rather enjoyed waking up with you curled up next to me. Meghan looked up wide-eyed at him. He asked, What? You called me love? Well, yeah, I guess I did. Isn't that what you call someone when that's how you feel about them? I mean, I know I'm not that. He was cut off as her lips connected to his. Cedric finally coughed and said, I really don't want to sit here and watch my sister snogging. Nothing against you, Harry, but. Meghan pulled away and cut him off. Oh, shut it, Seed. How many times have I had to watch as you and Cho made doe eyes at each other and generally made me sick? I never said anything, as all I wanted was for my brother to be happy. Cedric replied, yeah right. I'm sure Harry is enjoying all this, but we need to get started before we are missed. Now, we did some things that you may or may not be happy with, but it was what we felt was best for the time being. Our intention was to stir the cauldron and pull some of the attention off you, and at the same time, block any attempts to try and control you until your plans could be put into effect. Megan squeezed up close to him and pulled the newspaper article out of her bag. He read it and sat back in thought. When he had absorbed the information, he said, "Tell your fathers I said thank you. This will make it easier in the long run, I think. I don't understand all of the political stuff, but I assume this will keep anyone from attempting to stop me taking control of my house." Yeah, but there's more. We had several people come to us and offer their help. They were neutral families just like ours but are somewhat darker. I don't understand. Megan said, "That's another thing we will be doing from now until your birthday. We will be teaching you the political aspects of our world and try to help you understand and learn just what it means to be the lord of a most ancient and noble house." Harry still looked at them with a blank expression. Cedric said, "Our families are noble houses that are quite a bit lower in the pecking order but still have some power. The Potters were a very old and respected house. Under normal circumstances, we shouldn't be able to offer any protection to you, but this is a special case, and to be honest, not many would have the balls to go against it if our fathers had the full weight of the Potter family behind them. But I'm the only Potter left, and I can't even make my own choices according to the powers that be." Yes, you are, but we aren't talking about people but families. I know this is confusing, but we will teach you everything we know. Just know that you will have a decision to make. House Potter has always been a house of the light, just like House Black has always been a house of dark. In easier terms, you can support Dumbledore, Malfoy, or come in somewhere in between. We are in between and are friendly with both sides, but our philosophy is more along the lines of following the rule of law and trying to make things equal for everyone. I don't want you taking our word for it. Our dads feel the same way, and even though they would like for you to share their views, they don't want you to do so out of some sense of obligation to them for helping you. I've brought some books that are amazingly impartial that do a good job of explaining the political climate and the factions involved in it." Harry sat back and thought for a minute. He finally asked, "Who are the other families?" Greengrass, Davis, and Moon. They expected to hear him shout about being Slytherins, but it never came. "I don't know them very well, but Daphne, Tracy, and Lilith have never treated me badly. The most I could say about them is that they were neutral towards me. When the badges came out, Tracy and Lilith both wore one, but I didn't see Daphne with one. I also remember that after that first day, Tracy and Lilith didn't wear them again." Megan said, "No, they didn't, and the only reason they had them on that day was due to a sticking charm. They are embarrassed about it and would like to apologize, as they didn't know about the second message." That also brings up another point. In our discussions with them, it was decided that we would teach you everything we could, but the lords wanted to meet with you. Before you say anything, Cedric and I stated that for that meeting, we would be Potters and stand with you. Harry smiled at them, and then Cedric added, "Daphne offered herself in the same way. To better explain it, for that meeting, we will be on your side completely, and it is understood that our families cannot hold it against us, especially since they all saw this as the proper thing to do. Under normal circumstances, it would be your family allies that would serve in this capacity." When Megan saw him frown, she said, "We know Harry. We heard the whole thing, not that we didn't already suspect it." In their defense, Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones would know nothing of the will, as they didn't sign it. If they had, I'd bet things would be very different right now. Cedric said, "I know we are getting ahead of ourselves, but when you take control over your house, you will be able to officially make or break formal alliances. As much as you probably want to at this point, it's not something I would recommend, and if you were to declare your house neutral, they might break the alliances with Potter without you having to do anything more. The lords of all 5 of our families are ready to swear an oath to you at any time that they will support you and protect you from harm until the time comes that you can stand on your own." Quote. Harry looked up at them with tears in his eyes. He asked, "Why would they do this?" Megan keyed at his cheek and said, "Several reasons. The most important is that a true Lord Potter would emerge that would be a strong force for good in our world. A house of your status carries a lot of weight and is probably the reason why Dumbledore wanted you in his control. They want to help change the world for the better and see you as their best chance at that. And yes, it means we all want something from you but not like what has been going on. I trust you both and more importantly, Dobby trusts you. He would tell me if you weren't being honest with me. You said there were several reasons. Cedric said, well, they see an injustice being done and it goes against their morals to allow it to remain unchecked. Then there is also the legend. Harry looked up at this as Meghan blushed bright red. What legend? Meghan turned to him and said, the legend says that Potter men find their life mates early in life. It says the connection grows quickly and will cause both of them to defend the other above all others. Harry sat back again in thought. When he finished sorting his thoughts, he said, up until this year, it would have been Hermione. I defended her before I even really knew her, and once we truly connected, she was by my side through everything. Meghan said, I know, but she broke the bond by betraying you. What do you feel for her now? Nothing. It's like I have no feelings for her at all anymore. Cedric smiled. That's good. Why? Meghan took his hand and said, it means that the pain has gone away because another bond took its place. Harry smirked. Is that why you blasted Fleur in the middle of the Great Hall and have been terrorizing my former friends? How did you know about that? Poppy told me. She also said to not let you go because you reminded her of my mum. Cedric laughed. That's not the real reason. Meghan laughed. Well, let's tell this properly. Fleur came in and claimed that since you saved her that a debt was formed and that she would have to claim you as her mate to satisfy the debt. Well, it pissed me off that she thought she could come in and take my Harry away from me. Harry looked at Cedric and mouthed, my Harry, to which he just got a grin in return. So I told her that the best she could hope for was to say thank you and let it go at that because you would never be interested in someone like her. Cedric laughed. Yeah, then she said, you love him, don't you, and she stopped you cold. I think it was that moment that you realized how you felt about him. Meghan grinned. Well, yeah, but I did the stuff to your former friends just because they hurt you and I felt like being a bi.ch. Not that you would ever have to deal with that, Harry. Harry snorted. Remind me to let you read the letter from my mum sometime. It sounds like it may have been a trait the Potter men were attracted to. Poppy looked back in on them when she heard them laughing and asked, what's got you so tickled? Harry asked, was my grandmum a bi.ch? Poppy was shocked at the question at first and then said, well, she could be. Harry turned to Meghan. Well, there you go. Smart and bi.ch, the Potter man's most sought after traits. Cedric was about to fall out of his chair as Meghan just sat there with her mouth hanging open. Harry quickly added, oh yeah, I forgot to mention absolutely beautiful as well. We can't put up with the brains and the mouth unless we can zone out by staring at how hot they are. Meghan blushed at the compliment while Cedric finally fell out of his chair. Poppy let out a chuckle as she left the room saying something about, just like Jamie. When Meghan was able to respond, she asked, so every time you zone out on me, you're undressing me with your eyes? Harry feigned hurt but then grinned. Of course not, dear, I'm just mesmerized by your beauty. We're a little too young for me to be undressing you yet. Meghan stuttered out, where did this Harry come from? Harry looked thoughtful for a minute before replying, I don't know. Maybe during our talk I realized that I had real friends around me for the first time. It also doesn't hurt that I have an awesome girlfriend that makes me happy. She rewarded him with a key. Before Cedric said, we don't have a lot of time left, so let's get back to business. Cedric and Meghan told him of the events in the castle since the second task and the reaction the article got from quite a few of the parents. They told of the hopeless looks on the faces of quite a few students and how every time they saw either of them, they looked up in hope that Harry was there, but their eyes dropped when he wasn't. Harry was informed of Arthur's request and promised to consider it but wasn't inclined to accept anytime soon. In the end, they discussed studying sessions and how they would proceed up until the third task. The first hour after dinner would be dedicated to teaching Harry wizarding culture and politics. Meghan asked to bring Daphne into the loop for that part as her house had ancient status and would be a big help in the training. Harry finally agreed on the condition that a secrecy oath would have to be sworn to them at first and them to him once they met. After that session, Harry said that they would dedicate the time before curfew to help Meghan finish the fourth-year material while he studied whatever they left him in the fifth-year material during the day. Once Meghan was ready, He would begin the 5th-year material with her at an accelerated pace since it was just the two of them with Cedric tutoring whenever they ran into a stumbling block. They worked it out this way so that Cedric would be free to spend time with Cho as well as work on his own studies and prepare for the third task. Cedric asked, "When will you prepare for the task? I've got all day while you guys are in class. Dobby can pop me somewhere he knows about where I can work on my spellwork without ever being seen. I know my reasons, but I worry that this is going to be too much for you, Megan. Are you sure you want to try and keep up with your current lessons and then also try to finish out this year and then go through next?" "Yes, I can handle it, Harry. Besides, we will have part of the summer to prepare, so we should be fine." "Okay, but why?" She gave him a shy grin and said, "I have my reasons." "Why don't we leave it at that?" "Okay, if you're sure." "Yeah, I'm sure, Harry." The first lesson was held the following Monday evening and included Daphne, who jumped at the opportunity. The first night, she could see that her thoughts were correct and Harry had chosen Megan. She might have suffered a moment of disappointment but could clearly see that they were well matched and shared a lot of affection for each other that would only deepen over time. The Harry Potter she met that night was completely different than the one she shared classes with these last few years. His intelligence and comprehension was at the level that was only shared by a few in their year, and luckily for Harry, Megan was one of these individuals. Whenever Harry was having a hard time with something, she would explain it in terms he could better understand. In most cases, the difficulties didn't come from his lack of being able to grasp the subject but from his different point of view and way of looking at things. Daphne's earlier hopes that Harry would be a force for good in their world soared when she saw the two of them work together and the way they worked seamlessly with each other pointed to the legendary Potter bond. She could only hope that she would be as lucky as Megan when she found her life partner. Another thing she noticed about Harry was how relaxed and open he was compared to earlier years, and especially earlier this year. It was evident that they brought out the best in each other because Megan was more open and friendlier than she had been in years. Daphne had known Megan ever since they were little, as their mothers were friends during school. It was evident that Harry filled a hole that had remained in Megan's heart ever since the loss of Michael, and for that she was thankful that her friend could be happy again. As Daphne watched, she could see how Harry could fill that hole, as he was Megan's best friend and so much more. Midway through April, breakfast was interrupted when Cornelius Fudge, the Bulgarian minister, and the French minister were escorted into the Great Hall by Amelia Bones and a mixed team of orators from all three countries. As they approached the head table, only a low murmur could be heard as Fudge said, "We want all three headmasters along with the other judges in the first-floor conference room in 1 hour. In the meantime, we are going to speak to our constituents and try to get a better idea of how things have been going." An hour later, the judges were sitting at the table as Cornelius fired the opening shots. The article put forward by Mr. Diggory has all of us very concerned. You all have been accused of being biased in your judging and have even gone as far as to punish a young man for doing what this whole thing was supposed to be about. We won't even get into the fact that the same young man should have never been allowed to compete in the first place. We are all in agreement on this, so I'll make it as plain as I can. Any irregularities, any favoritism, and oh screw it, if anything goes wrong at all in this last task that makes your school or our countries appear in a bad light, we'll see every single one of you being sacked from every one of your positions and a black mark placed on your records so big that I doubt you will be able to find a job mucking out stables. Do I make myself clear?" Albus evidently didn't have any sense at all as he replied, "You can try, Cornelius, but you have no say in my position at the ICW." The French minister stood and looked the old man straight in the eye. "Non, Cornelius may not be able to do it alone, but 3 ministers calling for your removal will go a long way to seeing it happen." The Bulgarian minister then added, "If they don't comply with our wishes in this matter, I'm sure the withdrawal of our membership and support will make them see things our way." Once the short meeting was over, every single one of them could only worry about what would happen and if Harry Potter would be at the tournament. His not appearing would be a quick death sentence for their careers. On the other hand, with the way things were going, his appearance would probably mean the same thing if the rumors were true that he would come back seeking revenge. In the end, they could only hope for the best, as this would probably be their last few months in their positions. The lessons went well, and by the time of the third task, they felt Harry was ready to face the 5 lords, which they scheduled a week after. Harry and Meghan's academic studies were also going well and they had taken on the courses one at a time. Transfiguration, charms, defense, and potions were already complete and they only needed to revise for them before the exams. They had thrown out divination and Muggle studies as the former was a waste of time and the latter could be passed without even studying. They were currently finishing up magical creatures. And were about to go through herbology before tackling arithmancy and ancient runes. It was Meghan's idea as she had been taking the subjects and knew of the Potter's affinity for ward crafting. As she explained it to him, they would do that once they were away from school as he had 2 years of catching up to do before moving on the 5th year material. She felt arithmancy was something he would pick up quickly since he had algebra in primary school and runes would be the most difficult. Meghan convinced him by telling of his family's history of being some of the best warders in the world. It was how they made their fortune and how only since the death of Charles had the goblins managed to obtain the majority of the warding business. She told him that the reason the Potters' wards were so powerful was based on the fact that the Potters themselves were powerful witches and wizards due to the bonds they shared with their mates and some family secrets that had yet to be discovered. These traits and abilities were always passed to their children. It was so typical of Harry to sit there and listen quietly as Meghan talked about his family as she was the only one who had ever done that for him. It was evident she had put in a lot of effort on his behalf on top of all the studying she was having to do so that he would know of his family, and it made her even dearer to him. As he sat listening to her, he knew that if he was to become Lord Potter, then it only made sense that Meghan would be the Lady Potter. Not only was he sure that he loved her, but he couldn't imagine sharing the results of their hard work with anyone else. Meghan noticed him zoning out and asked, "Am I boring you, Harry?" He immediately replied, "Not at all, love. I was just thinking about how lucky I am that you came into my life and how pitiful I would be if I ever lost you. I do have one question though." "What is it?" "If my family were warders, then how come my father was an Auror?" "I don't know. Maybe he was a DMLE warder. I'm sure Poppy would know." He nodded his head, but the words along with the patented Potter grin in shot her a few seconds ago were enough to see him tackled on the love seat in the most intense snogging session between the two of them up to this point. It was finally the night before the third task and Harry had not been seen in public since the second task. The few who were in the know found it amusing to watch as the rumors and accusations flew all around the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet reported that Victor Crumb was a predator in every sense of the word as it was revealed that Mandy Brocklehurst was indeed pregnant with his child and several others who were hoping they weren't in the same boat. It didn't take Hermione's brilliant mind to figure out what would have happened to her if she had actually went to the Yule Ball with Victor. In a roundabout way, Harry had saved her once again. It had been quite a few months, but every time she thought of Harry, she spiraled back into depression. Whenever Cedric or Meghan were asked whether he should be punished for what he did to Harry, they would just smile and say he would get everything he deserved during the third task. That led to further rumors that Harry Potter was going to return to Hogwarts seeking vengeance against those who had wronged him. Harry, Meghan, Daphne, Cedric, and Cho sat around in Harry's room relaxing before the big day. No one said too much as the weight of what faced them was sitting heavily on Harry and Cedric's shoulders. Meghan was in Harry's lap and holding on tight to him as Cho was doing the same thing. Daphne finally asked, "Are you two ready for this?" They both nodded, but Harry said, "As ready as we're going to be. Tell your dad thanks for lending us those advanced offensive magic books. There's some nasty stuff in there, but with the history of the tournament, we'll probably be facing the nastiest creature Hagrid can drag out of the forest, not to mention everything else they throw at us. You can tell him yourself when it's over. Our families are coming to watch. Have you decided what you're going to do about Crumb?" They all shivered as the nastiest smile formed on Harry's face. "I'm a firm believer in taking care of your children. I don't think killing him will help the baby he put in Mandy, but I do think he needs to be paid back. If he comes anywhere near me, I'm putting him down badly enough to where he can't continue. Cedric, I advise you to do the same thing. He'll be gunning for both of us." Cho said, "If it were me, I'd remove his bits so that he can't make any more babies. He's trying to deny that he got Mandy pregnant and is claiming she's just a little slag trying to latch onto his fame. She was a pure, until he got his hooks in her." Harry smirked. "We can't do something like that directly because he could come back and sue us for taking away his ability to produce an heir. However, we could arrange for him to have an accident with one of the creatures. Daphne said, I'm impressed. You have taken our lessons to heart. Harry laughed, well, between the punishment and reward system, it was hard not to. Cho said, oh, I've got to hear this. What did you do to him? Meghan smiled brightly, every correct answer earned him 5 minutes of snog time. If he got one wrong, he lost 10 minutes. He worked very hard because the loss of minutes carried over to the next day. Daphne smirked, yes, but if he answered every question correctly, Meg had to remove an article of clothing of his choice. Cho started laughing while Cedric put his hands over his ears so that he didn't have to hear any more. As the conversation wound down, Harry asked, so what should I do tomorrow? Meghan said, tomorrow is show off my boyfriend day. We girls have a plan that will see you through to the beginning of the tournament with little trouble. Harry nodded and didn't catch the looks the others were casting at each other. If he was to know the truth, all 4 of his friends were nervous about what would happen as soon as Harry appeared. It made them even more nervous because the champions usually had time with their families before the task and they had no idea who would show up for Harry. Meghan recruited the whole Potter protection group to help and to keep Harry focused on the task instead of upset over what others may do or say to him. As Poppy announced curfew, Dobby came in and popped Daphne down close to the Slytherin dorms. Cedric and Cho rose and looked at Meghan expectantly. She remained in her spot beside Harry and said, I'm under Poppy's care tonight. They both nodded in reply and left to spend a few minutes together before turning in for the night. That night would be special for both couples as they finally said the 3 words that they all wanted to hear. With a long but sweet and loving key, Meghan wrapped her arms around Harry as he fell asleep. Cedric shared a long and passionate key, with Cho that left them both breathless. Their hands lingered in each other's until the portal finally closed and Cedric turned for his dorm. Thoughts of getting this damned tournament over with were foremost in his mind. Harry woke the next morning to the sound of a soft voice speaking and then a small pop. As he rose up, he got a good view of his girlfriend bent over in a t-shirt that left him with an incredible view. He was praising Poppy for the potions she made him take as before them, his eyes would have never been able to see the view in front of him. He listened as she whispered, did you get everything I asked for? Yes, mistress, Harry will be well protected in this. The pants, vest, and boots are horntail. Dobby had them make the boots like Muggle combat boots. Dobby got blood-red long-sleeved t-shirt and charmed it to be impervious. Dobby put picture on back of vest. Dobby can take it off if mistress don't like. She opened the bag and took one look at the vest and hugged Dobby. That is brilliant, Dobby. Did you get the same for Cedric? No, mistress, the pants, vest, and boots are the same, but Dobby got Master Cedric a yellow t-shirt and Dobby did not put picture on back of vest. Dobby also left mistress note. You're the best, Dobby. Now, what are your instructions for today? Dobby listen for masters and mistress. If yous calls Dobby, Dobby is to go protect masters and get them home safely. Meghan bent over further and hugged Dobby. I'll see you in a little while. Go rest so that you are ready. Yes, mistress. Dobby needs to tell his mistress that master is staring at mistress bum. She let out a little eep and stood up. Harry groaned, thanks for ruining my view, Dobby. What are you 2 up to? Meghan crawled back into the bed as Dobby popped away. She said, don't worry about it right now, we've got a little bit before we have to get up, so lay back down and wrap your arms back around me. Yes, dear. An hour and a half later, Poppy stuck her head in the door and looked at the cute scene in front of her. Meghan had her head on Harry's chest and her leg wrapped over his as his arms were curled around her. She knew nothing happened because both of them knew that it was too soon for something like that. Poppy had even offered the potion to Meghan, who flatly refused, saying that it was enough for them just to hold each other at this time. She also knew Meghan wouldn't let anything happen because she didn't want Harry to be at anything less than his absolute best for the day. Poppy chuckled to herself that the girl must have a high opinion of herself, but shook that thought away as she remembered how drained James was after he and Lily first made love and needed strengthening potions for a few days. She finally said, it's time to get up, kids. She heard Harry groan and say, can't we just stay here all day like this? Meghan softly said, no love, it's time to face reality. She hopped up and made her way into the bathroom where Poppy heard the shower come on. She went and sat on his bed and placed her hand on his cheek. He looked up at her worried expression and said, everything will be fine, Poppy. All we have to do is step in the maze. Once we do that, the contract is complete. But you won't do that, will you? You'll watch over Cedric and make sure he's okay. He'd do the same for me. I know, just promise me that you'll watch out for each other. You know we will. She got up and left the room just as the shower cut off. Megan came out wrapped in a towel. What are you still doing in bed? Get up and get in that shower. Harry threw off the covers and plodded to the bathroom in his boxers. They both cast appreciative glances at each other as they passed each other, and just as Harry reached the door, she said, "Harry, wait." As he stopped, she went over to the garment bag Dobby brought this morning and handed it to him. "Wear this for me today. Please." He reached out and wrapped his hand in her wet hair and gave her a key. "Anything, love, you know that." He opened the door and disappeared. She heard the shower come on and started getting herself ready for the day. She was nervous as she thought about everything that could go wrong today, but did her best to push her fear down when she heard the shower cut off. Things were quiet for a few minutes until she heard him laugh. The next thing she knew, he came out into the room in his pants and boots without a shirt on. "Sweetheart, I love it, but the shirt just doesn't work for me." "Oh, I thought it'd look good. Is there something you prefer? I assume you want to make a statement." "Well, yes. The Potters may have been master warders, but they originally earned their reputations as warriors. It has been rumored that you are descended from." He cut her off and said, "Godric Gryffindor." "Yes, I know, and it is no rumor." Her eyes grew wide. He just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Mum's letter, which you still haven't read." He opened his trunk and then uncovered a compartment she didn't know existed. He started pulling out a few things and throwing them on the bed. During his Christmas break, he had done some shopping and bought some things just because he thought they looked cool and finally had the freedom to do so. He turned to her and said, "How far do you want to go with it?" "Well, my parents are going to be here and meeting you for the first time, so I want you to look cool but not like a psycho." He laughed, "But you had Dobby put a Punisher skull on the back of my vest. I thought it'd be better than the symbol of your family for now." "You're right. I'm sorry." He pulled out a deep blood red short-sleeved t-shirt and pulled it over his head and then strapped a wand holster and a knife sheath to his forearms. He went back over to the trunk and put some things back in before pulling out his silver dagger and sliding it in the sheath. He looked over at her and said, "I can always change before the task and put on the shirt." She nodded and went back to fixing her hair. He stepped back into the bathroom and finished up, and when he stepped out zipping up his vest, he stopped dead as he took in her appearance. She had on a pair of tight black jeans which molded to her thighs and bum just as well as the knee-high black dragon hide boots did for her calves. She had topped that with a silvery blouse that flowed as she walked. She had fixed her hair to where it was long and curly and fell halfway down her back. She applied a light dusting of makeup to her face that made her even more beautiful than normal. She twirled around and said, "Do you like?" Yeah, I think we need to get out of here, love." "Why? You looking like that and that bed is sitting right there." "No, love, we need to go before I break a promise to you." She giggled, "You don't look so bad yourself." They were saved when Poppy stuck her head back in and said, "Are you guys about ready?" "Oh, don't you both look nice?" Harry said, "Nice. Geez, Poppy, she's got to be the hottest thing I've ever seen. I pray every night that she doesn't wizen up and dump me." Megan stepped over and at his cheek. "Don't think that's going to happen. I've put too much work into you to give up now." Poppy chuckled at their antics and said, "I'm going down to the Great Hall. I don't want to miss this." Megan called for Dobby and had him pop them down to an unused classroom near the Great Hall where they were meeting everyone else. When they arrived, Harry and Cedric found themselves surrounded by 6 women who were dressed to the nines and would definitely make a statement when they walked into the hall. Megan looked at Cedric and pouted when she saw that he wasn't wearing the shirt either. "Megs, I love it, but yellow. I looked like a freaking bumblebee." Harry turned around for a minute to talk to Megan when he heard Cedric yell, "No fair. How come Harry gets a Punisher skull and I don't?" Harry laughed and asked, "You know what this means?" Daphne snorted, "Of course. We might be purebloods, but we are not out of touch with the world." Cedric added, "Yeah, this summer I'll show you my comic book collection." Megan said, "Dobby, Pop." "Yes, mistress." When the other heard him call Megan that, they snickered and Daphne just raised an eyebrow. "Cedric is whining because he doesn't have a picture on his back like Harry does." Dobby grinned and then snapped his fingers. Cedric turned around and said, "Well." His answer was laughter, and he pulled off his vest only to find a scowling Hello Kitty on it. He said, "Dobby." "Mistress," said Master Cedric, whining like a little girl so Dobby make his picture proper. By this time, Harry was on the floor laughing, with Meghan quickly joining him. The Slytherin quartet were doing their best to hide their laughter, and Cho was patting his back while turning her head so that he couldn't see her laughing. Harry gasped out, "Dobby, that was great. But please fix it before we have to get him a dolly." Cedric glared at Harry at first before he started laughing as well. Once Dobby fixed the picture, he popped back out. Cedric looked at everyone and asked, "Ready to make an entrance?" The Slytherin girls led the way and pushed the doors to the Great Hall open. They stepped in side by side, hiding the view behind them, and parted to reveal Cedric and Cho following them down the stairs into the hall. As the whole hall watched, Cedric stopped at the bottom of the stairs and turned back towards the door. It took a moment for everyone to look where Cedric was looking, and that's when the doors flew open once more as Harry came through with Meghan on his arm. There were gasps all over the hall as he loudly said, "What? If Voldemort couldn't kill me, then how could a prick like Krum stand a chance?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dumbledore and McGonagall rise and then make their way towards him. The look in Minerva's eyes showed a hint that she was happy and relieved that he was alive and well, or if the rumors were correct, Albus stood a chance of having a job after today. With the twinkle going full blast, Albus asked, "May I ask where you have been, Mr. Potter? We have been quite worried about you." "Yeah, I'll just bet you were worried, and please cut off that damn annoying twinkle in your eyes. You're giving me a headache, and by the way, my occlumency shields can feel your probes." Harry smirked as he heard several gasps around him. "As for where I have been, I spent most of my time in a hospital trying to heal from the injuries you caused during the last task. Other than that, I have been studying my ass off so that I might survive this damn tournament that you tricked me into participating in. I think we should take this discussion to my office, Harry." "No. It was your actions that placed me in the position I have been in this year. In fact, just so you people will not have an excuse to say anything different, even though I know you will, because you are a bunch of spineless sheep. I, Harry James Potter, swear on my life, my soul, and my magic that I did not enter this blasted tournament or have anyone else do it for me. And the only reason I'm still participating is to keep my magic. So mote it be." When the flash ended from his oath, he pulled his wand and cast his Patronus. As it galloped around the room, Meghan pulled him towards a seat. Dumbledore said, "I still require you to accompany me to my office." "No. If I've told you once, I've told you a million times, you have nothing to say to me that I want to hear. If you are unhappy with that, then you should expel me and be done with it. I refuse to play your games anymore." Minerva said, "Mr. Potter, you will show respect towards the headmaster." Meghan was watching the whole thing and knew Harry was close to losing it, and did the only thing she could think of. She grabbed him and at him hard and didn't release it until she felt him calm down. She whispered in his ear, "Not yet, love. We aren't ready." He nodded his head and turned to the table. Minerva said, "Miss Jones, that will be 50 points and 1 week's detention for such an improper public display." Meghan stood and stared face to face with Minerva. "You can take as many points as you wish, Professor McGonagall, and it won't make a bit of difference to me. As far as the detention, I claim my rights as an heir of a noble house to have my lord present to decide if I should be punished. I'm sure Lords Diggory and my father will be most curious that someone was trying to once again interfere in the matters of House Potter, or in this case, with Harry himself. Maybe I should just call them now." Albus finally lost it and made a move towards Meghan. As soon as he saw the wand start to move, Harry was up and pushed the wand towards the ceiling where the spell blew a hole in the roof. Before Albus could react, Harry had taken the wand from his hand and delivered a punch which broke the old man's nose once again while sitting Albus back on his ass. As soon as the wand was in Harry's hand, it shot golden sparks and instantly bonded to Harry. Albus' eyes grew wide, then closed as the ramifications of what just happened settled in. His momentary loss of self-control was responsible for all of his plans to finally crash down. As soon as the wand completely bonded with Harry, he would forever be out of Albus' reach. Albus made a quick grab for the wand, but Harry responded by pulling his hand away. The hall was quiet before, but it grew even more so as they watched the wand start glowing. They sat there and watched as the glow moved from the wand and up Harry's arms until it moved to encompass his whole body. When the glow subsided, Harry stood unsteadily on his feet until he remembered what had caused the whole confrontation. It was then he squatted down and said in a low voice, "If you ever touch Meghan again, I will kill you." He stood and grabbed Meghan's hand and led her to a seat at the Hufflepuff table where the others were waiting with wide eyes. Daphne asked, "What was all that with the wand, Harry?" "Not now." She nodded but was still confused as she had never seen or heard of something like that happening. McGonagall helped Albus up and with a few worried looks cast in Harry's direction, they made their way back to the head table. After the display of magic that just occurred, no one was brave enough to approach Harry or his entourage, so they were able to eat in peace without having their low conversation disturbed. Lilith finally whispered, "I'm surprised that we haven't heard a peep from our house over this." Daphne whispered back, "And we probably won't. More than likely, they'll hold their comments until they've had time to talk to their fathers. Right now, more people are afraid of what our being together means." Harry snorted but whispered, "Yeah, just look at the Gryffindors. They look like they just lost their best friend. I guess when the golden boy of Gryffindor would rather sit with Slytherins, they finally see how far they've fallen." Tracy huffed in indignation, "I don't appreciate that." Harry snorted, "I wasn't talking about present company." Daphne said, "Still, there are some good people there that we should bring in once things settle down. They could help and it would give us a bigger power base. In fact, it might be best if you repaired some of your relationships in the Lion's Den." Cedric said, "Merlin Daff, you sound like you want to overthrow the government." Daphne smiled that evil smile of hers. "Overthrow is such a strong word. How about modernize and make more effective? The more people we have that think like us, the easier it will be." Harry said, "Listen, I'm just a dumb Quidditch player. I'll leave all the political intrigue up to you ladies." Cedric said, Here, we play Quidditch and then step in to look pretty when they need us." "It definitely works for me." Meghan asked, "So the future powerful lords would step back and let their wives run the world?" Harry replied, "If they were as smart as you guys, definitely." As breakfast was coming to an end, Minerva stood and said, "We have a special treat for the champions today and request they remain in the Great Hall as the other students go to class." As the 4 Slytherins got up from the table, Daphne waved her wand and transformed their clothes into school robes. As she was about to leave, Cho laid her hand on her arm and said, "The Chong family would like to formally join with the Potter Coalition." Daphne shot a look to Meghan who nodded. "I'll tell my father today so that they can set up a meeting." Harry and Meghan waited for the hall to clear before they rose as Harry was going to walk her to class. He heard Minerva's voice call out, "Mr. Potter, you are one of the champions. You are expected to attend as well. May I ask the nature of the event? We have gathered your families to spend the day with you before you compete in the final task." Harry turned and started walking out of the Great Hall. Minerva called out, "Mr. Potter, may I ask where you are going?" "Professor McGonagall, seeing as I have no family, I would prefer to escort my girlfriend to her class and then go prepare for the task." "Nevertheless, Mr. Potter, you have people waiting for you to spend the day with you. I'll ask again that you remain. I'll remain on one condition. And it is that Meghan is excused from classes to join me. Whatever for. Because anyone who claims to be my family will more than likely just upset me and I need someone with me that will keep me calm. I would prefer to have my wits about me tonight when I have to participate in the third task." She looked pensive for a minute and said, "Very well, Mr. Potter, Miss Jones is excused from classes for the day." The champions were led into the antechamber of the Great Hall where the families of the champions were waiting. Victor made his way to his family while Fleur ran over and was quickly wrapped in hugs by her sister before she moved on to her parents. Cedric approached his and Meghan's parents who had Luna with them. After he greeted them, he hugged Luna and said, "I was wondering where you were. I haven't seen you in forever. You've been busy and I found other stuff to do. I knew where to find you if I needed you." They looked up to see Meghan and Harry come in the room a few minutes later. Meghan led him past the people who were waiting for him and straight over to her parents. "Daddy, Mom, this is Harry Potter. My boyfriend." Kathleen didn't miss the way her daughter was dressed or the fact that she never let go of his hand. Reginald held out his hand and when Harry shook his, he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Potter. I trust that you will be very careful with my little girl. She is very precious to me." Harry smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Meghan is precious to me as well, so I will promise to do my best." Kathleen held out her hand and Harry bent over it and brushed his lips across the back of it as he had been taught. When he rose, he said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Jones. I can see where Meghan gets her beauty from." Kathleen chuckled and said, "Oh, he's good, Meghan. You've taught him well. With all the work you've put into him, it's be a pity to let him go. Now, may I call you Harry?" He nodded. "Well then, Harry, I'm Kathleen and the man standing beside me trying to look tough is Reginald." She turned and waved the Diggories over where they went through introductions, and Harry was once again asked to call the adults Amos and Celeste. Amos and Reginald were talking with Harry, who had Cedric and Meghan standing beside him. Amos said, "Cedric reported that you were doing quite well in your tutoring with them. We would hope that you will join us this summer so that we can continue your training. It would only be to better prepare you for the future." "I would be most grateful, Amos. It seems I was left woefully ignorant of my place in this world and—" He was stopped as Molly Weasley grabbed his arm and spun him around. "Harry Potter, you will not ignore us like that. I raised you better than that, so you will come over here right now and speak to your family this instant. And who is this little chippy that's holding on to you? I didn't give you permission to date anyone. Did you know my Ginny sits in her room crying most days because you refuse to talk to her anymore?" The whole room went deathly silent during her tirade, and everyone looked at her as if she had lost her mind. When they glanced at Harry, they could see he was bright red but weren't sure if it was from embarrassment or anger. When they saw the cold, hard look he was giving her, they had their answer. Harry started speaking back to her in a very low voice that everyone had to strain to hear despite there not being a sound in the room. "Mrs. Weasley, I appreciate the times you have allowed me to come to your home, but a few weeks do not give you the right to act as my mother. You will not order me to do a damn thing, and if you ever insult my Meghan again, I will rain holy hell down upon you and your family. My problems with your family were confined to your younger children and that massive git Percy until you opened your mouth today." She stood there gaping like a fish that Harry would speak to her like this. In her anger, she slapped his face. Harry straightened back up and gave her a hard glare. It was then that Molly realized what she had done and her hand went to her mouth. "Harry, I'm so sore." She never finished as he stepped away from her and approached Mr. Weasley. "Mr. Weasley, you have always had my respect, and it was my intention to sit down with you in the near future so that we could talk things through. I, however, did not want that day to be today. It was my hope that you could understand my point of view, and I would have given you a promise that I would never do anything to harm Ginny in any way. When you invited me into your home and made me feel welcome, it meant a lot to me, and I began to see your sons and daughters as the siblings I never had. I guess I've lived in a fantasy world where brothers and sisters may fight, but they were always there for one another. They turned their backs on me, Mr. Weasley. Ron even told me he hated me at one point. I won't make the same mistake my father did." Arthur said, "I am sorry, Harry. I hold myself to blame for this. If I had been a better father, maybe this wouldn't have happened." Harry then did something that surprised everyone. He pulled Mr. Weasley into a hug and said, "It's not your fault. Ever since I met you, I've always thought of you as the perfect dad. You don't yell and scream, and you guide your family with a loving hand. Since I grew up without a father, I use you as the example of how I hoped my dad would have been and how I want to be with my children one day." He released the hug as tears were flowing down Arthur's cheeks. Harry looked up to the older redheads and said, "I assume you are Bill and Charlie. It's a pleasure to meet you after I've heard so many great things about the cool older brothers. I'm just sorry it's under these circumstances." Bill shook his hand and said, "Me too, Harry." Harry stepped back in front of Molly and noticed tears were also in her eyes. "Mrs. Weasley, I want to thank you again for what you have done for me, but I don't think I will ever be able to return to the Burrow. The truth is that I will not feel comfortable there again, no matter what you say or do." He looked at the next couple and was confused for a minute before he made the connection. "Hello, Harry, I'm Martin Granger and this is my wife Miranda. We didn't want to intrude, but after talking with Arthur, we felt this may be the only chance we get to speak with you. We want to apologize for what has happened. You didn't deserve to be treated that way after what you have done for Hermione. I served in the SAS and I'm sure you are aware of that organization. We value honor above everything, and I thought I taught my daughter my values. I'm sorry. I really don't know what to say. Harry closed his eyes for a second and nodded his head. He started to walk away but was stopped by another voice. Miranda softly asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" Harry looked at her and said, "What do you want me to say, Mrs. Granger? That the girl I thought I was in love with ripped out my heart and spit on it. That the girl I fully intended to ask out this year and hopefully start a long-term relationship was only with me to earn money for books. That I risked my own life to save her so that she could make me look like a fool. I don't know what to say. I don't blame you. Hermione is a smart girl and makes her own decisions. I've heard the Dumbledore coerced her defense, but you forget, I know Hermione. She doesn't do anything that she doesn't want to do." He stepped back and said, "When it all first happened, I hated all of them, but 2 friends showed me that all hate will do is eat you up inside. I forgive all of them for what they did, but I never want to have anything else to do with them. I've moved on and suggest they do the same." Harry then stepped in front of Professor Lupin, who had a dog beside him. When Remus made a move to approach him, Harry held up his arm where he could see the silver knife sheathed. As he stepped back, Harry said, "You lost the right to even speak to me. The fact that you chose Dumbledore over me is the biggest betrayal of all after all the promises and apologies you made about my life. In my eyes, you're no better than Peter, and if we meet again, I will treat you as I would him." Harry faced the others in the room and said, "I apologize for detracting from what should be a happy occasion with your families. It seems that the drama surrounding my life seems to follow me wherever I go." In his hurry to get away, Harry went to the door and quickly stepped through. Meghan broke away from her mother's embrace and raced for the door, but once she opened it, he was gone. When she turned back around, everyone could see tears running down her face and rage bubbling up to the surface. She stalked over in front of Harry's so-called family and yelled, "Why? Why did you have to come here today of all days? You knew it wouldn't go well, but you came anyway." Molly said, "We only wanted to show our support. It's more like you're trying to clear your conscience. Where was your support all year when he was alone? Where were you when he was crying at the loss of his brothers and sister-in-law?" She turned facing Remus. "Where were you when he begged for help or just someone to talk to?" When no one responded, she huffed and said, "So you show up here today when he needs to remain calm and focused for the task ahead, and you upset him. Do you realize how dangerous this tournament is? Do you realize that he could die? I did some research on this stupid tournament, and the reason Family Day was instituted in the first place was because of the death toll, as it was intended to give the champions a relaxing day before the final and usually bloody task." Molly said, "Dumbledore won't let that happen." Meghan snorted, "Yeah, that's worked out well for Harry so far, hasn't it? Mum, Dad, I need to go find Harry and calm him down. I will catch up to you in a little while." As soon as Meghan entered the Great Hall, Minerva stopped her and asked, "I saw Mr. Potter leave the castle in a rush. Is something wrong?" Meghan snapped, "You could say that. You invited people that Harry has no wish to see to come for Family Day, and all they managed to do was upset him." Minerva replied, "Albus thought it might help the situation if they were here to show their support." Meghan snorted, "Where have you been all year? The only thing you have accomplished today is sending Harry further over the edge to the point that he will be reckless and suicidal when he steps into that maze. You idiots have undone all the work I did to keep him from just walking away from this world. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go find my boyfriend and try to calm him down before he does something stupid." Minerva was horrified at what had been said to her, but somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew Harry would be fine because he had found his Lily. In the end, she did as she always did and just went about her business. Harry made his way down to the lake without any interruption and found himself on the rock that he preferred to watch the world from. Once he sat down, several merpeople stuck their heads out of the water and then disappeared. A few minutes later, another head rose from the water, then looked as if it had a crown on it. When they made eye contact, the merman said, "You aha awi pata." Harry gave him a nod. "I wants to thank you for the gift. Few men know how to honor us with gifts." Harry cocked his head for a minute as he processed what was said and replied, "You are most welcome. Tell your warriors that I thank them for their actions. I don't know how much longer I would have lasted." The merman chief nodded and said, "You are strong young one. You kai the heir of your ancestor. You will do fine." Harry bowed to the chieftain as he slipped back under the water. Harry sat holding the new wand for quite a while as he tried to get a grasp on what happened. The feeling he got when he first held the wand in his hand was indescribable and he needed time to sort it out. Meghan taught him meditation when she was teaching him occlumency, so he slipped into a trance to try and focus his mind better. Once he had done this, he felt the cloak in his pocket react to the wand and subconsciously pulled it out and over him. When this happened, his whole world went wild as information started assaulting his mind. The long history of the cloak went through his mind and he watched as generations of Potters used it over the years. Towards the end of the session, he saw a man that looked a lot like him use the cloak to conceal a wounded wizard in what appeared to be a fierce battle. The next flashes he got were of his father and the marauders using it to pull pranks and stay out of trouble. As the memories were slowing down, he watched as the headmaster used the very wand he held to poke and prod the cloak to try and discover its secrets. In the last image, he watched as he opened it and the cloak was almost joyous as it was once again in the right hands. No sooner than the cloak finished, he was watching the bloody history of the wand until it finally came back to the hands of the family it belonged to. He learned that the wand needed someone with a lot of power to wield it, which meant that the Potter line was about the only family line that produced wizards powerful enough to wield it. He watched a scene that showed his grandfather as he lay dying as Albus Dumbledore stood over him. He watched Albus reach for the wand only for Charles to use the last of his strength to banish the wand into the Potter family vaults. It remained there until the faces of Albus Dumbledore and Bearclaw appeared above it and the wand was forced into the service of Dumbledore. Harry was horrified at all the things Albus had done with the wand and how he had used it to bend people to his will through curses and charms. Harry felt the happiness of the wand because now that Harry had laid his hands on it, it was able to purge the evil it had done with Albus, and Harry felt as if the wand felt relieved that it was back in the hands of its family. As he sat there in meditation, a symbol appeared in his mind and he felt a pull to the south. The feeling he got was that he wasn't complete, and once he was restored whole, the family would regain its rightful place in the world. The families made their way out of the anteroom and out onto the grounds. As they were walking around, Cho joined up with them and greeted the adults after giving Cedric a quick key on the cheek. As they strolled around, they found Meghan staring at the lake intensely. Reginald asked, "What are you doing, sweetheart?" Meghan sighed, "I know Harry is out here, I can feel him but just can't find him." Luna said, "Oh well, that's easy, he's right over there on his rock." "No, he's not, Luna. I can plainly see that he is not on his rock. I looked there first." Luna giggled and skipped off towards the rock. When she got there, she sat down and started a conversation. "Hello Harry, I know we've never really met before, but your girlfriend knows you're out here and is getting quite frustrated in her attempts to find you." A voice came out of the air, "Oh, I didn't notice, I was kind of in a trance." Luna giggled, "You've got to hate it when that happens. Of course it happens to me all the time." "How so? And how did you find me?" "Well, don't tell anyone, but I'm a little on the crazy side because I can see stuff no one else can. I kind of zone out at times, and as to how I found you, well, you're putting off some serious vibes." "Well, at least it wasn't the Nargles that told on me." "You know about the Nargles?" "Damn, I thought that was my secret." Harry chuckled, "Meghan has told me all about her cousin. She said it was one of the things you liked using against her." "Oh, you rat. You cheated." "I'm no cheat. I just use the information I am given to my advantage." "Well, is she mad?" "I'm kind of scared of a mad Meghan." "No, just worried about you. To tell you the truth, I think the Regulan bloodworms are finally getting to her." Harry started laughing. "Is that the best you can do? You know I've seen Star Trek too." "Shit, you're no fun. Now I have to do more research and find some new material. Tell you what, if you promise to not tell anyone, I'll take you to my secret hiding place. It has the Sci-Fi Channel and about 400 others." "Would you really?" "I'll do it as long as you don't let Cedric or Meghan watch. It gets hard making up new weird crap to use on them." Harry was really laughing and pulled off his cloak. "I like you, Luna. I think we're going to be good friends." "I don't think so, mister. You'll ruin my reputation. The only way you can hang around me is to be family, but I think you've pretty much got that covered with that Potter bond thing." "Yeah, I guess I'm stuck with your cousin. Do you know how it works? I mean, can I switch to someone else? Now that I've found you, I don't know if I can live without you." "It's too late for that, Mr. Potter. You had your chance before you bedded my cousin. Besides, there's no way I want Mistress Meg's mad at me. Me either. Well, I guess we should join the others and thanks. Luna. Anytime, Harold. I will always be here to talk with you even if it is about serious things. As Megan was starting to get frantic and Luna wasn't really helping, Kathleen watched her for a minute before asking, "Is there something you want to tell me, Megan?" Cedric chuckled and she turned and asked, "What? You didn't tell?" He replied with a smirk. "Oh no, I wanted to watch this for myself." Megan grabbed her mother's hands and asked, Mom, have you ever heard of the Potter Bond?" Her mother gave her a smile and chuckled, "Is that what you think this is? It's just a myth." "No Mom, it's real. I can feel it drawing me to him." With eyes sparkling, Kathleen replied, "No baby, you're just in love and both of your magics are responding to each other." It was about this time that Megan saw Luna and Harry approaching while holding hands. She broke away from her mother and ran to Harry, hugging him tightly. As Kathleen watched the scene in front of her, Celeste came over and whispered, "I can't believe you didn't tell her the truth. You know as well as I do that the Potter Bond is real." "I know, and I do feel bad for lying to her, but I remember what happened when Lily and James connected. She was pregnant before she knew it. I'm too young to be a grandmother yet. But you're not against the pairing?" "No, of course not. I'm rather proud that my daughter caught a Potter man. Lord knows how many of us tried to snag James before he decided on Lily. Cedric thinks the world of him and said that he was the only young man in this school that was worthy of her. I can see that. Have you ever seen Megan acting girlish and being happy about it?" The rest of the morning was spent wandering around the grounds as the adults told stories from their days at Hogwarts. Cedric and Megan's parents even added some about Harry's parents, which he was very grateful for. The stories he had been told in the past were always slanted to show how heroic they were, but never told about the people they really were. As they talked, Harry began to think that Poppy was right and Megan was really a lot like Lily. At one point during the morning, Megan pulled Luna aside and said, "I don't know what you did, but thank you. I expected Harry to be rather hard to calm down. It was easy, I just shooed the nargles away and he calmed immediately." Megan glared at her before Luna added, "I was happy too. He wasn't so bad when I got there, but I think you need to make some alone time for him. I get the feeling that something about that wand left him unsettled." Megan pulled Luna into a hug. "I will." Lunchtime quickly approached and the champions were called back into the anteroom. As they made their way, Harry tensed up in expectation of another confrontation. He soon found Reginald placing his hand on his shoulder and asking, "You want us to scout it out before you go in there?" Harry nodded his head and muttered, "Yes, thanks." Luckily, none of Harry's family stayed around for another round and the meal was enjoyed by all. The only detraction from the whole dinner was when the judges decided it would be a good idea to spend the time in the company of the champions and their families. When Dumbledore sat directly across from Harry, he had flashbacks from the memories the wand and cloak had shown him and he immediately stiffened. Harry had an epiphany that it wasn't Harry's life he was trying to ruin but that of the Potters in general. He had no proof, but he now felt that Dumbledore was somehow involved in the death of his parents. The question was, did he do it himself and blame Tom, or did he point Tom in the direction he needed him to go? From the lessons with Daphne, Megan, and Cedric, he made a leap in logic and came up with the theory that Harry's life was being maneuvered so that he would die. With Sirius out of the picture and Albus firmly in place as his guardian, he had probably placed himself as the beneficiary of the Potter estate. The problem was that he couldn't get the answers to his questions until he was able to take control over his house. He fully expected to see a will signed by him giving Dumbledore everything, including the title of Lord Potter. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so that finally he couldn't stomach looking at the man. Harry shot Albus a look of pure loathing and then excused himself. As he stood, Megan excused herself as well and grabbed his hand before he made it out the door. Once they exited, Luna jumped up and said, "I'll go chaperone." Cedric's extended family realized that Dumbledore's presence was the reason for Harry's hasty departure and they shut him out of the conversation and refused to answer any questions he posed to them. The foreign families were well aware that something was going on beneath the surface and opted to stay out of it by conversing in their own language. The Great Hall was full of boisterous students who were excited to have no classes the rest of the day. The talk was of the third task that would be held that evening and who they thought would come away with the win. Most of the students were caught by surprise as Harry burst out of the door to the anteroom and made his way quickly to the doors leading to the entrance hall. Some of Harry's housemates looked rather down as he made his way past them without even acknowledging their presence, and at least they had the sense not to push the matter. Hermione was a different matter. She tried to use his appearance to her advantage and stood and stepped out in front of him. She said, "Good luck, Harry. I know you'll do great." Harry was in no mood to deal with her and tried to sidestep her only to be blocked once more. Harry sneered at her and said, "If you're so sure of my performance, I hope you used your hard-earned money to place a bet on me and maybe increase your savings." "But Harry, I don't want to hear anything you have to say, Miss Granger. It's all about the choices we make. You and your friends chose to not believe me and then made me an outcast. I have decided to return the favor and nothing you say to me will ever make a difference. A true friend wouldn't do that." Harry and Meghan stepped around her and continued on, leaving Hermione standing alone. The words cut through her and she realized at that point that nothing she could say would ever change his opinion of her. She thought back to her short visit with her parents this morning and how they told her that Harry said that he knew her well to know that no one could ever make her do anything unless she wanted to. They made it quite clear that her excuses were not going to work with either him or them. Hermione knew she was falling in love with him at the end of last year. When they reunited after summer holidays, she knew that he felt the same way and was giving him time to say something when the goblet happened and she had thrown it away. It was his words that told her he was fully aware of her betrayal and there would be no going back. If one thing was obvious, Harry had moved on and was starting to thrive with his new friends and girlfriend. Maybe it was time for her to do the same, so she was now going to seriously consider taking her parents' offer and finding a new school for next year. She only hoped that she would get accepted after news of her actions got out. As with all things Harry Potter, their exit did not go unnoticed by most of the occupants of the Great Hall. Daphne saw it and, considering how close Harry and Meghan were getting, "Damn that lucky girl," she guesses. That they were going to spend some time alone before the task. Daphne really didn't think anything about it until she saw Luna moving quickly and with purpose not too far behind them. She knew Luna well enough to know that she never moved like that unless something was up. She waited a few minutes before finishing up and exiting the hall as well. As she stepped out the doors of the castle, she saw the little blonde heading down to the lake and followed her to what she knew was Harry's rock. Harry looked up at her approach and said, "Good, I was trying to figure out a way to get you out here. I need all of your help working through some things. No offense, Luna, but do you think she needs to be here for this, Harry? I know she won't reveal anything, well, not that anyone but you could probably understand, but secrecy has worked well for us so far." Harry looked at Luna for a minute before saying, "Yeah, I think she does. I don't understand some of it, and Luna's unique way of looking at things may give us the insight we need." Luna stuck her tongue out at her cousin before sitting next to Daphne. Harry said, "It all started with the wand this morning. That glow was weird and I actually felt the wand bond to my core. It wasn't anything like when I got my holly wand." Luna asked, "May I see your wand, Harry?" He snorted at her but pulled it out of his wrist holder. When he handed it to her, she studied it for a minute before saying, "This wand has a very old magic feel to it. When I found you earlier, you said you were in a trance. What did it show you?" He hesitated for a minute before saying, "I saw the history of the wand as it passed through different hands through the ages. The older ones were a blur because they went by so fast, but I could almost feel joy from it every time it was in the hands of a Potter." Luna looked dreamily off in the distance and said, "The Potters are descended from the Peverells. Did it react with your cloak?" "Yes. May I ask what the cloak showed you?" "It has never left the Potter line except once. Dumbledore had it after Dad's death. How he got it I don't know, but it was given to me in first year. I don't think it ever worked for him." Meghan asked, "Has anyone else ever used it?" "Not without me. I have 2 things of my father's and I don't just lend them out." Daphne said, "This is all interesting, Harry, but there's got to be a reason for your needing to talk. Are there any stories of how Dumbledore got this wand?" Meghan said, "Rumor says he won it from Grindelwald." Harry sighed, "Well, that may be what he told everyone, but he killed my grandfather trying to get it from him. My grandfather used his last bit of magic to banish it to the Potter vault so that Dumbledore wouldn't get it." Daphne said, Yet he somehow managed to gain possession of it and kept it until you took it from him. Yes, the wand showed me a lot of things but not everything. It slept in the vault until it was awoken by Dumbledore with Bearclaw watching. They did something to force it to serve the headmaster. The only problem is that I have no time reference to go by. Was it before or after my parents were killed? Meghan was following his thinking and said, "You think Dumbledore set up your parents to be murdered so he could get control over you and the family vaults? He made sure there was no resistance to his plans and everyone who could have taken over your guardianship managed to be incapacitated in some way." Daphne said, "Whoa now, that's a pretty big leap." Harry said, "You're not operating with the complete set of facts either. Could all this be real?" Luna replied in a soft voice, "Men have been willing to do anything to have possession of that wand." Daphne asked, "Elder?" Luna just nodded her head. Meghan said, "Those are just children's stories." Luna said, "And yet we have a wand that has a long and bloody history. We have the perfect cloak that has been passed down from father to son for generations and yet it has never lost its abilities. And we have an old coot that has always been interested in the subject. He even talked to my father about it one evening and if I remember right, he was asking his opinion on what the stone could be." Harry asked, "What are you talking about?" Meghan said, "The Deathly Hallows. They are supposed to be 3 incredibly powerful magical artifacts that when united would give the holder the power over death." Luna said, "Let's assume you have 2. Can you feel the 3rd? I feel my magic pulling me back towards England." Daphne said, "If Dumbledore killed to get it once, he might try again." Harry said, "It's possible but I don't think that will be the case now. The look in his eye this morning when it bonded to me was one of resignation and he knows that I have possession of both items now and they both work for me. Maybe he thinks they'll give me some protection from death already. That's what I needed to talk to you about. I think he has been setting me up to die since my parents did and I keep surviving somehow. I have a feeling that even if he got his hands on the objects now, they still wouldn't do what he expects. He may try to force them to work for him but it wouldn't be the same as the objects bonding to him." Luna said, "So you think that the power of the Hallows would die when the last person in the Peverell line dies?" Harry looked down and said, "I don't think the power would die. Maybe it needs the Peverell blood or magic to activate it. Maybe giving me the cloak was an experiment to see if it would work for me." Daphne said, "He's probably set up a will in your name and named himself as your beneficiary. He wants control over House Potter who is technically the last great lighthouse. The presence of Bearclaw halfway confirms this." Luna said, "No, he wants House Peverell. That would be the key but it wouldn't be that easy or else he would have never given you the cloak." Harry asked, "So do you think this is too far-fetched?" Meghan answered, "Everything he has done to you reinforces the theory and the fact that he killed your grandfather supports it. If we had proof about your parents, I'd say it would be definite. So what do we do about it?" Daphne said, "I don't know Harry. Let's give it some thought but it's not really something I think you would want to be known. I'm honored that you would trust me with this." Harry smiled, "Why wouldn't I trust you Daphne? You're my friend and friends help each other. All of you have done so much for me so I think I should repay the favor." Daphne said, "You know you don't owe us anything." Harry said, "I know but you and your families have been the first real support I have ever had. I wouldn't feel right about destroying your family fortunes." Meghan gasped out, "What are you talking about Harry? Tell your families that they need to start quietly moving everything out of Gringotts this summer. They are up to their necks in this whole thing and if I have my way, House Potter will no longer associate itself with them any longer than I have to which means I will be taking everything I am entitled to out of their hands." Daphne said, "That would be problematic for them. I don't know numbers but rumor has it that they use Potter money to fund most of their endeavors. It was an agreement set up in the beginning when they helped the goblins get their start just like they have done for many families. They got up from the rock and began walking around the grounds lost in thought as the final task approached. Luna led them to a small tent and said, "I think we need to be here. Go inside." Meghan stuck her head in the tent flap and then with a smile, quickly tugged Harry inside. Once the 4 stepped in, they found a large conference room where all of their families were talking. As soon as they were noticed, Reginald jumped up and said, "Ah, there you are. We were hoping we'd get a chance to speak again today. We would like your input on a few things before we make any moves." Harry replied, I'm sure I would be fine with anything you decide as long as Meghan, Cedric, and Daphne agree to it. They have done a really good job of preparing me, but as this afternoon showed, I still rely heavily on their advice. Meghan took Harry by the hand and personally introduced him to each and every person that Harry didn't know. When she sat down, she said, I thought it would be easier if Harry was not talking to strangers. We've all had the advantage of knowing each other for years where Harry has not. I apologize for this, Harry, but his biggest fear is looking like a fool in front of you and you thinking he's not worth your time. Cecilia Diggory rose and walked over to Harry. She placed her hand on his shoulder and said, You never have to worry about that. Our children believe in you and we know how ill-prepared you are for all that you face. If that isn't enough, James and Lily's son could never be unworthy in our eyes. Reginald Jones said, Yes, Harry, don't worry about that. My daughter seems to be making her intentions quite clear, so you'll at least always have House Jones to back you up. Meghan blushed as several people chuckled at his comment. Harry merely nodded and took them by surprise. The day Meghan came into my life was the day my life started turning around. I would be lost without her. As a joke, Cedric said, Look out, Uncle Reg, you'll be writing up a betrothal contract before long. Playing along with Cedric, Harry said, That may not be a bad idea, but it will have to wait until I have more say in the affairs of my house. Meghan stared at him with a wide smile. Daphne laughed and said, Our families don't do that kind of thing anymore, Harry. We just told you about them in case you had to deal with one for being from such an old family. You just basically said you intended to marry Meghan. Do we need to go back for more lessons, because I know you were taught to watch your words more carefully? Harry gave Daphne that smirk that infuriated her and said, I learned my lessons well, my dear sister. As soon as she processed what had been said, her eyes grew wide and the room got very quiet. Harry had made two very pointed comments regarding Meghan and now Daphne. His referring to her as his sister publicly was the closest thing to an adoption between the ancient houses without actually sharing blood, especially when he made the claim in front of several lords including her father. Meghan reacted by giving him a passionate key, in front of the whole group, and after they finished, it was quite clear of her thoughts on the matter, as she could have been facing Harry's horntail and the smile still wouldn't have come off her face. When Meghan was finished with him, the normally stoic Daphne was out of her seat and pulled him into a hug as well. She said, I feel the same way about you too. The brother I never had. Meghan turned to her mother and said, By the way, Mother, the next time you decide to try and convince me of something, make sure you aren't contradicting yourself. You and Aunt Cecilia used that particular example when you were talking about the arcane magic tied to most ancient and noble houses. Kathleen sputtered and Cecilia just chuckled at her. When Reginald gave her an inquisitive look, Luna said, Aunt Kathleen tried to convince my cousin that the Potter bond wasn't real, but yet we have Meghan here who has never acted as a girl in her whole life, now being all girly and prettying herself up. Harry emphatically said, I thought she was beautiful before she did all this. Meghan keyed him once more and said, Thank you, Harry. He pulled her close and said, You said we had some things to discuss. Jonathan Greengrass said, I'm impressed, daughter. You three have done a remarkable job. Daphne nodded at the compliment and replied, We were fortunate to have good stock to work with. Reginald said, Well, now that I've got my voice back, I think we will leave that discussion for later. That is my daughter you are talking about, and she is only 15. I think that is far too early to be considering that, bond or no bond. Harry smiled and said, Yes, sir. I completely understand, as I'm sure Meghan will be giving me the same look Kathleen is giving you now when I react to some young man nosing around our 15-year-old daughter. Kathleen stopped her glare at Reginald and looked at Harry with a smile that went all the way up to her eyes. Oh, well done, Harry. Harry flashed her a grin before Reginald cleared his throat. Yes, well, getting down to business, we have been approached by several families due to our association with you. Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones came to me in the hope that we could repair the damage that has been done. They made it very clear that they are not happy with the actions of the heir and heiress of their houses and seek your forgiveness. They are willing to offer considerable concessions to avoid the termination of their alliances with House Potter. In short, they will amend their wills and grant you stewardship of both houses until an acceptable heir comes forward if their own heirs do not repair the rift between your houses. Harry looked to Meghan with raised eyebrows. She said, Merlin Daddy, Harry may have done well, but you have to remember all this is maybe 2 months old to him. My Harry is no Crabbe or Goyle, but you need to speak a little plainer for now. What he said, baby, was that Amelia and Augusta said that if Neville and Susan don't get their head out of their ass and fix things between you, that they will assign a kind of guardianship of their houses to you when they die, and it will be up to you to name the lord or lady of the house from Neville's and Susan's children. Harry asked, isn't that a little harsh just for pissing me off? Amos said, not in their eyes, Harry. The loss of the alliances would be a very bad thing. They would lose respect and become outcasts with no one willing to take a chance at trusting them. I doubt they would ever recover from it. A good example of this is the Weasley family. They violated an alliance several centuries ago and the family still has not recovered. Arthur is a good man, but the stigma will forever be attached to the name. Their association with Dumbledore was helping to repair their image, but the actions of the younger Weasleys have just reminded everyone of their previous betrayal. I find it amusing that the Weasley who caused their family's downfall in the first place was named Bilious. Harry looked into Meghan's eyes and asked, what kind of a man would I be if I caused the same thing to happen to them as what happened to me this year? Kathleen said, a human one. Harry asked, what do you think, love? That's an answer I can't give you, but I will support you in whatever you decide. Harry closed his eyes for a second, and when he opened them, the parents could start to see the strong young man their children had said was inside of him beginning to emerge. You said you wanted me to help you make our world a better place. I don't see how destroying 2 powerful political allies would make a good example of House Potter, even though they may deserve it. He smirked. In Daphne's world domination plan, she said the more people we could get to think like us, the easier it will be to effect those changes. Tell them that if they were to support the decisions of House Potter in the future, I will leave the alliances intact until we have time to discuss the matter further. Susan and Neville can't take their titles for 2 more years, and that should give us more than enough time to come to some sort of agreement. Lord Moon said, but neither can you, Harry. Harry's answer was just to smirk at him. Lord Davis asked, does this mean you are going to shift House Potter to the neutral camp? Harry said, Lord Davis, I'm not so naive to believe that your help does not come with a cost. Harry held up his hand to stop the protests. I meant no offense by that, and I know your intentions are noble. I really do appreciate all you have done and will do in my behalf, but the fact remains that all of you want me in the neutral camp, and that would be part of the cost of your continued support. I get that you need my house to further your plans, and I'm all right with that. In fact, from everything I've learned of your views, I would support you anyway. It helps that your heirs have been upfront about it, but they also made it clear that their help was not conditional on my choices. He looked at Meghan. Well, one may be. The ability to choose how I live my life was something that has always been denied to me. I'm probably not being very clear, so it all boils down to this one thought. The light and dark houses are responsible for taking my choices away, so allying with either of them is unacceptable to me. That leaves joining the neutrals or standing alone. I've been alone long enough, and it's not a place I choose to be anymore. Reginald said, so you intend to force the alliances to follow you into the neutral camp? Absolutely. I think it's only fair that if they want to stay in my good graces, that they accept my point of view. I just have one question. Other than the whole sharing your view on things, what do your houses want from House Potter? What kind of debts or oaths are you trying to get out of by helping me? Lord Greengrass stood and applauded. Bravo, Harry. I'm not trying to embarrass you, but that was very well thought out and spoken, and at the same time, tactful but yet blunt at the same time. At that moment, I saw a lot of Charles in you. Harry responded by blushing. Daphne chuckled and said, yes, very well done, brother. If you continue in this manner, I may not have to disown you. We will be having more lessons, which include how to take a compliment without acting like Goofy and kicking then ground while saying, gosh. Harry shot her a glare for a second before saying, you know, my dear sister, you can be a right by ch sometimes. Daphne laughed and replied, why thank you, Harry. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. What really bothers me is that I missed this for almost 4 years. Harry said as he waved his hand around. Meghan said, that was because you weren't raised in the magical world, although everyone believes you to have been. You came to Hogwarts and acted completely different to how we expected. You didn't dress your station, and you hung out with Muggle-borns and blood traitors. Harry looked at her sternly and said, I've never heard you say something like that before. That sounded just like Malfoy. She looked hurt and Daphne jumped in. You need to apologize to her now, Potter. The Weasleys are considered blood traitors because they broke the alliance all those years ago. Is it a nice thing to say? No, but it is the truth, and she didn't say it in an insulting manner. Harry looked at her and said, "Please forgive my ignorance, love. It seems you still have a lot to teach me." Meghan gave him a half smile and said, "No, I know how you felt about that phrase and I said it anyway. I should have used Oathbreaker or something similar. Forgive me." Daphne huffed, "Oh please, you too. Why don't you stick your fingers in your tea to sweeten it?" Meghan shot her a look and said, "You're just jealous, so shut it." Daphne said, "Getting back on topic, if you had grown up in the magical world, you would have come to Hogwarts already knowing most of the students except for the Muggle-borns. You, Neville, and Susan would have been practically siblings, and you wouldn't have come hoping to find a friend and latching on to the first people to show you any attention." Harry looked hurt at that comment. "I'm sorry, my dear brother, but you came as an enigma to all of us, and any attempt to try and talk to you was met head-on by Weasley and Granger. We wanted to be your friend but were pushed away every time." Meghan said, "In a large way, they're responsible for the way Susan acts toward you. She tried that whole first year to get close to you and was told that you wanted nothing to do with her. Neville is just Neville and won't show enough initiative to make himself heard." In a very small voice Harry said, "They were paid, you know." Daphne asked, "What was that?" Meghan answered, "Dumbledore paid Weasley and Granger to keep everyone away and to report everything Harry did." "How do you know?" Meghan looked embarrassed. "Dumbledore isn't the only one with loyal spies." Daphne chuckled, "You mean Dobby told you?" "Harry, I don't know if you want us to do it, but we can use this little bit of information to repair a lot of damage that has been done over the last few years. Most of us can clearly remember the harsh words used to keep us away from you, and we all know now that they never came from your mouth. If anything, our friendship proves it. It won't fix everything, but I'm sure Susan will eventually get over her crush on Cedric and pull her head out of her ass long enough to be willing to have a fresh start with you." Cedric added, "Leave me out of this. I tried getting through to her just as much as Meghan did." Harry replied, "You are the political one. Do what you think is right. I trust you, and it's not like I can really hide anymore. I also recognize the fact that to succeed in changing the world, it would be better if I made friends now." The parents were watching the conversation being held and just sat back and listened. It was their hope that they could expand their group and planned to assist them in whatever way they could. In their eyes, they were watching the future unfold as the kids embraced the dream of literally changing the world. Jonathan Greengrass watched his daughter with pride as she set a new goal for herself. Lord Moon finally asked, "Who's Dobby?" Harry called out, "Dobby." With a pop, he appeared right beside Harry. "Yes, Harry. Have I told you how awesome you are today?" "No, but you did say Dobby was the best after fixing Master Cedric's bad kitty. These people want to be my friends. What do you say to that?" Dobby walked around the room looking at everyone. When he came back to Harry, he said, "Dobby approves. They's good people. Dobby thinks yous needs to watch out for the blonde with big eyes. She be's trouble." Harry laughed and said, "Oh, I already know about Luna. She just may be my best friend, but don't tell her I said that." Luna spoke up, "We are not friends, Harry Potter. I already told you that I don't want you ruining my reputation. I love you, Luna." "I know. Hey, we've already talked about that." She just smiled sweetly back at him. Harry sat there for a minute before saying, "You once told me that Hogwarts was created not only as a magical school but also as a place to form friendships and alliances along with strengthening the current ones. The truth is, I don't have a problem with most of the students at Hogwarts, and now I find out that it is basically my fault for not making other friends. Did I like the way I was treated most of the time? Not really, but other than whispering about me, most of them left me alone, and my skin is not so thin that it really bothered me. My problem was with the people who claimed to be my friends and then weren't." Tracy finally spoke up and said, "Now that we have an explanation of why Harry Potter is the way he is, we can help." Rebecca Greengrass said, "The truth of the matter is that in most cases, the girls were sent to Hogwarts for the sole purpose of finding husbands. While the boys were making friends, so were we girls. Even though our husbands will never admit it, it is us ladies that hold the alliances together and create new ones because we like to visit while our children play with each other. It's these early friendships that spur closer relations between the houses. Don't they, dear? Jonathan chuckled and said, "Of course, my love. I would be nothing without you." She smirked, "And don't you forget it." "How could I, my love? You remind me of it quite often." Reginald leaned forward and whispered loudly to Harry, "The secret to a happy life is to always make sure the wife is happy, 'cause if mama isn't happy." Amos cut in and said, "Ain't nobody happy." Harry laughed, "I learned that during week 2. How long did it take you to figure it out?" Kathleen laughed as she heard her husband mutter, "A little bit longer than that." Harry quietly asked, Did my parents act like you?" Cecilia said, "They were worse, Harry. The bond made them very close and they loved each other a whole lot." Kathleen added, "They flirted so badly with each other even after they married that there was more than one occasion I had to go splash water on my face to try and cool down the blush. They even made Sirius blush on occasion." Harry nodded and Lord Greengrass asked, "Speaking of Sirius, is there any truth to the rumor that you are listed as the heir to House Black?" He realized he had made a mistake by the stormy expression that formed instantly on Harry's face. "I wouldn't know anything about that, just like I really don't know the full details about House Potter." "Is Sirius Black my godfather?" "Yes." "Is he innocent of the charges against him?" "Yes." "Does he have any children?" "Not that I know about, but we are talking about Sirius. Do I plan to ever have anything to do with him again?" "No. He wasn't directly responsible for my parents' deaths, but he had his part in it. He also hasn't been there for me my whole life. I blame him for your having to educate me of my station in life." Lord Greengrass asked, "What do you mean?" "I realize he was in Azkaban for 12 of those years, but when my parents were killed, he handed me off to Dumbledore so he could chase and get revenge on the real secret keeper. Last year, I saved him from the Dementors and he repays me by ignoring my pleas for help when my name came out of the cup. All Sirius Black has shown me is that he is a self-centered child who didn't care enough about me to do what he promised. He's also shown that he will defer to Dumbledore and will not stand up for me at all. At this point, he, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew are traitors to the Potter family and will never be accepted as anything but." Reginald said, "Peter Pettigrew is dead. Then it amazes me that the rat was standing in front of me last year breathing just as I am now and confessing to his crimes against my family." Megan shouted, "Please drop this subject. We don't need it today. We can hash this out over the summer." Amos said, "I agree. Cedric and Harry need to go into this thing without all these burdens weighing them down. There are some other matters we need to discuss, but we can do that over the summer. Judging from the sound of things, we may need to bring Amelia in on part of it." Harry said, "I have no problem with that. It will be a good test to see how badly she really wants to save the Alliance. For that matter, invite Augusta Longbottom as well. It would be good for them to hear the depths to which Dumbledore was willing to go to control me." Megan turned to him and said, "Drop it, Harry. Just leave it alone for now. And the rest of you, if you bring up anything else that will upset Harry, I will take him and leave this tent." After a moment of uneasy silence, Kathleen asked, "So Cedric, what is this symbol you and Harry have on your backs?" Celeste said, "As long as you've been around him and you never paid any attention to his comic books. It's the sign of the Punisher." Rebecca asked, "Oh, does it mean anything?" Cedric smirked, "To Victor Crumb it might." Harry said, "I still say we conjure a cross and nail his ass to it." Daphne said, "Just leave his bits alone. I want Mandy to have the chance to remove those." Lady Greengrass said, "Daphne Elena Greengrass. I will not have you speak like that." Tracy snorted and said, "Little Miss Perfect finally got caught." After Daphne shot a glare at Tracy, she said, "Yes, Mother. My apologies for my crude language, but it doesn't change the fact that it would be only right." A small house elf popped into the room and stood beside Lord Greengrass. "Milord, you have visitors at the door. Do you know who it is?" "Yes, sir," he announced himself as Jean Delacour and family. Jonathan smiled, "Well, by all means show them in." Jonathan stood and approached the door as the Delacour family entered. Jean stuck out his hand. "It is good to see you again, Jonathan." "You as well, Jean. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?" "I was hoping to have a quick word with Mr. Potter and then maybe discuss a mutually beneficial arrangement between my family and your coalition. But first, let me introduce my wife, Apolline, and my daughters, Fleur and Gabrielle." Jonathan returned the courtesy by introducing everyone in the room. As he finished, Harry stood with Meghan right beside him and asked, "What can I help you with, Mr. Delacour?" "Jean, please, I wanted to thank you personally for what you did for both my daughters during the last task. It is the mark of a great man that willingly puts himself at risk for his fellow man. The closest description I could give would be a warrior like the knights of old." To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.